as TE now forced to take on the remaining members of AOW. Ping Tao getting butchered by Team TE here as they go on to Wukong as well. Ping Tao able to find a massive rip onto the members of Team TE. TE thought they had it, and off the back of Wukong just not taking the slam.
Did win that game number 1, kicking game number 2 off in style. Cutting over now to GS, who's got themselves in a fight here versus
comes together, and there it is, the grab out. Gonna just walk him into the zone. That's gonna be it for J-Team. PK is able to pick up the elimination. 330 immediately finds another double grab and immediately picks up 2 eliminations. He's going for another one. Another double grab.
Off the back of them having their Vermilion burst time, we actually didn't see this run Yang. So have a look at exactly what went down here. The double grabs come in from Kakaxi, and that is one hell of a slam, immediately finishing that one up.
There we go. We're going to see that legendary Soul Jade come in, and Kakaichi flips the script onto Yiron. Yiron 1 HP in a dream, trying to find it. Can't find it. Will find the pillar, though. They're able to find their ult for a second time. Yiron holds on for dear life, and it looks like things are coming up. EWG, a single shot onto Yiron is going to kill him. He's got no armor. He's got no HP, but there it is. EWG walks away the victors in your realm of Yang.
Guess who's getting new gear? Joke's on you. It's me. Like Kurumi needs a new outfit.
乐哉院中游，周览无穷已。百会吐芳华，重台鸟高枝。林木分交错，悬池系房柳。清完必详情，仙轮出战尾。座中发美赞，意气同阴魁。
There is no point to this, Viper. You've spent too long fighting mortals and have forgotten much. And I am no mortal. Your antics will amuse me for a moment. But it is time to accept your fate, sweet daughter.
You're not my mother. You're a monster!
How ungrateful. To be my child is an honor, for I allow you to serve me in death as in life. Now kneel.
Viper?
And who is this pest?
Justina Gu, Winter's Grace. Not bad for a princess. Let's finish this!
as TE now forced to take on the remaining members of AOW. Ping Tao getting butchered by Team TE here as they go on to Wukong as well. Ping Tao able to find a massive rip onto the members of Team TE. TE thought they had it, and off the back of Wukong just not taking the slam.
Did win that game number 1, kicking game number 2 off in style. Cutting over now to GS, who've got themselves in a fight here versus
comes together, and there it is, the grab out. Gonna just walk him into the zone. That's gonna be it for J-Team. PK is able to pick up the elimination. 330 immediately finds another double grab and immediately picks up 2 eliminations. He's going for another one. Another double grab.
off the back of them having their Vermilion birthmark. We actually didn't see this run Yang, so have a look at exactly what went down here. The double grabs come in from Kakashi, and that is one hell of a slam, immediately finishing that one up.
There we go. We're going to see that legendary Soul Jade come in, and Kakashi flips the script onto Yiron. Yiron 1 HP in a dream, trying to find it. Can't find it. Will find the pillar, though. They're able to find their ult for a second time. Yiron holds on for dear life, and it looks like things are coming up. EWG, a single shot onto Yiron is going to kill him. He's got no armor. He's got no HP, but there it is. EWG walks away the victors in your realm of Yang.
Guess who's getting new gear? Joke's on you. It's me. Like Kurumi needs a new outfit.
is no point to this, Viper. You've spent too long fighting mortals and have forgotten much. But I am no mortal. Your antics were amusing for a moment. But it is time to accept your fate, sweet daughter.
You're not my mother. You're a monster!
How ungrateful. To be my child is an honor, for I allow you to serve me in death as in life. Now kneel.
Viper?
And who is this pest?
Justina Gu, Winter's Grace. Not bad for a princess. Let's finish this!
我说过，我会用实力来证明。
没有人可以撼动他的位置，没有人可以撼动他夺冠的可能。
强者恒强，你们熟悉的 Spider 回来了。
在最关键的时候，我没能扛住压力，但过去的已经过去，新的一周我一定会拼尽全力。
从压线晋级到现在的周决第3，我证明了自己的实力。
过来继续三角杀，上来有火球的，侧翼在追，空中又是一脚升龙接火球，大火崩人家收支。
新的一周，你们会看到更强的深渊。
对方的一个状态，拉一下位置，起波钩所求勾的已经有点远了，好准，再胖！哇！
赛场上不够稳定是大忌，新的一周重新开始吧，一步一个脚印。
上一周我还是太过着急了一点，现在所有人都已经渐入佳境了。风雨欲来。
Many of you may have heard of my name.
面飞花伤害很满，但是被震刀了。姚也在剪刀，想要中间烫死吗？先拉扯第一刀，第二刀有吗？短闪再闪空中抢，漂亮！第一波大师 ，Go！
Master Demo is coming for you.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host and your caster, the Runekeeper. Joining me today is my boy Raven. Raven, how we feeling today coming into the solos?
Thank you, Runekeeper. I'm excited to see Spider versus Mike. These are the two GOATs of NARAKA, new school versus old school. Mike being the NARAKA prodigy that he is, Spider being the Terminator. You just can't stop this guy. You can't get out of his web. He just absolutely nukes the lobby, and it's just fireworks every time you see these two.
Oh yeah, I'm very, very excited to see these two players going head to head. There's a lot of players to keep our eyes on today as we head into our solos. I do believe this is our last day of solos as well before we head into our bi-weekly final. So today is going to determine who our players heading to that bi-weekly final is going to be, and it's going to be very, very exciting. It promises to be an explosive day of NARAKA, and man, what a good day it's been. You know, we get the new patch today. Of course, we come in, we get some more NBPL today. I don't think we could ask for more in terms of the NARAKA community for all of the content that we get here for NARAKA. I'm excited for so many things. You know, I'm going to be heading off immediately after NBPL to go play with the new patch as well. Akko's getting some new abilities. We talked a little bit about this coming in here before we got things started, how we feel those that F3 and V3 are going to affect him in terms of solos and trios, and I think we're going to see some Akkos coming through for sure. Whether it's going to be in trios or solos is still yet to be determined. You know, this is the thing I love about the NBPL that we don't get to talk about enough here on the show, is the kind of micro meta that develops throughout these different bi-weeklies, because you come in at the start of the week and you have an expectation, and of course there are these meta picks and these meta heroes that a lot of these players are going to be playing, but some people always coming in trying to pioneer new things, trying to bring new things into the meta, and we get to watch that develop throughout the week, how these people react to these new hero picks coming in, these new strategies coming in, and it just is so drastically different some days from what the actual meta in either NA or CN is, that it just becomes its own little microcosm here in the NBPL. And I think one of the ones that we've seen a lot of moving forward has been the Valda pick coming through. We were just talking about the sort of trick these players have figured out with the F3, the ability to just kind of use that and lock themselves into one of those grapple combos, right?
Yeah. The other really interesting thing, I think Wang Lang and Fong have always been like the leaders of innovation. You always see the Terminators like T225, Mike, and Spider. They just go, they get in the Yang, and they're just suplexing the lobby. But if you're not those three, like, what is your strategy? And like, there's 10 other players. What are they doing? And Wang Lang has always been that guy who's innovated, picking non-traditional picks on certain maps. Wherever the whole map is zipping, you see him going Takeda, and I was like, why is he doing this? Turns out Takeda just dominates zipping in Yang, and normally his Takeda versus Spider 225 Mike, he loses, but when they're on zipping, different story. So you're seeing these really interesting counter picks that people are doing on the days that people don't normally think about, the daytimes. Everyone always thinks about Fireflies. I want to get my ult, I want to get that Tarka Infinite going, I want to get out there, get oogly, get some kills. But we see the big brain players like Wang Lang and Fong. If you're looking to figure out a way to win, if you're not the best fighter, those two are great players to watch.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, Wang Liang doing one of my favorite things coming into our first bi-weekly this season here for the spring split, where he walked around with a pair of nunchucks in his back pocket at all times. Dagger was like the prevalent meta. We saw players like Feng who literally just were like, I'm going to commit to nothing but dagger all the time. Even if I've got a legendary katana in my back pocket, I'm going to use a white dagger. And it was Wang Liang who started carrying those nunchucks around, because the nunchucks have a very high win rate into dagger, believe it or not. I think it's something like a 78% win rate for nunchucks versus dagger, which is pretty darn substantial. And Wang Liang not only is somebody who knows how to play nunchucks very well, you know, during his very first season in the NBPL, he came in and absolutely dominated lobbies, both on Takeda and with those nunchucks. It was off the back of those performances he was able to do some crazy things during season 1. So to see him, like you said, adapting some of this sort of not even new tech, but this decision making to just come in and be like, okay, hey, look, everybody's running dagger, nunchucks wins into that. Yes, I might not be preferring to play nunchucks right now, but if I see the dagger, I'm just gonna pull them out of my back pocket and do what I do best. We're gonna take every sliver of advantage we can take and make it work for us here. And that's what I love to see. Again, we're talking about that microcosm of a meta that these players are developing here in the NBPL, where you go out in regular ranked, some of these things might not work as well in regular ranked, especially like, you know, you're talking a difference in a lobby of 60 players versus a lobby of 14 to 16 players, where the decision making really makes so much more of an effect on these players. Because into a lobby of 60, you're going to have people in ranked who just don't care. They're going to be playing who their favorite hero is, whether it's meta or not. Here in this sort of microcosm, you have to min-max absolutely everything, and at the end of the day, that's what we love to see coming up from these players. Taking a look here at the average points per game, we're going to see J-Team's Xjin sitting at the top at 7.6 average points per game. Following shortly behind them, T225, Wang Liang, and AOW's Mike, keeping that level of consistency we love to see coming through from these players. Like, we talk about this all the time, consistency and how important it is at the end of the day, because like you have players who are big pop-off players. The problem being is that they're very feast or famine. They either have very good games or they have very bad games. When you're a consistency player, all it takes is that one big game on top of consistent performances to skyrocket you to the very tippity top of the pack, Raven.
Oh yeah, and what I really love about that list is you see Demo right next to Spider. Now Demo's, it's his first time in the league, and now he's not exactly having a mic performance, but he's definitely performing really well when he's hanging right there with Spider. And the one thing I really like about Demo is he plays a very consistent game. I know he was playing with high ping coming over to CN and playing that low ping. A lot of people were doubters of whether or not he could do it, but I would say because of his consistent strategy, like you were talking about, he's able to hang in with the best of them and find really good kills against some of the best fighters in the game. Now sometimes they're third parties, but I've seen Demo doing some gray armor versus purple armor, like being the hero that we deserve. Being one of the first foreigners within the league, I think Demo is doing really great, and it's unfortunate that we won't see him today, but I'm excited to see how he does against all of these top players in finals, because the weeklies are very exciting, but finals is clutch time, where all of their strategies that they kind of work out in this microcosm, they iron out all the details, they test some things once they are already qualified, but seeing the final draft is the beautiful NARAKA that I live for personally. And right there, Wang Lang, the innovator himself, using the nunchucks. A lot of people get really disappointed by the dagger meta that they see in solos, but nunchucks and staff weapon swap is the answer to dagger. If you're having a hard time versus dagger, like Runekeeper was saying, these two weapons have a high percentage against dagger, and it's mainly you're just able to deal with the fact that dagger is just barraging you with these light attacks over and over, and it seems like they're just getting away with everything. But what staff and nunchucks do really well is they catch him. You catch that little sneaky dagger trying to get away, because nunchucks just has like a lot of scooping attacks really fast. Staff just lunges really far forward, so when those dagger players are trying to dagger dodge over and over, trying to get away from you, you're able to catch them and have a ton of success. And what you're seeing in a lot of this meta that's evolved in the Nbpl is this relationship where you got players like Fong who will literally drop every other weapon, gold weapons, flexing on the rest of the lobby, that he has a monogamous relationship with the dagger, and he has so much success with the dagger. Exton right now, who's doing super well, also a really big dagger player. But you're seeing like the OGs like Pandaman, Mike, Wang Lang, who are more specialists, who are like specialize in multiple weapons. They can use every single weapon and make it work, even with all the nerfs to Tarka. You're seeing Pandaman still double Tarka, you're seeing Mike double Tarka, and they're still taking every single fight they can on these nerf characters, supposedly nerf characters, and still having a ton of success at the top of the league. It's really exciting.
I was gonna say a big part of that too is core NARAKA mechanics, right? Like you said, some of these players are very specialized characters. Like we talk about Feng, right? He loves the dagger to his own detriment, right? And you look at a player like that, and yes, they have good core mechanics, but the question is do they have great core mechanics? You turn back and you look at somebody, you know, like Panda Man or Mike, and you're talking about two players who core mechanics are the best of the best, right? You can put any weapon and any hero in their hands and they're going to excel in 90% of those situations. And that's why those players are so very good, and why they can take heroes like Tarka, who, like you said, has been nerfed multiple times, and still perform on a hero like that, because at the end of the day, their core mechanics are so good.
Yeah, 225, Mike, Spider are generally the players that I say that have great core mechanics. And a lot of people say that like rank is not the same as tournaments, but you're seeing like Mike is a ranked demon. So is Chu Zheng. Like Chu Zheng is a rank 1, normal rank 1, not immortal rank 1 from CN, and this is one of his first times in the league as well, and he's having a ton of success as far as fighting styles. So there's definitely a lot to say that you can learn from using every single weapons and working on the pure fundamentals of the game and how it translates from weapon to weapon. It's really just like a personality that you kind of fall in love with. The one thing I really love about NARAKA is that even though certain weapons are meta, a lot of weapons can still compete. There are very few 80-20s in the game where it's just like hopeless if you run up against it. The only one I can really think of in the game is Dagger versus Greatsword or Pole Sword, but every other matchup is winnable. As long as you have really, really good core mechanics, good reading ability, and a good feel for the game, you can find opportunities to win even at low hit points. Like Dagger isn't as oppressive as people may think. It's just in these really, really tough lobbies, Dagger really helps you survive. That's where Dagger really excels over other weapons. Its scale rush is super, super fast. You're just able to zip and zag off walls. It's just ramen noodles everywhere, just instantly getting out of certain situations. And you have more energy or more stamina, so you're able to dodge way more than any other weapon. So those being a factor into it makes Dagger one of the best solo weapons right now. But doesn't mean that other weapons aren't that good, especially off spawn. Having good core mechanics off spawn is where these other players shine. If you're a weapon one trick, you never know what you're gonna get off spawn. Off spawn is a box of chocolates.
Off spawn's absolutely crazy. Speaking of off spawn, we're taking a look at the spawns here. Very eastern map here, as we are not going to see a lot of the players heading towards the west. We're going to see one drop here in Celestia, a couple of people heading up towards our lovely Sunwings Rest, but the majority of players heading to the direct east here, and it looks like we're going to be off to a straight banger. Scale's Fang here already finding themselves engaged here, going to pop the bubble immediately against XCG's Wang Liang. Wang Liang more than happy to just go ahead and back out of this fight, going to find himself a blue dagger here. Unfortunately, no armor yet for Wang Liang, and this has been quite the hot drop. He knows there's a lot of players nearby, and he needs to go ahead and find that armor as soon as humanly possible, especially as we see Fang, who went the opposite direction, used that bubble to get away here, is going to find himself a set of purple armor, which means he's going to be on the hunt very quickly for many of these players. He's got a massive advantage over these players who are still running around with no armor. Speaking of which, Wang Liang waiting nearby, and it looks like Fang wants to actually go into that fight, but J-Team's action Apple and say no, going to force Fang to go ahead and pop the bubble immediately here, and Fang's going to be forced out of this fight with Wang Liang. Action doesn't really want to take the fight. As soon as they grapple into Fang and realize the purple set of armor there, they just decided to go ahead and get out of dodge. But AOW's Mike, a player who does not care about the disparity in armor, is going to continue to pressure on to them until he sees a couple of these other players waiting in the distance. And this is what we talked about. Mike's decision making, very good. He very aggressively pressures onto that, and within a quick second makes the determination that the third party is going to come in if he continues to pressure that fight. As we turn now to WBG's Spider and JDG's Chu Zhang. Spider on the Justina here, able to lock some hits in onto Chu Zhang, going to completely lock down Chu Zhang. Chu Zhang going to be forced to burn the ultimate here to stay alive. The parry coming in from Spider. Chu Zhang lets a blue rip in his face, and unfortunately, Spider on the read will be able to pick up the parry and the elimination.
What a great kill from Spider. And this is what I was saying. Spider definitely not afraid to choose different picks with the Morris map right now with Fireflies on the map, he actually chooses to go Justina. And what we're seeing right now is a lot of the counterplay happening in the league right now is going for third-party characters. Matari, you're seeing a ton of Mataris from the top 5 players where they're choosing to stay and lurk around the groups and look for these assassination plays. Matari being one of the best characters to come in, get a quick kill, and you're able to just teleport out and stay safe the entire time. The other strategy is going very, very defensive on this map and playing like Eagle right now with this big kill on a Matari with zipping, where you're able to just tank these annoying flies on the wall. Able to pick up all these kills. Now we're seeing WBG Spider versus Wang Lang. These two are the heavyweights of the league. Spider, Wang Lang, no strangers to the high pressure situation. Spider forcing the situation, and Wang Lang's choosing to take the defensive option to just get in his mech, chill out a little, see if Spider overcommits his ult, and see if he can get a shot off. Goes for the long shot, but Spider's able to dodge out and get out of dodge. Dodging the shot from Wang Lang. Wang Lang ready to take this fight though, wanting to take out his competition here. And this is like a defining factor of the top players of the league. They are not afraid to take out their competition. Now Mike coming in, seeing Wang Lang looking for the assassination play, and Kai Bao joining into this herd. Now we just got a bunch of people on Wang Lang trying to survive the lobby's focus right now. Throwing out focus attacks, it might be inevitable that he's going to be taken down. Mike just taking every opportunity to get anyone low. Kai Bao in the background getting absolutely mauled by Mike, picking up a huge kill. Matari pick coming in big. Mike actually picking Matari as his opener and having a ton of success coming into the league. A lot of the league have actually copied Mike opening up with Matari just because of this assassination play that you're seeing, where Mike now chasing the white armor Wang Lang with Spider right on his tail. Oh, but Spider picking up the parry on Mike, ignoring Mike completely, being like, I'm going to take this kill. Get over here, Wang Lang. They're both looking to pick up this kill to get an early lead to snowball this lobby. Now another player joining in the fold. Wang Lang looking desperately for a place to escape this focus fire. Mike holding a gun to Wang Lang's head, but Spider's able to pick up a huge kill using that nunchuck parry. Now, Mike and Spider, the two best players in Nbpl. This is what I tuned in to watch. These two players to go at it, but XN, the current leader of the league, showing them that, hey, there's a new kid on the block. We're trying to dethrone you two. And now Mike and Spider ignoring the new kid on the block, just going over to the treehouse. As Mike not letting Spider get away, but Spider finding the armor resets, and Mike with the ginormous parry, but Spider still has his cooldowns up, able to pop his ult. Is he gonna go for the kill? And he's actually going to pressure Mike. There's no backing out with Spider. He does not care. He's willing to take a Spider down to get him off, while XN looks for the kill steal. Ends up being the kill himself though. Now XN under a ton of pressure, forced to pull ult, and now Spider making his escape. Now Mike finding a low HP target. Now unfortunately that's XN. He's trying to get away, but that sticky staff ends up taking him down. Not able to get away. What a play by Mike.
Like, this is something we talk about all the time, right? And it's something WBG Spider really excels at. When you're in those sort of situations where you've just become the focus of the lobby, a lot of these players will just try to run away, and nobody in these lobbies are going to let you get away when you're low. The chase is going to remain on. What you see players like WBG Spider do is they realize they need to turn that focus onto somebody else if they stand any chance of escaping. And that's what we see Spider do. He immediately turns that attention onto Action, gets Action low. Everybody else there realizes, oh, hey, we're gonna have to burn less resources to eliminate Action here. Turn our attention away from WBG Spider. Let's pick up the free elimination onto Action, and that buys Spider the time and space that he needs to get away. And we see him do it time and time again, and it's why I love Spider as a player, is he knows how to play a bad situation when third parties come through, and that's exactly what we see him do. AOW's Mike here, waiting for this Realm of Yang to come through, and we're going to see that he's going to be going head-to-head with GS's T225 here. This is going to be a very good fight. These are two very explosive players getting ready to go head-to-head inside this Realm of Yang. We do see Mike with a little bit of advantage here. He's got the purple armor over the blue armor here, coming through from T225. Goes for the bow shot. It doesn't look like he's able to connect onto it. Will come in with some huge opening combos onto T225, catches the light attack, and then animation cancels back into another light attack. Most of a full combo into T225 as T225 comes down from the aerial. T225 will find a reset onto the armor, though, as Mike is forced to back off and do the same. Now we're going to see the invisibility coming in from both of these players. Unfortunately, AOW's Mike actually forced to use the teleport to get away here, which means he can extend his combos with it. All he can do is teleport back while he's in the ultimate. Unfortunately, T225 starting to take control of the situation yet again, shreds the armor off of Mike for a third time, and Mike looking for the reset yet again, comes in onto the nunchucks though and is able to find the armor shred onto T225 into a midi meter dump onto T225, follows it up, immediately doing a ton of damage. Now trying to come in with the jump parry. That's going to be it, as AOW's Mike will be your winner of our first Realm of Yang, as he completely blitzes T225 out of existence. Man, what a follow-up from that meter dump into the aerial jump parry from Mike. Man, what a clean fight we see coming through here. Mike, of course, going to be taking that Vermilion Bird's Might to start things off, and we'll see T225 looking to find a place to reset and looking for somebody to eliminate. Looks like he's got his eyes on WBG Spider. We'll see how that plays out for him as he heads towards that next resurrection. We've got a couple of codes up on the screen for those watching at home. You can head over to Steam and redeem these codes to get yourself a free copy of NARAKA BLADEPOINT if you haven't already. This is your time to go ahead and lock one in. T225 going to take that resurrection here, and it looks like he's heading in the direction of, or well, I thought he was heading in the direction of the spider, but he's changed course here. He needs to find somebody if he wants to be able to get rid of this Yang depletion. He's got 3 minutes and 30 seconds to find his next target, as we turn back to Mike, who's now going head-to-head with Wang Liang. Wang Liang coming in with the uppercut on the nunchucks, though, absolutely taking control of this situation onto Mike. Has used the F here, but still has the ultimate available, and Mike waiting in the wings here, just trying to find an advantage. Oh my god, we'll get a massive parry into the corner, and so many players show up. The mech forced to come down from Wang Liang, as the massive third party into fourth party just forces Wang Liang to pop the ultimate. He's able to survive, though, because of the knockback coming in from the V3 pillar here. Wang Liang able to find a little bit of a reset, but not a full reset, as all three of these members, Panda Man, T225, oh my goodness, it looks like the entire lobby shown up just to give chase to XCG's Wang Liang.
Wang Liang makes it to this tower here. This tower is one of the best places in Morris to actually get away from your opponent, because you're seeing multiple levels here. Actually, this spot right here is one of my favorite positions to actually kite everyone. There's a little pocket in that rooftop. You're able to just go in circles over and over, and it's really, really hard to figure out which level you're actually on. We're seeing all of the best duelers here. We got Panda Man out here. We got Kai Bao out here. Panda Man's Justina ult popped. Mike out here getting the double meter. Panda Man looking to take down Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan with his ult popped on Takeda. It's gonna have to survive, but we're seeing a little bit of some PTS over here. Panda Man getting peeled off of his target. Mike popping his ult. He still has the buff. Ends up committing his ult even though he has a resurrection. This might end up biting him later on, when he won't have his defensive cooldown to keep him safe in this situation. Double downing on how tricky this terrain is. You're able to survive. Now Kai Bao getting the unfortunate end of the stick, but able to push Mike off with a big parry, knocking Mike's HP down to half, but Mike's not afraid at all, even though with Zipping's big ultimate heal ticking away, Kai Bao's health getting bigger and bigger, but now 225 coming in, betting it all on blue, but Kai Bao betting it all on red, pushing 225 off. But now targets getting switched left and right. The hunter now becoming the hunted. Mike at 1 HP, able to use his F3 to break some ankles. Unfortunately, still caught. He has the res though, and he will be coming back for some more. But now, Panda Man finding some action with 225 on his last leg with a gray armor, finding himself the target of the lobby, Kai Bao. And Panda Man trying to steal this kill. Kai Bao ends up taking the kill on 225, now turning his attention to Kai Bao. But Mike coming back to the action, knowing that everyone's cooldowns here has been used up, and with so much of this fighting going down, Mike able to bring back his ult. Knowing that he's full safe, he can actually chase down Kaibao, baiting out his parry. Kaibao under a ton of pressure, ending up having a second ult, but Mike matching his ult, continuing the pressure. Panda Man denying the exit, and Kaibao gets the door shut on him, and his game is over, and back to the lobby for him.
Oh man, it's so unfortunate for our boy there, as Panda Man is able to slide in and secure the kill. I want to talk about Mike here for a second. He's using a really interesting piece of tech that I love to see, and it's something that's difficult to execute in the middle of frantic combat, but we see him do it like 3 times in that last fight before he's forced to use that Vermilion Birds Mite to get the resurrection, where he uses the teleport to go aerial. At the very top of that teleport, there is a tiny window where you can tap dodge and use that tap dodge to actually start charging up a blue focus attack, so you can fall to the ground fully charged in a focus attack. And he does it with that legendary longsword and catches those vertical slashes like 3 times in that fight. I love to see that little piece of tech coming out from Mike. It's something you don't see typically a lot unless players are scale rushing, and the fact that he's doing it off the top of the teleport is just huge. Unfortunate here, Wang Liang actually looking to go for the Realm of Yang, but just misses it by literally a millisecond here. So unfortunately, we aren't going to get a second Realm of Yang fight here, but Wang Liang, against all odds, still in this. You know, he was completely caught out in that corner when Mike landed that massive parry, but he was able to use the pillar and get his ult, and use his ult to get out there with some tricky positioning. So he's going to stay in it. Unfortunately for Wang Liang, there's only 10 players left alive in this lobby, and he's got 0 eliminations. So he needs to start finding some momentum under his belt pretty quickly here. TK's XXY here on the run as Shen Yuan giving chase. XXY trying to return the favor here on it to some musket shots, unable to connect on him, and Shen Yuan just coming in and catching out these light attacks, putting in work onto XXY. XXY using the pillar a little early here, wants to just try to go ahead and take control of this situation as soon as possible, but realistically this is exactly what Shen Yuan wants to do. He wants to bait that ult out as soon as possible. He hasn't committed his ultimate or his F ability yet. He can just go ahead and let XXY take a full reset here, and if Shen Yuan wants to full commit to this fight, as soon as this ultimate's gone, Shen Yuan just pressures in and can take control of this massive fight all over again. XXY very close to running out of that ultimate charge here. There it is. He's going to go out of the mech, wants to go on to Shen Yuan, but is going to be forced away. We're going to see Fire Arrows come through, and Shen Yuan not going to give up this chase. He was able to bait the ultimate out early enough that he's hyper committed to this. We see the F come through just to extend the combo a little bit to get some extra damage onto XXY. We will see Shen Yuan back off just a little bit, trying to look for a reset as Panda Man comes in for the third party with the bow shot, denying both the reset and putting Shen Yuan in quite a bad situation. Shen Yuan actually making a misplay as he tries to go up the tree here, not quite able to get into the clubhouse. He's going to find himself on the receiving end of some pain as Alliance Jin coming in with a massive bow shot, setting the ground on fire underneath of him, is going to do some health tick to Shen Yuan. Panda Man going to back off after he's forced to use the F2 to get a little bit of armor back there, and Shen Yuan with the ultimate, unfortunately, is being forced to just burn that ultimate to survive in that given situation. Shen Yuan was on the hunt for XXY there, and it could have been disaster for XXY had Panda Man not showed up and saved the day, if you will. Kind of griefing Shen Yuan. Tried to pick up the elimination, but not quite able to find it. As we take back and take a look here as WBG Spider in the early game going against JDG's Chu Zhang here with the dagger. This is Spider doing what Spider does. Look at this, the hot swap into the bow with a very quick pickup there on Shen Yuan, but J-Team's action just waiting in the wings here, able to pick up the elimination onto Spider, and unfortunately sends Spider back to the lobby. J-Team's action, only that single elimination on Spider, under their belt. But I mean, Action got to be feeling fairly good about that. Action's had a good performance this week in the bi-weekly, and every point he's able to get over players like WBG Spider is just a massive increase in his odds of being in that top 3 space heading into the bi-weekly final. AOW's Mike here, just using that longsword there. You're going to see him use that left click tech just to create a little bit of space while buying himself just a little bit of safety across those rooftops. KLA's Fang here hanging out by the no ult zone. Now we're going to see here it is J-Team's Action, who very close to the tippity top. Demo unfortunately doesn't get to play today and continue putting points on the board, and Action very, very close to already overtaking Demo at the very top of the leaderboard. Interesting to see the white repeating crossbow coming out here though, Raven.
I think this is a little bit adventurous for a strategy, I would say. He might have Venom tips. He might be looking for some finesse in the endgame. And you're seeing a lot of really interesting veteran plays. Panda Man doing a lot better in this weekly, and Exon doing a lot better. And what I'm seeing is they're actually target selecting a lot of the top players who go into Yang. Now, normally, you would go after the player who has lower hit points, but when you spot someone with the actual buff, you know that player has a ton of loot from winning Yang. And if you're able to pick up that kill when he accidentally overextends, or you saw Spider overextend, and you almost saw Yeshuan overextend, it's a really, really smart play to go after this kill, pick up the gold weapons, pick up the good Jades off of them, and take out the person snowballing the lobby. Once you chop off the head honcho of the lobby, now you can be the strongest player in the lobby, and no one's going to want to fight you. And if you're dictating the lobby, having the best loot, now you get the target select in endgame right now as what we're leading into, so that you're not the one getting focus. A lot of Battle Royale is these small little tactics that allow you to not be the focus of the lobby, because as long as you're not getting hit, someone else is getting hit, and that's how you get more points in these very, very stacked endgames. A lot of these players, traditionally, you would see a lot of like the big DPS characters like Takeda, Tarka coming out, but now you're seeing this different strategy this season where these characters like Zipping getting buffed and Feria being introduced to the game, where now you're seeing a defensive meta evolving, where instead of being a really, really great dueler, you're trying to drag it to this late game. You're trying to drag people to the deep end where you can drown them with your superior abilities while the zone ends up ticking away these very, very skilled players. And you're able to, that's why you're seeing a ton of success from Exin this week. And Wang Lang, this is like his MO as a player. He's not really a Yang player. He's not really known for his explosive style, but he is known for just dominating when it counts, getting into finals and racking up those points. Getting 1 or 2 kills is actually really, really big in the league. It is extremely hard to get a kill on the very best in the game. Like what you're seeing here is Exin's movement, their ability to just hold this space, not taking risks, keeping their head on a swivel, making sure that someone isn't using some crazy Jade, using cannons. Like you're seeing Mike here with a cannon, poking you, getting death by 1,000 cuts with the cannon, trying to get you lobbied so he can jump in and seize that kill at the last second. Setting up for this end game. Wang Lang on Feria. This is where he, even though he doesn't have many kills, Feria is the strongest character in this current meta at the end game. The fact that she has this mech, basically a second life that you cannot get her out of, when that zone closes in and there's a tiny circle, usually you can just run away, hide from the moving ballista. But when she goes into turn form and you got nowhere to run, it is free farm for Ferias. That's why you're seeing a lot of these players, no shame in hiding in these bushes, just because if you're on Takeda, the second the zipping horde gets a sign of Shenhua, he cannot recover and get heals. Not like characters like Matari here. And now you're seeing a bit of blood in the water. Mike testing, probing for this weakness. Blue armor in endgame is a big target, but Panda Man on Justina getting poked just a little bit. His armor stripped. but he's able to find a cheeky position against this haystack. You're actually able to clip in and hide, but Mike, a veteran, knows all the tricks, all the little hiding spots. Ego finding Pandaman, pushing him into the zone, and getting the scale rush to secure the kill. Pandaman not making it to endgame. One of Justina's weaknesses.
Oh my goodness, Jail's Ego here really doing Pandaman dirty here. Just comes around the backside of the building there, knowing that Pandaman's going to be coming around and finding himself in a low position. And unfortunately, like you said, one of the weaknesses there for Justina is that F ability into the endgame when you're forced into the zone is kind of a detriment to yourself, because you want to sit there and hold that F2 on Justina so you can recover as much armor as humanly possible. But when you're inside the zone, especially these late zones in zones 5 all the way to 7, you're just taking so much damage. If your HP's low, you can't afford to do it. You basically spend the ability to almost like a monk bell, right? You use it just to get one hit off of you, and then you're forced to cancel it, because if you sit in the zone, you're just going to end up killing yourself. Even if you get the armor back, you're going to keep taking that HP damage. Wang Liang here in a kind of terrible situation on the inside of this building. Yeah, there's no place to go. He's got 3 different cannons taking shots on him if he's near the wall over by the hay bales. We have Jin just taking shots through the wall. We have another player throwing bow shots inside, and then we have the bounce shell also bouncing around at all the perfect angles inside that building. There really wasn't a place for Wang Liang to go. He signed his death warrant just a little bit by finding himself walk inside that building there. He looked to get away, but too many players here with the ranged weapons and the soul jades to just keep the pressure onto Wang Liang, keep him from doing anything. XXY here finding himself, like you said, the target. That blue armor looking extremely juicy to all these players here, who are more than happy to just start blitzing onto people. Alliance's Jin forced to go airborne here. He's going to try to get some shots off while he's topside, but he's used both jumps. He needs to now try to find some of these pots. He's going to find an armor pot here. He's going to find a health pot here, and miraculously, the rest of the lobby seems a little preoccupied with XXY, and Alliance Jin, after taking that huge jump on the mech, is not only going to find the full reset, but starting to find some success in terms of damage, turning around onto XXY. XXY going to be forced to burn their ultimate as well, and they're trying to not become a target. They want to do exactly what Alliance's Jin just did, and Jin, now the one who ends up being the target. XXY going to be forced to take the armor stance here, gets a shot off, but unfortunately does not find the time to get a reset in terms of pots here. Goes extremely low. There's a ton of players here. We're going to see them go to the backside here, just the tiniest bit of area, but unfortunately it looks like they were taking zone tick the whole time they were standing there, so they're forced to burn through the health pots. We see Shen Yuan get forced into the zone by AW's Mike. AW's Mike gonna eliminate Shen Yuan from the lobby here, but I am surprised that XXY still breathing after that encounter. Jin bought him a little bit of time, and then he went airborne, came back down, was super low, and unfortunately he just was able to find the backside of that building, find the reset, while the rest of the lobby started to get distracted by, I do believe, J-Team's Action, who now finds himself quite low here. And this is what we talk about all the time, the sharking that takes place in these lobbies. As soon as a lobby realizes a player is low, that player loses the ground that they've been able to take for themselves. The rest of the lobby smells the blood in the water, and they descend like sharks looking to feast. XXY, there's no place for them to go right here. The cannon shots ringing through on both sides, the bow shots coming through as well, the fire tick we see coming through as well. XXY knows it's over. They turn on to KLA's Fang, hoping to try to pick up at least one elimination before the end, but it's not going to be enough as AOW's Mike is able to flip the script on him. JJH's Rain also going to pick up the elimination onto J-Team's Action with the bow. We're down to your top 4 players, ladies and gentlemen. AOW's Mike versus the likes of Ego, Fang, and I do believe the last remaining player over there is Rain, who's going to come out on top at the moment. AOW's Mike with 5 eliminations under their belt. We talk about this pretty often. You were talking about it earlier, Raven, with how few kills really are happening here in terms of players in the Pro League. 5 kills typically being the average for the most kills in a lobby. So AOW's Mike really doesn't need to take any of these fights right now, as he already has 5 eliminations under his belt. He just wants to take those as high as he can. Even if he can't pick up another elimination, he just wants to get as much placement points as he can at this point.
Yeah, Mike is looking to survive here, get that fatty multiplier as far as placement points, but he's going to get pushed out by the plague of zippings everywhere. Ego, Fong, trying to survive, get that last win for the maximum amount of placement points. Matari not going to win the heal off. He needs to make something happen. But Ego is playing the edge of the zone perfectly. Fong ends up getting parried and pushed in the zone. But Rain is able to get a huge sap and heal a lot of his hit points. Fong now popping ult. It's coming down to that last hit situation. Ego trying to get as much damage onto Fong as possible. But Fong is able to pick up the bloom and get a massive heal while his ult is up and takes the win. Good job, Fong. This is what I mean by Fong is he's just solid. He's always solid like Wang Lang.
This is a new strategy I think I see coming out a lot of these pro players. They're not looking to pop off during these zipping games. These zipping games have started to just become consistency games for them. Whereas like as long as you can play, you know, zipping for a single game, it's one less hero you have to worry about as long as you can put some consistency points up on the board. Yes, a 6.6 isn't a huge game for Fang considering that he takes first place here. Or sorry, I think it'll be a 5.6. I think it's 4 points for first place in solos. Isn't a huge game in terms of points, but it's a huge game in terms of consistency. It's one game where you can come in, you can play zipping and go, okay, cool. If I'm going to have a semi-bad game, at least I put points up on the board. I can get this hero out from underneath of me. It meets one of my hero requirements because in solos, we have to play a different hero every single game. We can only play the same hero twice a single time. Let's get the zipping game over with. Let's just put points on the board. I don't have to go out and hunt kills. It doesn't have to be a good game because as long as the rest of my games are consistent and I have that one pop-off game, that's all I need to put myself in that top 5 player range.
Yeah, exactly. Fong, his strategy, and just like a lot of players, when you start these tournaments, it's 6 games. So a lot of these players, you're coming into these games cold. So Fong chooses to a very defensive character where if he doesn't have a great game, that's fine because zipping is able to get out of a ton of really, really sticky situations. Same as Matari, same as Faria. So if you're not firing on all cylinders, you're not having the best mechanical game, these characters are going to cover these flaws so that when you warm up, when you start heating up in the championship rounds, round 3, round 4, clutching up for round 5 and 6, now you can bring out your very, very mechanically heavy characters like Tarka, Takeda, Valda, all these characters that don't have a ton of defensive capabilities and don't have this second life. But what they do have is crazy offense where if they hit you once, you can just die for it. And when you see that opportunity and you're in that flow state, you're going to be able to capitalize and take every single advantage later on. And what you're seeing is just a ton of really, really, really beautiful NARAKA evolving as the league goes on longer and longer and longer. You love to see it, Runekeeper.
Oh yeah, you absolutely do. As we take a look at the scoreboards for game number 1 here, it's going to be Jail's Ego in the top with 4 eliminations, and a second place finish is going to buy him enough multiplier to get a 9.4 game score. AOW's Mike, even though he goes out in 4th place, is able to take 2nd place overall with a 9-point game score because of the 5 eliminations under his belt. J-Team's Action, who goes out even earlier than that, I do believe goes out in 5th place, has 3 eliminations, and because of that multiplier, will be walking away with a 5.7 game score. And Fang, again, who was our winner of game number 1, comes out in 1st place. The 4 ranking points gonna buy him a lot of space as he only gets 1.6 from the kill points. JDG's Chu Zhang here. This fight with WBG Spider, such a clean fight. This is something we talked about with his nunchucks as well. The tech chase on those nunchucks, being able to left click into the tap dodge right click, it just, you can chase down so many players. Doesn't even really matter if they're trying to run away on dagger, and that's why we see those nunchucks being so popular here. This was so clean for Mike as well, where he's able to just come topside here, go down into the jump parry, just cleans up onto T225. WBG Spider here also has a really clean kill onto JDG's Chu Zhang here, but unfortunately gets cleaned up up immediately after that. AOW's Mike here again, finding multiple eliminations in this final zone here of these players who are sort of going low. And you talked about that earlier in the day, Mike kind of having that really good playstyle where he's able to come in for those third parties and just kind of snipe these kills away from other players. He knows where to be in position. He knows the amount of damage that he can do, and he knows when, hey, this next thing that I'm going to do is exactly enough to pick up the elimination, and you see that patience in him. He'll slide in and wait to make things happen. But we're going to see for our first time here, Ego picking up his first MVP of the spring season as he picks up 4 eliminations, 11,000, almost 12,000 damage. 5,000 of that damage coming through from the staff. We talked about that as well. Staff kind of being one of those weapons a little more favored into being able to deal with the Dagger Raven.
Yeah, Ego running the strategy versus the veterans, playing that defensive strategy, not really having to have the craziest mechanics. You can play zipping, you can play third-party situations, able to just shark around, finding weakness, letting other people do the heavy lifting, and finding his way to the top. Getting MVP on the zipping is just goes to show you that anyone can win. All of these players are super skilled, and it's not just Mike and Spider dominating the lobby. Even those players have weaknesses where if they overextend, they can get picked off by anyone in the lobby. And that's what you saw Spider overextending near the money spot on Decina, dominating Chuzan, but then immediately getting third party. Same thing, Mike, on the other hand, one of the only strong duelers surviving the endgame. What you saw from Mike, he did say when he joined the league that his spacing and his rhythm was off. He felt like from playing ranked so much where he was able to just roll all these different casual players, his rhythm was very different than what it's like to play in the pro league. And now he's showing a lot more respect to these other top players, not ever becoming the focus, but when he sees opportunity, he seizes it. He uses his mechanics over all these other players. His crazy blink out of line of sight parry, winning him that Yang fight, it was super spicy. That's one of the things that Nunchucks has over every other weapon, is unlike other weapons, when you get a parry, you get the full damage. It is a full one-shot. It's not a 2-hit combo, it's just a full one-shot. So playing against Dagger, when you get that parry, it takes away almost half of your complete health. That's why you see Nunchucks use way more than a lot of other weapons off spawn, just because when you get that parry, you actually get rewarded off of it, unlike the other weapons.
Yeah, it's such a huge follow-up. Like you were saying, there's a lot of weapons, like especially like the greatsword as well. Like you get the riposte, and it's technically a one hit, but to get that full damage, you need to have that perfect timing where you're able to animation cancel it with the jump into the right click, and it leaves you pretty vulnerable to other players. And in solos, you don't want to leave yourself vulnerable ever. And you were talking about Mike, his positional, and how well he's able to read these sort of situations where he doesn't make himself the target, but he's able to slide in and capitalize on the work that other players have put in. We see him do that twice in the very end circle. We see Ego knock Shen Yuan into the edge of the circle, and it's like AOW's Mike comes out of nowhere. He just slides in and he patiently holds the slash until Shen Yuan's within kill range. He lets the rest of the lobby put in the work. He has the patience and the position. He puts himself there and then patiently waits for the rest of the lobby to put in the work so that he can clean up the elimination, and then he slides out like he was never there. We see him do it again later onto J-Team's Action, who gets caught out in a bit of a sticky situation, and he just slides up, and you see him hold that blue. He knows he's not going to be parried on that blue because all attention is on J-Team's Action. Nobody's looking at him, and he just waits till Action's within kill range, lets the vertical blue go on the longsword slash, and of course with that legendary longsword, he knows exactly how much damage he's gonna do. He knows when somebody's in that kill range. As soon as he connects, he can immediately start to step away before the body even touches the ground because he knows he's already picked up the elimination. He could know that with his eyes closed at that point, and that's where AOW's Mike has really been excelling lately, is in that patience and that positional.
Another thing to note from Mike's stellar play is that most people think when you're playing NARAKA, they only think about character countering. So Mike was using longsword in that endgame, and one of the benefits of using longsword is when you do your focus attacks, it goes pretty much as far as the range attack, and if you get parried at max range, it doesn't drop your weapon, and a lot of the time, sometimes you don't even get hit by the 2-hit from someone's parry punish. So Mike being very, very innovative here, using that longsword, not only for its rarity, but probably for its range on Mortari, that it's the perfect like hit and run weapon. Out of all the weapons that you can possibly use, it is one of the best mobilities next to Dagger, using that LNB to skirt around with its huge lunging animation, and using that long beam to keep everyone at bay. Also, because of Longsword's buff, like most people don't realize is this, but Longsword hits as hard as Greatsword when you 2-charge it. For most of Naraka's existence, Longsword only had a 1 charge. Now you can actually double hold Longsword, and when you actually know it's very safe, like you were saying, to release your focus attack, you are super rewarded for it. And in these endgames where everyone has these huge health pools from scaling up, having a ginormous, really safe focus attack is invaluable. Mike is actually showing probably where the meta is going to head during these endgames, where you have these hit and run strategies where you're able to space out, kind of keep everyone at bay, be like, hey, are you cool? We cool. Like, look over there, and you're just holding blue over and over, and it's like, hey, are you trying to parry me? Hey, let's get this guy over here. Let's just bet it all on blue on this guy over here, and kind of just reposition, not be monkey in the middle, be on the outside, and throw these longsword beams from max range. It's really cool that he's doing this.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you know, this is something we've started to see in trios as well, that's making its way over to solos, is these players not only holding their ultimates, because obviously you don't want to expend your ultimate until you absolutely have to, but players even finding themselves in really detrimental situations where they're super low. Like, we caught Mike being super low, and instead of ulting, he decides to just go airborne and try to stay airborne, because as soon as you pop that ultimate, you actually make yourself a target in these final circles. And these players know that as soon as you're a target in a final circle like that, nobody's taking their attention off you. It is do or die at that point. So the longer you can keep yourself out of the limelight, the longer you're going to stay alive. The longer you stay alive, the more points you make, the more opportunities you have to slide in and pick up eliminations as other players find themselves being the target of the lobby. But we're going to take a look here at some of the hero selections coming through. Very interesting to see. We're going to see J-Team's action bringing Valda in. Valda slowly making her way into the competitive meta here. A lot of people have a lot of things to say about that, even myself included. In the past, we've seen a couple players almost kind of gag pick Valda in, and I've given a lot of players grief for taking that F1 Valda. A very good ability for extending into sort of these touch of deaths on Valda, but what we've seen is, to their detriment, many players trying to throw it down like it's a Yodohime F3 and buy themselves space to pop pots. But in this pro league, it just doesn't fly. Everybody knows that when you're in that bubble, you're just completely vulnerable to range shots, unlike the Yodohime F3. And these players can hot swap to a weapon in under half a second, and immediately you're going to find yourself deleted. And, you know, you go from a bad situation to a worse because you were trying to get a pot off while you're in the bubble, and all of a sudden you know 3 or 4 bow shots ring out, 2 of them connect, and now you're in a worse situation than you were before. So we've seen some Valdas start to come in and utilize that F3 and stop trying to use the bubbles as protection, except for when they find themselves locked down in a gold focus and need to escape, and then are able to follow up onto some damage. It looks like we take a look at where these players are going to land as well. We're going to see quite a few players hot dropping straight into Plumed Castle, a lot of players off to the east of Plumed Castle as well, and these are the typical players I like to watch because they kind of set the tempo as we see these major fights break out in these high loot areas like Plumed Castle. It's the players who spawn nearby who are able to freely go and pick up as much loot as they want, and then find themselves these massive third-party, fourth-party opportunities onto these sort of fiestas that take place in these highly contested spawn areas, Raven.
Yeah, and what you're seeing here, the the platform, or grief platform, as I like to say. There's 2 ballistas around here, and it's very, very scary taking an off-spawn fight there, because if you're not on there, a lot of the time you just get an explosion to the back. But here, Fong actually picking up the Fireflies here, able to pop ult off-spawn, and this is where Takeda is really, really strong. You're seeing Wang Lang also running the same strategy, and unfortunately, Exen getting absolutely bodied by Fong. The double Takeda duo taking him down. He was trying to compete for these Fireflies, but Takeda is just way stronger than Valda when it comes to having that ult matchup. And now Wang Lang gonna get thrown down by the F3. Fong trying to secure this kill, but this pillar right here is extremely good for kiting. Fong able to possibly break some angles, create some space to get away from Fong's pressure. Wang Lang changing levels, going up, going down, trying to break the sound cue to get away from Fong. Fong's already going the wrong direction, but able to pick up where Wang Lang is trying to sneak away to. Wang Lang now retreating into the town, but using the buttery rocks. Oh, the rocks getting stuck in a bunch of animations, not able to get away. Fong has him at the ropes, and Wang Lang trying to push him off for a little bit of space, but on Clink, he gets taken down, and Fong winning his off-spawn situation with 2 skills. Now, Spider actually picking Matari. Normally in the spawn on Holorath, he was one of the first players to pick Yodo. Now going against Shenyuan on the Yodo. Now Yodo not having a good matchup versus Matari, and you're seeing it go down. That F3 getting nerfed, not having a ton of time to heal, and now the staff, one of the best weapons to chase him down, and Spider able to pick up the kill on Shenyuan, tossing him back to the lobby, and with Yodo not being able to scale, that value of that pick is going to be going down. Now we're back at the grief platform. Anyone can show up and pick up a Ballista kill. They're both at 1 HP, but Kai Bao's able to pick up his health with a armor pod. He greedily commits to it and is taken down by Ego's. Ghost getting staggered repeatedly, and now Ego's prize for all of this, checking that coveted chest to pick up some gold weapons, leading into endgame, having a gold weapon on Takeda. Getting shoves with that Ghost is going to give you chunky focus attacks. Now we're going to Metab. You would think that playing in Metab, you would have a ton of mobility options, but because of these really flat walls and all of these little areas, you actually get caught on everything here. And this is something about Holorath that's very different from Morris. Even though the map feels very big, what you end up seeing is a lot less people getting to endgame, just because a lot of the places that you end up trying to run away from, you're not able to get away from your opponent. It's really easy to track people down on Holorath, and that's why you see these very defensive characters like Yodo and Matari coming out. They're trying to get to endgame. They're trying to use the terrain to their advantage to try to get at least bare minimum some placement points. And this at Plume Castle, this is the home of the runners. Anyone who has good mechanics as far as running, this is their home. You're seeing Matari's shaking and baking all around all these different corners, using her blink to get second lives. But this is one of the interesting matchups after this season with Matari's change. Takeda versus Matari, where do you think that falls, and who do you think is favored in that matchup, Runekeeper?
I mean, realistically, I think that Takeda is going to be favored in that matchup, right? One of the few characters that, as long as he's already popped his ult into the fight, that is actually able to sort of escape the follow-up Matari backstab, because Matari will be able to teleport onto him and get the backstab in, but then the ability to extend the combo sort of stripped away from you, as Takeda's just able to press the F in your general direction, and it makes those teleports lose so much value for Matari. But it really does come down to whether or not Takeda has already popped that ultimate. It's very similar to the Viper matchup in that aspect, right? If you're on Takeda and you find yourself getting stunned out by Viper and you've already got the ultimate popped, you're pretty safe, because any follow-up that's going to come onto you while you're stunned, you're actually still able to throw that ultimate out and shove people away from you and buy yourself that space. So it sort of shuts down the Viper ultimate, very similar case, in my opinion, with Matari as well, is Matari is really looking to play aggressively, especially into early to mid game, right? Matari is that hero that, yes, wants to survive to late game, but you can really excel as a Matari player, and most of the MVPs we've ever seen of Matari are people who go out aggressively in the early game and the early mid game and take fights and use that sort of double teleport, right? Where you're able to grab those backstabs, extend combos, and just lock one person down. She excels at doing that. She excels at being able to keep players from kind of kiting you around into the potential third parties. And Matari also very, very great as soon as she's able to finish up a fight. If she's able to do it without the threat of a third party because she does it so fast, she can just go find a place to hang out till the ultimate comes back up and then find herself into the late game with 3 or 4 kills under her belt. And then she's just sitting really pretty. Very similar to what we saw Mike do last game, right? Mike comes in for a lot of third parties, cleans up these eliminations, and then just backs out, goes away from the fight. And once he gets to that mid to late game, we see Mike start fighting a whole lot less because he's just now trying to make the most of the points that he's already accrued for himself. Speaking of points being accrued for himself, we're going to see Mike immediately go for the Realm of Yang. J-Team's Action and Wolves Kaibao going to miss the opportunity to go in, and Kaibao literally just getting blitzed around here by Action as Action catches multiple free initiations off the Blues into this fight here. Is going to continue to pressure on to Wolves. Wolves looking for the opportunity to catch that charge left click on the dagger, try to take control of the fight, but struggling with their mechanics into the katana here. There we go. We're going to see that backstab. The terrain actually going to cuck Wolves Kaibao just a little bit here as he's not able to get the follow-up that he was looking for because the terrain kind of goofed his footing up. He will be able to find a reset here as J-Team's Action misses the ultimate, though he does not find the secondary backstab he was looking for here, as it looks like his ult runs out just before he's able to get in and pop that off. But with the full reset here, Wolves Kaibao might find himself in the winning situation. Off the back of the parry onto Action. Action able to cancel out of it, though, using that F3 beautifully here on the Volta to get away from the repercussions from the dagger, keeping themselves alive. They're going to see that katana strike come out, actually connects it onto Wolves Kaibao. Going to be the vertical charge there from Action and just barely catching the head on Wolves Kaibao. AOW Mike, here we go. We just talked about this. This is exactly what Mike does. He finds these beautiful third-party, fourth-party opportunities, slides in, picks up the elimination, takes all of your hard work and turns around himself, able to, even after stepping into the bubble, find the parry back onto J-Team's Action and is going to pick up double eliminations. What a huge play coming out from AOW's Mike.
Mike, one of my favorite players to study. Unlike most players in Pro League, the average parry for most of these solo players is actually less than 1. There's only 3 or 4 players who have an average of 1 parry a game, and it's because these players are so tricky with their attacks that it's very rare for you actually to predict when they're going to throw a focus attack. Now, Mike, one of the best duelers in the game, actually takes a line that most players are not really doing. Mike is always ready to deny the one-charge focus attack just because most players want to play safe, want to just hold blue in front of your face, armor all potential lights. And so naturally the first thought is like, all right, well, I can just run up and hit you for the first interaction. I can just come up, focus attack you. But Mike completely denies that line, where most of the players are looking for that focus attack, while Mike bets it all on red. Every single fight you're seeing him run up, get these ginormous parries on these players, and as he's picking down 225, this is why I think Yodo is not really good in the meta right now. She just cannot survive with zipping, Faria, all these characters that can push her out of her F3. He does have the buff, though. Did it run out, though? He ends up getting tagged by Wang Lang. Everyone is jumping into this absolute dog pile. Wang Lang gets out of there. Just explosions going around all around him, able to push Spider off of him. Spider trying to cast his web to pick up some kills. Everyone rotating around this giant wall, this wall of death. Fong getting stuck on all these little cliff parts, and Wang Lang able to break contact from everyone. Now Mike has a minute and 20 seconds on this buff. He's willing to push the envelope. He doesn't care. He's throwing out longsword beams, that gold longsword, doing a ton of work. He's not even bothering trying to stop and heal. He's just looking for the last hit. Now, as his buff starts wearing down, 1 minute left, he can get... This is where a less experienced player may tunnel vision and not realize that his buff is running out. As I said, this Fong, now, with the enough space, ends up salvaging purple armor. He did have blue armor before. Now, most people, when they see these engagements, they're looking for the kill. But a win in these pro players' books is also making sure to alpha a body and get all of the loot off of this. Now, in Immortal War, you don't get as much loot, so every body is super valuable. Getting those refreshes, getting those soul blooms to get back your ultimate and get the heals necessary to transition from mid-game to end game. Mike has 11 seconds on this buff. He wants to die here. Will Ego have the presence of mind to not kill him? Mike is really pushing it. He's threading the needle. If he doesn't die here, he may end up dying and being sent to the lobby. Oh, with 5 seconds left, he manages to tactically get his respawn. Really smart play by Mike.
Yeah, this was huge by AOW's, Mike. 14 seconds left on that. Ego had to make the decision whether he was going to pick up the elimination or not. As soon as the second player shows up, Mike finds himself in a really secure situation to try to go ahead and just use that buff, get himself dead. We see him tap dodging into attacks even. He knows that, yes, he has the ultimate, and that's going to buy him a little bit of safety, but what's more safe than that is being able to just maneuver across the map and entirely respawn somewhere else for free. He went through the trouble of getting that buff. He might as well use that buff, and that's what we see him do there. I love it because as soon as the second party comes in, he knows that the other player there has no choice but to try to secure the kill from away from him, or he's just giving up free points at that point. Mike just keeps forcing himself in his face, finally says, all right, fine, I'll kill you, Mike. Go ahead, take your little respawn. I'll take the points. Mike played that very well. Huge presence of mind. And again, Mike, like you said, we're watching the replay of his Realm of Yang there, and bets it all on red all the time. We see him jump parry so often as a player. Such a huge part of his toolkit. And this is something you and me were talking about during the break, the different types of parries, and why we see so many jump parries versus crouch parries or other sorts of parries inside the Nbpl is the larger hitbox that jump parry actually provides, because when you're jumping, the hitbox from the parry actually extends below your player model. So when you're jumping, that extended area is visible because it's outside of the ground, buying you even more safety in being able to connect those parries. And that's why we see so many players trying to utilize those here in the Nbpl. Shen Yuan here engaged in a fight with with JL's Ego, and Ego trying to use that ultimate to buy himself some space here, but Shen Yuan playing this very smart. He's keeping the pressure onto Ego without ever putting himself in a situation where he has to eat that ultimate and then the follow-up. See, he's going to eat the ultimate, but he's not close enough for Ego to follow up, so Ego doesn't get any sort of advantage out of it except time. And now that Shen Yuan realizes Ego doesn't have the ultimate, he can just come in full commit to this. He sees the opportunity to go for the grapple extension, will take it, goes into the F3. Ego forced to use the F just to get out of it, and Shen Yuan still has ultimate here. If he can continue to keep the pressure onto Ego, Ego is going to find himself eating at least one of these slashes from the Yoda ultimate, and Shen Yuan, though, has stripped so much damage and armor off of Ego, he's trying not to force the usage of the ultimate. He's looking for a good opportunity just to clean up this elimination and keep the ultimate in case of third parties coming through. But he's let Ego get 2 full resets now, and Shen Yuan has got to know that Ego's ultimate is starting to build up, and the longer he commits to this fight without picking up the elimination, the greater the threat of that third party is going to come in. So the question for Shen Yuan is do I go ahead and burn the ultimate, or have I committed to this fight for too long that if I burn it now, I'm just going to find myself dying to third party? And Shen Yuan still just has the blinders on, continues to commit to this fight, and like we said, the potential third party waiting in the wings. Alliance's Jin nearby. If Jin has seen either of these two players, he's just going to be waiting for one of them to get low before he pressures into it. Shen Yuan in the F3 there, trying to buy a little bit of space for themselves. as Ego uses their own F to grief them out of the F3, keeps them from getting the pot, keeps them from getting a reset. And here we go, T225 going to come in. Here's the third party. This is the danger of holding that ultimate, in trying to bait out the, kill without using that resource, trying to protect yourself from the third party. The longer you make that fight take because you're unwilling to spend that resource, unwilling to spend that ability, the bigger the risk of third party is. And Shen Yuan basically just almost forced completely out of this fight now because the third parties come through. He's committed almost 2 full minutes of this game to this hunt onto Ego, and he hasn't been able to find any sort of positive ground into the fight whatsoever, Raven.
Yeah, it's very, very insightful of just how Shen Yuan misplayed that whole situation. He had Ego against the ropes, and this is something that I talked to Tryhard about why are people even playing Yodo, and even with Takeda's ult down and that pressure, and with the ult advantage, Shen Yuan still was super hesitant, and it's just that value off Yodo ult and the threat of Takeda F3 that whole time while he was chasing Ego. He's just waiting, trying to goad out that F3, because when Takeda uses that grab of his, he's not able to interrupt Yodo's strength. Yodo's strength is to be able to reset or use her F3 in an offensive situation, putting it down, creating tons of pressure by the spinning F3, creating a ton of opportunity to land a focus attack, to go for very, very risky parries. That F3 guards you from everything, but if Takeda has his F3 up, you cannot go for that play. A lot of your kit is just denied. But where Yodo really, really shines, and this is something that 225 has made work, is if Yodo gets to endgame. Wang Lang was the pioneer of that strategy. He was the GOAT of Yodo endgame, getting tons of kills, using that ult to get the last hit. But now Fong in one of the worst positions for Takeda, the multi-way fight. But the good thing about Takeda in these big fights over Tarka and every other bursting character is he's able to maintain his ult. When he cancels his ult, he keeps a ton of that energy for another fight. So even though he pops ult there to stay alive, to kind of shove everyone back and be like, hey, this is not a free kill. If you come after me, I'm willing to all in you. He's able to cancel it later, bluffing the all-in actually, and now as you're seeing, he's at 91% ult. He's about to have his ult back up. He's about to be super safe, and he gets this just free button that just gets everyone off him. When no one wants to be the one receiving the ghost from a dagger Fong. Look with the Matari circling around Mike, always lurking with that gold longsword. I'm really liking that Mike is using all the different weapons to their best capabilities. A lot of the time people get stuck in the meta and they feel like it's very stale, but it's because they're not innovating. You're seeing, for even on the biggest stage, Mike, all these top players using multiple weapons depending on the situation. Now you're seeing him with the dagger, the tried and true meta, but this is just something that he's using for now. But when you go into Yang 225, having that staff out versus Fong's dagger, Takeda, staff being one of the best matchups you can possibly get versus dagger. That weapon swap off staff is just so powerful. You grab that staff, you get that stagger, and you send them flying into a pole sword. He's looking for it this whole time, able to get that one charge, way better than Spear, and he's able to launch him and get the huge combo. Just a massive amount of damage, and Fong, on his strong dueling character, gets taken down by something you can do on every single character. It's just amazing what these players are able to do, RuneKeeper.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I mean, this has been a little addition to the meta coming into the spring split here for the new NBPL season, is we've seen that weapon swap start to come through, and it's kind of interesting, right? This was something that was actually pioneered in the NA meta a long time ago. We saw weapon swaps into these big pole sword greatswords to just do massive tons of damage once you're able to land the hit confirm with something much smaller like the staff or the dagger, right? Now we see it coming into the CN meta just because you're able to secure so much guaranteed damage with a very well-timed hot swap. And for players like this, right, whose mechanics are so strong, it's very, very easy to make sure you don't mess that up, right? If you're sort of a casual player or somebody who has weaker mechanics, that hot swap might trip you up into the middle of a combo. But for players like this, it's not something you're going to see them, you know, dropping, right? They might occasionally drop something like a Tarka Infinite, but a hot swap into another weapon, no, you're never going to see them mistime that and not have that sort of core mechanic come through. Speaking of mechanics here, we're actually going to see AOW's Mike going head-to-head here with WBG Spider, two of these sort of all-or-nothing players, as I like to call Spider. AOW's Mike, the original player, sort of pioneering that play style. And, you know, I talk about this all the time with Spider. Spider, when he came into the second season of NBPL last year, one of the reasons he was so dominant was he was able to force the rest of the lobby to play at his tempo, to play at this sort of do or die kind of play style where he's just going to continue to stick to you like hot glue and continue to pressure you and force you to either win the fight or die. Since then, so many of these players have been able to adapt to that very similar playstyle. AOW's Mike coming back has kind of slowed Spider's momentum down pretty drastically because he was one of the players before he took his 6-month hiatus that was just able to keep that level of pressure going in a lobby. And now that the lobbies have adjusted to that play style coming out from Spider, and then of course Mike coming back, who also one of the pioneers of that play style, it kind of has slowed that strategy down significantly for both of these players as they see them take this more defensive play style because the lobby doesn't care about playing at that tempo anymore. They've just gotten so used to it, and it comes back to that micro meta we talk about seeing all the time, right? These players play so many games against each other. When they're not here playing in the NBPL, they're scrimming against each other, right? Or they're going and playing in ranked, and they're going to be running into each other in ranked. So these little microcosms sort of appear in terms of that sort of tempo, and these players figure out how to play against things, and that's why we see these metas shift from week to week, is because they're constantly in a vacuum playing against one another, so they have to come up with the next thing. And you'll see that come through a lot for these players. The players that are sort of pioneering that next new thing are the ones that typically end up doing well during the week, and we're seeing that right now with AOW's Mike, right? This sort of hit and run play style that he has, where he's just like, okay, early to mid game, I'm going to look for these third to fourth party opportunities, or I'm just going to look to hyper commit to a fight, pick up an elimination, and then back off and rest for a long while till I have the ultimate, so that I can safely either go commit to another fight or slip into another fight and pick up that elimination and get out. And because Mike seems to be towards the top of the order of pioneering that sort of play style right now, we see him starting to excel and climb to the top of the leaderboard. And I mean, if you look at it right now, he's sitting with a 56.4 over J-Team's Action, who's got a 51.3. And I mean, again, it's whoever's coming in and pioneering the next new thing that typically starts to do well in these metas, Raven.
Yeah, exactly. Looking at this, what I was saying earlier, that Holoroth is this huge map, and traditionally the meta was, let's play zipping, let's just get away, it's a lot of flat areas, use the shield to like deny, grapple, stagger. It feels really, really fluid on zipping to get around. But now what you're seeing is this Yodo meta going into these end games, and what's something that's interesting on this map is all of these buttery rocks. This type of terrain is super prevalent all around Holoroth, and a character that is able to hold these little ledges is actually Yodo. And because Yodo ult is so good, when the circle finally closes, it heals you a little bit, it does a ton of damage. All you have to do is find a piece of real estate in this endgame and just hold the line. You're just trying to hold the line, not trying to take a chunky bow shot to the back of the head, not trying to eat a big parry. You're just trying to armor through all these really, really cheeky flanks that you're seeing, these Mataris and Zippings trying to probe for weakness. And I see 225 coming out on top here if no one pressures him. Anytime you see a Yoda in these end games, you see a ton of really, really good options, target selection from these Chinese players. it's something they have really disciplined down, because you want to take out your biggest competition. You want to get the most points. You want to slow down Mike. You want to slow down 225. And what you're seeing here is a lot of players are challenging the throne. They realize that these top players, they're mortal. They bleed just like the rest of us. And as long as you flank them, they don't have eyes on the back of their head. And it might look like it with Mike landing crazy jump parries, with Spider just having this impenetrable wall of neutral in front of you, but all of them bleed. And with 225 finding his position, the lobby is realizing, wait a second, Yodo is alive. We got to get him out of here. We got to start. You're seeing cannon shots being peppered on the 225. All of the range attack. Ooh, but 225 finding a sliver of a home to camp inside of. This is something I saw Demo do on his debut. He found a sliver where no one else could challenge him on Tarka, but cannons end up poking through the wall. 225's tricky position might not pan out for him. Jin with the flame breath cannon absolutely griefing his game. It was looking so good, so smart and big brain by 225, but he ends up getting outplayed by Jin's choice of carrying a cannon into endgame. Now we're seeing Spider knowing that 225 had that gold armor. He's wondering if he can sneak in there and pick up that gold armor, pick up that bloom. Unfortunately, Jin denying that play, knowing that if Spider gets this advantage, he will have a worse chance of solidifying this game. Now, this is something, the old Matari meta, where you can blink into the sky and constantly stall using grapples over and over and over, denying the focus fire. Mike finding a nice little platform, staying safe, but this flame breath ends up being the decider in these end games. It just keeps chipping away at your health. It does so much damage. That flame breath is one of those meta jades that is slept on. With Mike finally going to the dead center, holding the center, not waiting for this heal off, taking it to the rest of everyone, poking everyone down, trying to chip their health down so he has the white health advantage going into this end game. He pops his heal off a little bit early, making sure he's topped off, but Spider staying at the top, trying to stay in zone for as long as possible. But that flame breath is chipping everyone down. Mike throwing out the blues, betting it all on blue, trying to survive, getting the last hits, but ends up getting heft by Jin. Jin using his jades to his pure advantage, ended up taking the win over everyone. A rare win from Matari versus all the zippings, and Yodo being the lobby. Really well played by Jin.
Oh man, what a great final circle here. You talked about the target acquisition. Of course, Mike going to be walking away the MVP here. He had so many eliminations going to this final circle. I don't think there was any question of it. And then he's just able to pick up more. You talk about the flame breath too. You talk about it's a kind of sort of slept on soul jade. In these sort of final circles, flame breath is so big. If you notice, he takes the risk point blank to hot swap to the cannon in the face of every other player left in this lobby, so he can get one good cannon shot off onto all of them. That flame tick, every single time the tick comes through, it puts him as the last player who's done damage. So if somebody gets forced into the zone by another player, and then the flame tick ticks before the zone tick ticks in and kills them, it's not the player who forces them in the zone who actually picks up the elimination. It's AOW's Mike who will get the elimination. Those ticks making sure that you're almost always the final source of damage onto a player before the kill comes through from the zone tick in the very end is why that soul jade is so good in a final circle like this, because you can find yourself securing multiple eliminations, and we see that happen. AOW's Mike gets 2 eliminations there, one of which he doesn't touch after the cannon goes through. He's forced into a situation where he ends up getting himself eliminated because of that cannon tick, but he doesn't really care because he picks up 2 more eliminations because of it, even though other players are putting in the work, and he already had enough eliminations coming into that point where the multiplier was just going to be huge for him, being one of the last 6 players left alive. AOW Mike plays that very smart. We see Jin also coming in with the cannon, able to just grief T225. Almost every time we see a player take that sort of sliver that we see T225 take, they get punished for it. It's like they forget in their brain that, oh hey, there's weapons that are capable of actually damaging me through these walls. They're like, all they're thinking about, they've got their blinders on. They're like, we've got safety. I can pot up here, people can't shoot me. Oh wait, I forgot. Explosions are a thing. They can absolutely peg me down through the wall, and they get to track your health bar too. That's another thing. It's not like they're just pelting the wall at random. As soon as they get that first tick of damage on you, they know where you are behind that wall. They can just continue to track you, and as long as they find another tick of damage on you in the next 10 seconds, they just get to keep you infinitely pinned down, and that's what we watch happen to T225. Like you said, Spider also wanting to try to sort of capitalize on that if he can, but he's not able to get in and get the armor, and he knows that if he puts himself in that box, he's never getting out of it. So WBG Spider making a good call there. But yeah, look at this. AOW's Mike goes from 4 eliminations to 6. He does indeed pick up 2 eliminations off the back of the Flame Breath on that cannon. He finishes out in 3rd place here, is able to get a game score of 11. Alliance's Jin and T225 going to be following shortly behind at a 10.4 for Alliance's Jin, but T225, even though he has 4 eliminations, unfortunately doesn't get the kill multiplier he's looking for, because he does get eliminated in that cheeky little room he found himself in. So he goes out with a game score of 6.6, and this is going to skyrocket Mike all the way to the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, 225 had really dropped the ball. He had the opportunity and character set up perfectly for this endgame. And something that I always hear every day, when you take the 225's line, that is not very oogly, meaning you want to be with the crowd. There is safety in numbers, and when you're out there showing your presence, he had gold armor, he had Yodo, he had great jades. He could have easily muscled the rest of the lobby and fought them off if they tried to focus fire him. And if anything, he could have got value off his ult. He ends up dying for free, while Chinese players say bye gay, just not ulting at all, just stuck in the corner. The worst way to die, the shameful ratting in a corner with gold armor. You just hate to see that, and it's just not oogly. If he was out there, I guarantee if he was out there and Jin started canning him, all he had to do was be like, hey, you're all in me? I got more chips than you. We're gonna all in you. You just jump on his forehead and you just start releasing the blues, just flying through the skies, releasing every blue attack, and you get parried, no problem, F3. You gonna lobby me now? No problem, ult, and we keep that armor high, and we get a little bit of heals from doing that. Next time, that player may think twice about, hey, you're gonna try to get me lobbied? I remember last time, that guy, he got oogly on me. He just jumped on me and he just let it all go. He bet it all blue on me. And I was like, what's going on here? I don't want to hit that guy next time. I'm gonna stay away from that guy. That guy's like Mike. He's just crazy. He's just out there going crazy if you even remotely look at him. And what you're seeing in a lot of these lobbies is like, there is almost like a reverence when it comes to Mike and Spider. And you're seeing some of these newcomers who are actually having a ton of success not having that reverence. They want to dethrone them. I mean, you're seeing GBL Sin renaming to Fong, which literally means top of the mountain. He opened up this season and was like, nah, you guys aren't at the top. I'm at the top. Get on the bottom of my mountain. I am the GOAT. Even though I haven't won the Worlds yet, I will be winning this Nbpl now and next Worlds. And that's the type of confidence you need to take in these lobbies if you want to see success. All these guys are extremely competitive and extremely skilled, but it's these small margins that make the difference between being great and good.
Oh yeah, I mean, absolutely. At the end of the day, it really comes down to the overall decision making for a lot of these players. And like you said, these players that are kind of afraid to take these engagements with people like WBG Spider or AOW's Mike actually continue to find themselves falling lower and lower on the leaderboard. Yes, you need to respect every player in the lobby. You need to treat every player as a threat. But if you come in trying to make all of your decision making around not wanting to fight some of these top players, you just find yourself falling completely behind. But we've got a short video for you guys before we come back and lock in for game number 3. So stick around because we're going to be right back.
Guess who's getting new gear? Joke's on you. It's me. Like Kurumi needs a new outfit.
always call it tempo. We're going to lead the tempo.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we take a look at the overall scoreboard here. We see EWG's Juron all the way at the bottom, unfortunately not competing today, so no opportunity to put points on the board. Wolves Kaibout, this is, I don't know what's going on with Wolves this season, Raven. They were so confident. They are my favorite team. I've got a signed jersey from the whole team on my wall. I love Team Wolves. There's actual pain. I don't know what it is. They came into Worlds this year, and they looked like they had learned from all the mistakes that they made in Season 2 of NBPL. And unfortunately, now that we're back from Worlds, where they had a fairly decent performance, and we're back in the regular season of NBPL, they're making all the same mistakes that they made last season. I don't know what's going on, because this is not the same Team Wolves that I love to cheer for. I don't know where they've crumbled and fallen apart, but they need to pull it together here. Taking a look at some more of these players, TK, XXY, interestingly enough, able to put a couple of points on the board today, but looking to have a similarly paced day to his day one, given the amount of points he's put on the board in his first 2 games. We're going to see if he can make something happen here. It's very unfortunate. We see TK kind of change their players around every once in a while, and they continue to have this sort of bottom of the leaderboard performance. As we head towards the top of the leaderboard, I know a lot of people a little upset that our boy Demo from Team KZ here has kind of been dethroned from the top, but realistically, I think we all knew coming into the day, you know, Demo had some very good consistency games. He was able to get himself to the top after 2 days, but it's not like somebody, J-Team's Action or AOW's Mike or even GS, who had 40-point days on their first day here. Coming in realistically on their second day, we expect to see that sort of similar performance coming out from these players, probably in the 40 to 50 point range, especially AOW's Mike. If he continues to land parries the way he has, he picked up 3 parries last game, and every single time he lands a parry, he's picking up an elimination. And we talked about this during game number 1, that 2 to 3 eliminations is absolutely huge in solos. Again, the average number of top kills in a game is 5, and that's typically a single player picking up 5 eliminations, right? So if you've got 2 or 3 eliminations under your belt and you go out in these top 3, top 4 sort of situations, you're sitting pretty good in terms of overall points versus everybody else in these games. But then you have players like AOW's Mike, who just doesn't care, picks up 6 eliminations in first place finish. We've got a quick question for you guys. Those of you viewing at home, if you want to pick yourself up one of these lovely treasures, which player below is not in the top 3 so far? Is it A, GS's T225, B, AOW's Mike, C, J-Team's Action, or D, WBG Spider? If you, I'm not even going to give you guys a hint, because if you don't get this, we literally just looked at the leaderboard and talked about these 3 players. I'm just sorry. If you do get it, make sure you take a look at your whispers here on Twitch, because you're going to get sent a lovely whisper here on Twitch with some codes to go and pick yourself up as some goodies as we get ready to lock in for game number 3. Are you expecting to see any change-ups from the meta here in game number 3, Raven, or is it just going to be more of what we're used to for solos?
Now, this is what I was saying, that some people start off really, really slow, but after you get in your first game, you get in your second game, now it's time to lock in, get oogly, start actually performing off spawn. Like you were saying, like the top kills in the lobby is 3 to 5, and what you're seeing, a lot of the drama of the lobby at the top end, these guys are coasting. Once they get to a certain points, once you're above around 35 points, you know you're probably going to make it to finals, so you can kind of experiment, kind of go through the motions and save some of your strategies for finals. But for the guys who are on the edge, we saw last week for the last qualifier, Railgun able to dramatically get a ton of kills off spawn and leverage that all the way to endgame to get that juicy multiplier. But it starts out by going for those kills. Fortune favors the bold. You must find some type of trick in order to get these kills on people. And when these players have better mechanics than you, it doesn't matter, as long as you counter pick at the right time. Each day is very different. Each round is very different. People's mental rise and they fall. But if you stay true to whatever strategy you devise, you can find these fights and net these kills and still bring back a shambles game. There is no reason to ever give up, and you see it from even the bottom people in the league right now. These players find a way sometimes at game 5, that game 6. When you're at game 3, this is not even the halfway point. You got way more NARAKA to play, and depending on what the weather is like is what you're going to see as far as this meta shift. I'm really curious to see what type of characters these guys want to play this time around. We saw Justina from the GOAT himself, Spider, kind of being the innovator, reinventing himself. And now, like, Spider had a lot of motivational issues coming out of his worlds when he didn't know whether or not he wanted to compete. And part of that love for NARAKA is like, you have to keep innovating. You cannot get stagnant. All of these guys want it real bad. There isn't a lot of room at the top. And what is this, RuneKeeper? You see what I see?
I see exactly what you see. Not only are we going to see quite a few Tarkas coming through, which we always love to see, but we're going to see a lot of Valdas coming through. It's water versus fire. We haven't seen this since season 1 of NBPL, the Valda Tarkas split lobby, and this is very, very interesting because these guys coming into the new season of NBPL, they no longer get to see the hero selection going into the game. So all of these players are locking these heroes in blind, right? And typically, if you're a Tarka player, you're gunning for the Realms of Yang because you have a high win percentage in Solo's Realm of Yang. But if you're a very good Valda player, you actually have a better chance of winning a Realm of Yang into a Tarka player, because all you have to do is get the Tarka low enough to bait out his ultimate. You counteract with your own ultimate, and you completely shut down Tarka's ultimate. If you get caught in that wave as Tarka G, it actually cancels your ultimate. You do get to keep a little bit of ult charge, but you are not going to find that ultimate again inside that Realm of Yang, and Valda has completely shut you down. We actually go to 5 Valdas. It's 5 Valdas, 5 Tarkas. What an interesting lobby this is going to be, Raven.
The Squirtle squad has assembled. Man, I still have nightmares about the old Valda meta where even if you got a parry, you got Touch of Death. Valda was so crazy with the amount of stun she had off her F3, and now we're seeing another rise of it. I can only imagine as the meta evolves and people become accustomed to the fact that if you light attack and get a stagger on Valda, she can actually just F3 and jump cancel grapple you and win. Like, I really want to see this tech be kind of showcased. I saw it the previous week, and I'm wondering what these other top players are going to do. Mike actually ends up choosing double Tarka a lot of the time in this 5 character pool, and he's going to find, this is what I was looking for. He did choose Viper at first, but he switched off. We're seeing the classic water versus fire. Dagger versus longsword, not really favorable for longsword. This is a big pain in the butt where you're looking for that stagger, but it just never comes. You're just sitting there trying to look for this nice tooth-picking area, but you're seeing the F3 bubble and using this kind of like F1 to sit around. But Mike with the veteran play overholds and takes him down. The old school still beats the new school. Get back to the lobby. You have a second chance. But now Chuzang, another ranked demon, showing Mike what it's like to be Ulion ranked with the Valda ranked demon character, and just walks through Mike like he was paper. Just absolutely shreds him. And now the current leader, Exton, coming in with the staff. You're seeing the sticky staff, impossible to get away from. That triple hold dodge, chasing down Chuzang. Where you going, sucker? Looking to try to get away, dumping all of his energy, trying to create some space, but Exton hot on his tail. A little bit of a movement error, losing track, getting his to get a heal on the rooftop. Exton listening really cutely, using his dolphin sonar power, looking for him, trying to find him, but choosing in a cheeky position under, looking for the scale rush, but ends up getting clipped by Exton's right click, sending him for a ride. But now a third party coming in, Kaibao. Hey, he wants to party too. We're talking about those third parties. We're all here to party. Now the hunter becoming the hunted, choosing, trying to find some space, trying to survive, looking for the scale rush, looking for any amount of space to survive, but that staff is reaching far. Finally gets the water gun, shoots his bubble beam. It's not going to do much. He's delaying the inevitable. against all odds, he actually makes it out, disappears up the tree. Now Exton's at 1 HP. Taken down by the Squirtle Squad, but he's able to dodge the wave, surfing away, dodging the spear, able to survive. This is why Exton is currently the leader, finding a way to survive in places he shouldn't. And now Chuzeng wondering what the heck happened here. How did that Tarka get away alive? I thought we had an agreement. We're both on Team Water, but Exton trying to evaporate Kaibao with his ult, with just a gray armor, but the 3-band zone strips everyone of the ability to use their ultimate. Now Kaibao getting a crazy mantle parry, comes on the roof and kicks Exton right in the mouth. Go back to the lobby, use your second life. We're here to stay though, and Kaibao hoping to climb the ladder to secure his spot to make it to finals.
Look, Raven, I swear, after watching this fight, Wolves Kaibao has got to be a listener of Beastie Boys, because he literally came into this and said, you got to fight for your right to party. And party he did, as we see these Valdas starting to tear the lobby up. It was crazy, though, because we saw Mike come in, pick up an elimination almost immediately on Tarka into one of these Valdas, and then the Valda squad, the Squirtle squad, as you called it, showing up to clean Mike up, trying to clean up Wolves Kaibao as well, and man, it just going absolutely crazy. He actually does manage to find and clean up Action finally after a crazy turn of events. And look at this now, the Valda's going absolutely insane. I do believe that's one Yodo here. Rain playing Yodo Hime into this lobby is going to be quite interesting, because Yodo, another one of those heroes whose ultimate very vulnerable to the Valda ultimate as well, can just be picked up right out of it after the first slash. Of course, Yoda Hime having that protection for the first slash from things like Monk Grab and the Valda ult, but immediately after that first slash, all bets are off for Yoda Hime. So very interesting. I'm questioning how well this is going to work out for JJH's Rain this game. Shen Yuan trying to give chases on to AOW's Mike here. Mike, of course, with that purple armor, going to lose quite a bit of it. Actually ends up into the charge. Right click coming off of the dagger. That purple focus doing a touch damage immediately cancels out Mike's ultimate with their own ultimate. It's going to come in. No way they miss that spear as they catch it on the Mike into the bubble, the touch of death. And that's going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. Your AOW Mike eliminated from the lobby.
Put one on the board for Squirrel Squad. Now Panda Man, the initial Charizard of the Tarkas. Back when Tarka was not meta, you saw Panda Man using Tarka no matter what. He became meta, started using Tarka anyway, doing the pogo stick staff, being a meta slave himself. You're seeing Tarka getting nerfed out of the meta. You still see Panda Man representing the Fire Squad, the little Charmanders everywhere, the underdog, now getting juggled by the filthy Matari, ends up getting taken down by Fong and his dishonorable dagger, but a kill is a kill. Banaban gets sent back to the lobby. Now Shen Yuan getting picked off, then actually doing the picking off. Another Squirtle Exton trying. Actually, Charmander trying to go on another Valda. We're getting water versus fire, dagger versus longsword. Terrible matchup. Another Tarka, a victim of this counter, a victim of water, absolutely obliterated by the spear. Poor Tarkas everywhere. There's not many left standing. Is Valda the actual counter to Tarka? A lot of people say that because of Tarka's infinite, he's kind of OP, but if you know the answer to Tarka, if you're in the know, Tarka is not as good as people say he is. He is very vulnerable to other combos. He is vulnerable to getting blown up. There are other characters that put you in the infinite. It's just not with the katana. It's hidden. It's hidden with this dark magic of staffs, daggers, jades. Tarka still can get exploded. He is not the only one with that in his arsenal. Now we're getting Chuzeng in the zone. This is somewhere where the Squirtle squad excels. She can suffocate you with her ult. She can do many things with her bubble. The ton of pressure, but are we seeing some Valda on Valda hatred? We're seeing Chuzeng actually able to get away. Celestia being one of the trickiest places to chase someone. There are just so many different rooftops that you can use so much mobility. But now, Kai Bao, Ego, not traditionally in the Yang, not trying to bet it all on Yang, trying to avoid Mike, but with Mike getting taken down, all is fair game now. Ego, we got Valdo versus Matari, and this is another counter matchup. Matari able to blink through a ton of Valda's kit. This is a classic matchup. Ego with the big parry, following it up, putting a ton of pressure on Kai Bao, not hesitating to use his ult, but ends up getting perfectly waved. There's now a brief moment where Ego has to decide how is he going to continue pressuring, or is he going to back off? He continues the pressure, he continues to bet it all, and he takes down Kai Bao with a great counter pick, going into the arena and taking down a free Squirtle. Invisible Matari's looking to show its reign. We got Fong on Matari as well. XXY trying to make something happen. It's a one last hit situation. Who's going to choke? And Fong with the clutch range shot ends up securing it. The veteran showing he is cold under pressure.
Oh my goodness, dude. This is a wild game. All of these Valdas into Tarka is insane. Again, they no longer get to see the hero picks during the hero selection process from the other players. So us coming into a 5 Tarka, 5 Justina, or sorry, 5 Valda lobby, already insane enough, but the fact that Valda just kind of hard counters these Tarka players, if you know how to play into them correctly, and us finding this lobby, absolutely insane. We're seeing some crazy huge upsets here, including onto AOW's Mike. Immediately as he ults, the Valda, no hesitation, lets the ultimate burn, and this is something we talked about. Spend the resource. If you have the ultimate, go ahead and use it. And clearly in this huge counter heavy lobby with all of these Valdas and Tarkas, the Valdas have no qualms spending that ultimate and just making it happen here, and I love to see it. We're going to see TK's XXY trying to come in and get something off the box there, not quite able to find what they were looking for as they take a ton of cannon shots. KLA's Feng coming in, looking to lock this up onto XXY. XXY, though, unfortunately comes down here and is also going to find another player down below, so they need to be very careful because they, too, are running a massive risk of third party. Feng just trying to get as much damage off as they can with the cannon while they're airborne here. Gonna swap into the dagger. We're gonna see JH's Ego coming in as well. XXY on the back foot, and I love to see this. Feng just gonna back up, use the teleport to create space because he too goes low and doesn't want to end up being the target. XXY, no way to reset right now as they continue to be chased. Feng finds their reset and is pressing on to XXY. XXY going airborne here, trying to use the scale rush on the nunchucks there to create a little bit of distance, buy themselves some protection from all of these range shots. Chasing them as well, again with the scale rush. WBG Spider now the one in close pursuit to XXY. XXY able to create a little bit of distance as these other players begin to grief each other, trying to keep them from securing the elimination onto XXY. XXY able to slip away here. Needs to be very careful, though. They have 2 minutes before Yang depletion kills them, so they need to look to find an elimination. Gonna have to find that reset and find their way back into this fiesta that's breaking out down here by the waterfall. Massive parry coming through. Will's Kai Bao just gonna slip away, but KLA's Feng not willing to let it happen. Sees Kai Bao slip into the underside. That Abyssal Aura gonna come through. That Dagger Soul Jade able to clean up onto Wolves Kai Bao, who didn't expect the Abyssal Aura to come through, and that's going to be it as we see Kai Bao get sent back to the lobby.
This XXY still has his Yang depletion, and this is a tough part of newer players into these veteran lobbies. Is like time to kill is really, really important. And now XXY getting juggled by Fong, one of the veterans. There is no bad Jade for Dagger. That Abyssal Aura comboing perfectly with the backstabs. Now, if XXY was Spider, was Mike, you're noticing a difference of tempo. With experience comes with really, really great game sense, your ability to read these situations and understand when you're overextending and not overdoing it. You don't want to overcook your steak. You want that nice medium rare when you're looking at your opponent. He's you see a third-party situation, but if you go in, you're just going to overcook it and end up being the steak for someone else, that nice juicy piece that everyone's trying to slurp up, and XXY ends up being a victim of that. Now, Fong on his Matari, this is his comfort pick as a dagger connoisseur, playing that legit Matari dagger backstab play. Like, it's literally part of commit. He's playing it to the sea, and now Wang Lang in his traditional defensive role on a zipping. Wang Lang liking to get to endgames, but these are the situations that defines him as a player. You cannot kill him in these transitional phases. In this mid game, at this tower with a dagger, you're seeing these really, really fast scale rushes and his ability to circle. Now, 225 probably has the most horsepower, I'd say, in the lobby. He is by far the riskiest player in Nbpl. He just bets it all on blue. If you watch 225 in any of his engagements, he's releasing the second he gets in that range, that nice little bubble range, he pokes your bubble with 2 blues. He is not afraid to double down just because most players are just not willing to really open up with a parry. Now, going in to Yang, you love to see it. Spider, the GOAT himself, using something not normally seen ever. That pole sword, heavy weapons, really, really slow. Going against a long sword, a hard counter to pole sword. But you're seeing Spider, the optimal weapon swap, getting that 150% damage, going for the wave, and making Shen Yuan look like a snack. Nom 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 nom. Spider takes up that point, showing everyone why he's the GOAT, why he's the world champ, making it look easy.
This is the thing with Valda too, right? Like, if you're going to be playing a hero like Valda, you're looking for that 0 to 100. You have to not be afraid of committing your ability, committing your ultimate, and knowing that you can get somebody basically to death's door instantly. And that's where WBG Spider really shines as a player. We talked about this before, right? Forcing the lobby to play at your tempo, and this sort of Valda all or nothing tempo is really where WBG Spider excels, right? That's the sort of tempo that made him have such an explosive, welcome to the scene as an Nbpl player that shocked everybody else, because we were in such a sort of stall meta at the time, and it was WBG Spider who just said, I am more than happy to all or nothing everybody in the lobby. Shen Yuan here trying to do the same, throws the bubble out, goes for the uppercut combo there on the longsword, which can be quite deadly as you're able to follow it up with the grapples and continue the juggle given the right scenario. But JL's ego immediately going to commit the teleport, get that single frame of golden focus to get out of the longsword uppercut and just deconnect from the fight. Says, I want nothing to do with this. WBG Spider here coming on to Rain. Rain will find the single pop before Spider's able to find the hits here with the dagger onto Rain. Looks to go in onto the pole sword, is a little afraid of Rain letting that stone form release there, and backs off, not quite able to find what he wants. Rain finds a hit, and then Rain will finally release the stone form after WBG Spider finally tries to commit onto it. Takes quite a bit of damage from it as well. Spider and Rain both going to take a full reset here. Spider 8 seconds until that F3 bubble comes back available to him, and he just needs Rain realistically to commit into the close range fight. If Spider can get range to commit to that fight and then is able to use the F3 to extend into a touch of death, there's not much Rain can really do about it. Ego on the receiving end of JDG's Chu Zhang here, going to turn around with the vertical focus coming off of the longsword, the teleport to get out of the wave. This is one of the reasons Matari finds their way typically into the meta again in ranked play, because we see a lot of these Valda players in ranked, and Matari able to use that teleport to break away from the wave, able to keep Ego alive here, but not able to keep them alive from the range shots coming in from Chu Zhang, as Chu Zhang very quickly hot swaps into the bow and picks up an elimination. Taking a look, KLA's Fang topside here.
Just keeping things casual up on the ballista. See Spider going down below. Will find a massive parry with the follow-up and is able to avoid the bubble with the jumping double left click onto Spider. Knows the Valdemeta, knows where the bubbles are going to come out. Fang playing this so clean on WBG Spider. As we do go into ballista watch, we see players typically able to keep it moving here, keep it alive, and Spider trying to do the same thing, but T225 without the meteor actually able to get the read on the cannon shot and will eliminate WBG Spider.
Fong making Spider just look like a bug, just squishing him absolutely with that dagger on Abyssal Aura. It never surprises me how just clean Fong is. There's almost no room to breathe when he has his dagger on top of you. Something that was really interesting in that Valda mentioned, Ego actually pump faked his spear 4 times, burning all of the Matari's stamina, and actually predicted his dodge with a crazy spear. That was nuts. I've never seen someone pump fake 4 times before throwing the spear and actually hitting Matari with so many resources. That Matari has to be reeling after such a silly death. Now 225 on that Tarka representing Team Fire. Can he survive with all these Valdas? Leading into endgame, Valda actually has the advantage because when she goes into her ultimate, she gets a second health pool. Now 225, ooh, looks like he's gonna get a clutch here, sending Chuzen to the lobby with an infinite at 1 HP. The great clutch, the classic Tarka infinite. The infamous Tarka Infinite, just you hate to die that way. It's one of the worst feelings to get stuck in an infinite combo by Tarka. It's one of the oldest combos in NARAKA, but now 225 using the tried and true dagger though. Even though Katana is really, really good with Tarka ult, in actual neutral, Katana is actually one of the worst weapons in the game. It has a lingering focus attack that parries just catch. It can't really move very quickly. Its scale rush is respectable. It leads to a ton of combos, but its ability to move is complete cheeks. Like, you cannot move with Katana. It is one of the slowest weapons to move around as far as sliding around. Now, Longsword, on the other hand, is one of the fastest weapons, and you're seeing Chuzeng kind of searching around, making sure the shop is safe. He wants to scale up, and something new about this season, RuneKeeper, that I noticed is that a lot of these players, because we're actually getting to endgame and having these defensive endgames, you're seeing like Wang Lang pioneer health jades over melee jades. It's something very, very different that we haven't seen. And traditionally, melee jades like allow you to survive through tons of damage, increasing your overall health pool. But because a lot of these endgames and these super tough lobbies end up coming from also range, health ends up double downing from melee damage and range damage. And you're seeing it here. Wang Lang is an absolute tank. The whole lobby is on him, and he's just swatting them away like flies. He doesn't care. You can't kill me. It doesn't matter if you Tarka all. I'm zipping. I got 9 lives. I'm literally a cat. I know that Akuz was just released in the game, but zipping might as well be a cat. She has 9 lives. You cannot kill this character. It frustrates everyone. She just gets to run away for free forever. Now we're getting Chuzeng finding 225 with no armor. Now in the lobby, recognizing that 225 doesn't have ult and he's super vulnerable, he cannot break the next stagger. This is one of the weaknesses of Tarka. He doesn't have a combo break. Now Fong putting him in the OP dagger combos, having the Abyssal Aura. Now Fong not gonna lose his target here. 225 trying to use his building to survive. Dagger having great mobility. He's looking to survive. He's at 1 HP. Any type of burning effect will take him down. He's normally trying to burn others, but in this case, Fong is turning the pain onto this Tarka, running away with white armor. He's looking to break some ankles. He's looking to go through some windows, but Fong cannot be dodge. He is on Matari. He's out for blood. 225 ends up eating a huge focus attack by Wang Lang and Fong. There is just no escape. Wang Lang was the hunted before, now the hunter. He's just an absolute unit, RuneKeeper.
Oh, absolutely. Wang Liang able to clean up that elimination onto T225. T225, man, like you said, this is one of the weaknesses of Tarka, right? Like, Tarka has that infinite potential if he's able to catch a player out, but he doesn't really have the ability to break away from combos when he doesn't have his ultimate, right? He doesn't have that sort of golden focus, that get out of jail free card if you will, and we see him in a really bad situation. He's forced to take an armor swap into a white armor, which is exactly where you don't want to be as a Tarka. He uses that building to stay alive for so long, but there's just so many players in this small space. He doesn't feel like he can just break away and go out towards the edge of the circle, not only because the players are just going to have so much line of sight on him, given where these final circles are starting to collapse, but also he needs to get back into that purple set of armor. Yes, he hot swaps into the white armor just to find some survivability for a little while, but he knows if he goes into final circle in white armor, these zippings are just going to out heal him into oblivion, right? The only opportunity he has to survive is with a set of legendary armor or purple armor. So he tries to make his way back around to the armor and is just completely denied by all these Zping players in the lobby here. Wang Liang, top side here, has only picked up 1 elimination, but still holding on strong here as we get ready to head into the endgame. KLA's Fang with 6 eliminations under the belt. And this is what I talk about Matari. One of the beautiful things about watching these micro metas perform is watching kind of these heroes shift from the play style that they are, right? Matari back in season 1 was a mid to late game hero, right? She didn't really want to do anything in the late game. You were playing Matari for survivability. What we see now is she's shifted. She's very much wants to take these aggressive fights early to mid game and put as many points under the belt as she possibly can, and then play the survivability into late game. That's what she's looking to do. She's looking to just get those eliminations early. We see those hit and run tactics that these players have started to evolve, and we see how well that's paying off for players like Fang, right? Especially somebody like Fang who has the dagger. And this is the other thing when you're playing Matari, it's very similar to that pacing we talked about with Valda, right? You're very much looking to just go ahead and burn your kit, use the ultimate to get those backstabs into the combo extensions so you can secure the kill. We watched Fang do that to WBG Spider, literally dropped onto Spider and kind of squashed Spider like they were a fly instead of the Spider. Fang literally just making it look easy. Now going to find themselves onto Wang Liang. Wang Liang taking a ton of damage. The burn tick coming through as well is going to help Fang be able to get some more damage onto Wang Liang while that ultimate is trying to heal through some of that. Wang Liang, no ult, no bubble, extremely low. There's no place for Wang Liang to go. Finds himself blitzed into the corner, has both of these players chasing. The only hope for Wang Liang here is that Jin griefs Fang away from it, is not able to fight it, and Fang comes in with that huge legendary Soul Jade on the dagger. The Pride's Fall is able to get the grab into the suplex onto Wang Liang. Wang Liang able to find the bubble again, but is so low. It's the last 3 players left in the lobby. Wang Liang knows this is going to come down to a 1v1. It's actually Fang who's able to secure the elimination out from underneath Alliance's Jin, and Jin, unfortunately, going to suffer massively here. They have the ultimate. Fang, however, has ult available as well. As soon as they get a single backstab in, there it is. They still have another one. They go back in. Sure enough, that's all that's going to take. KLA's Fang with 8 eliminations and a first place finish.
Absolutely spectacular by Fang. He chooses Wang Liang to get him lobbied, knowing that Zipping is going to outlast him and Tarka. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The Tarka jumping in to join in the third party. Hey, I'd rather get second place rather than third place. We're gonna lose to this unit, this Zipping menace, this absolute heal bot. We do not want to go down to him. Let's take this honorable duel afterwards. Now, I don't know about Tarka pole sword versus dagger Matari. That sounds like a losing matchup. He tries to get oogly with it, but Fang, the reason why dagger is actually one of the strongest weapons in solos is its ability to dodge. You can light attack and immediately iframe whatever attack your opponent does. And not only that, you can immediately dodge right after that. Imagine a tap dodge on crack with no downside. Normally, when you're playing NARAKA, you're trying to weave, you're not trying to take damage, you're trying to use tap dodge. One of the first pillars of like getting better at the game is using and utilizing tap dodge. But what you learn very quickly is that other ooglers out there just stay on top of you and send you for a ride every time you tap dodge, and you're just at a loss. But the answer is dagger. It just like, you don't need to learn a ton of tech. All you got to know is that you can light attack with dagger and dodge out for free over and over. And you're seeing it from Fong right there. Even with Tarka and ult, he struggled to get a hit on Matari. To the point where Fong held his utility to the very end. He didn't even need to ult. He could have instant ulted and absolutely murked the Tarka, but he just played with his food. He just chopped him up, put him in the salad, just did it very lean and clean, taking him down. Made it look easy, RuneKeeper.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, one of the other great things about the dagger as well, and this is one of the tips I try to teach new players all the time, is typically when you're being chased by another player, your instinct is to tap dodge away from a player, because in your brain you're like, okay, I want to create space, I want to get away from this player. But actually tap dodging towards your opponent or through your opponent 9 times out of 10 is actually going to create more confusion and more space for yourself, especially if you're being grappled onto by another player. Tap dodging in the direction of the grapple rather than away from it buys you so much more space. And one of the nice things about the dagger, like you said, is you can left click onto an opponent and then immediately tap dodge through them by using that dagger dash. And not only does it buy you those iframes to just walk through whatever they throw at you, but it creates so much space, puts you behind them, creates this level of confusion. You're playing those mind games, right? And the dagger excels at capitalizing on those mind games. And we see Fang here, man, this is a huge game. 8 eliminations in a solo lobby is absolutely massive, especially with the first place finish, a 16.8. Our highest kill lobby was during season 2. WBG Spider broke his own record from an 8 kill to a 10 kill with the first place finish. And that was when there were 16 players in the lobby. So realistically, 4 more kills available in the lobby. Now we're down to 14 players in lobbies instead of 16 players, 4 less kills available in the lobby. Fang still walks away with 8 eliminations in the first place finish, a 16.8 game score. This is going to skyrocket Fang towards the very top of the overall standings.
Yeah, Fang just ahead of the meta right here. Traditionally, when you think of these nighttime games, like you see Tarkas, you see the Squirtle squad coming out, 5 Tarkas, 5 Valdas, you're seeing these touch of deaths coming out, 225 with the 1 HP infinite. But ahead of all of this is actually the infinite touch of death killer, Matari. You cannot kill her with the changes that they gave her. She has so many ways to avoid those touch of deaths, and a lot of the touch of deaths require very predictable openers, and a lot of people just kind of fall into the trap over and over, give it to them. But what you do in order to survive touch of deaths, you fight it with fire, and that's what you're seeing Fong do. He's just taking any single dagger jade he possibly can, and he's like, I'm not afraid of the touch of death. I'm in here, I'm getting oogly, we're just doing it, we're throwing blues, we're throwing lights, you can't hit me. Look at the instant lights into double dodges over and over. This Tarka, even with blistering, basically turning pole sword into a crazy longsword beam, not able to get any value. Fong is just in and out, prancing around him like this deadly assassin bard singing songs about your death, just making it look so easy. It's absolutely beautiful to see. Now, when you see the whole lobby doing it, it stops becoming beautiful. But when you see one player do it and kind of trick the whole lobby into playing a different touch of death character, man, that's the stuff I live for, RuneKeeper. Just a step ahead of everyone.
Looking at this MVP card here, I feel like we're looking at a Trios MVP card. 24,000 damage, 8 eliminations coming through here, and 19,000, almost 20,000 damage of that coming through to the dagger. No surprise, honestly, to see that much damage coming through from the dagger when it's Fang coming through from KLA. This man is quite literally the dagger demon. And man, that final fight there really showcased exactly what we were talking about with the dagger, being able to land those light attacks. He can just jump backwards and then immediately tap dodge through that follow-up wave coming through from the pole sword, that blistering edge you talked about, turning it almost into a long-range longsword slash there. But the dagger, able to use that dagger dash just to clean up that distance, just to iframe through it, get in their face and do a ton of damage, or if they're already in their face, just walk right through them and completely ignore anything that pole sword's going to do. You're out of the reach there. And then again, we get to that fight, and unfortunately we see Tarka is already at half health. Fang is still holding on to ultimate and both of their TPs. Realistically, that's a double combo extender. As soon as he lands 1 to 2 of those, it's enough HP to just win that fight. We see him hold on to it. I think it's just Fang doing what Fang does, right? There's a lot of BM that we've seen from Fang this season, and I think Fang goes into that fight and goes, all right, Tarka's half health, doesn't have ultimate here. I'm just going to see if I can win the fight without having to use my ultimate. He does finally take a hit and decides, okay, you know what? Maybe I don't BM him here. I'm going to use the ultimate. Finally pulls out the ultimate, gets the double backstab into the combo extensions. That's all she wrote. But man, I love it. This is such a clean game coming out from Fang, and just the utilization of Matari and playing hyper aggressively. I love the changes that we finally got for Matari. This backstab has been one of the nicest things for this character. This character used to be a stall meta character. People used to complain so heavily about Mataris in solo lobbies, and God, why do I have to chase this Matari halfway across the map? She gets multiple teleports, I can't catch her, I can't grapple her. And now instead, you're seeing these Matari players become these active snowbally, I'm going to fight you to the death characters, because they're able to take those backstabs, aggressively extend combos, and make things happen. But speaking of making things happen, we're going to throw things over to an interview before we come back and lock in for game number 4, so don't go anywhere.
Hey guys, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with T225 and let him say hello to our audience. Hello T225， 先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是季夜色 T25。
欢迎225来到我们的赛后采访。So we know 225, you're really good at Tarka, and I would like to know what you think the most important thing that when playing Tarka. 那我们都知道啊，其实225你这个火男非常的强，对不对？那你觉得打好火男的关键点在哪里呢？
我觉得打好火男就必须你冲拳先冲到嘛，冲拳冲到才能开跌嘛。
是的，是的。So I think using the Tarka, the most important thing is to find the correct time to use your skill. And if you have used the skill, then you can use the weapon and cooperate the skills. That's why I can have very high damage by using Tarka. Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. 好，接下来呢就到了我们一个问答送福利的环节啊！一会儿我先给我们的英文观众们说一下今天的题目是什么，然后我们可以来聊一下今天的题目，然后送出福利。准备好了没有 ？Okay, so you guys can see a question on the screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and the lucky guy will be whispered. Okay, so let's see today's question.How many kills did 考拉风 get in Game 3？ 那这道题目啊，就是我们的也是225的很好的好朋友啦。风今天在最后第3把比赛当中啊，拿了多少个击败？我相信你心里一定知道。我想先让225评价一下，觉得风最近的表现怎么样？
我觉得他还没有到达他那个预期的表现吧。
哦，所以在你的心里，他可以做得更好。So I think that Feng didn't use like all his performance today because in my opinion he can do better. Okay, so I think everyone knows the answer and it's time for us to counting and our player is prepared. Let's start it. 那我们就倒计时吧。
3。
英文 English, OK 我们要给他们来发一下福利啊。OK, let's start it.
3, 2, 1.
Okay, screenshot. Okay, pay attention to your mailbox. And I think it's time to find out the correct answer. 那就请225来公布一下，这一把风到底拿了多少个击败
D, 8.
Yes, the correct answer is D, 8 kills. 我们可以看到今天考拉风其实表现也是非常好。And also we still have 3 other games and we know that 225 you are going to have the bi-weekly final. So for the rest of the games, well, like how many scores did you want to get? 那我们其实也马上就要到一个周决，而且可以看得出来这一周大家都在发力。接下来还有3把，对自己有什么样的目标呢？
我目标拿个70多分吧，带着70多分进周决。
So for today, I think I want to get like 70 scores total, and I think these scores for the bi-weekly final, I will be relaxed more. Okay, thank you, 225 for today's interview. Thank you. 那谢谢你接受我们今天的采访，也带来了我们这个福利。谢谢一位非常可爱的选手介绍给大家。那接下来还有3场比赛，祝你好运。Okay, good luck to T225, and we will take a break and be right back later.
As TE now forced to take on the remaining members of AOW. Ping Tao getting butchered by Team TE here as they go on to Wukong as well. Ping Tao able to find a massive rip onto the members of Team TE. TE thought they had it, and off the back of Wukong just not taking the slam.
Did win that game number 1, kicking game number 2 off in style. Cutting over now to GS, who's got themselves in a fight here versus
comes together, and there it is, the grab out. Gonna just walk him into the zone. That's gonna be it for J-Team. PK is able to pick up the elimination. 330 immediately finds another double grab and immediately picks up 2 eliminations. He's going for another one. Another double grab.
off the back of them having their Vermilion Birth Map. We actually didn't see this Rumble Yang, so have a look at exactly what went down here. The double grabs come in from Kakashi, and that is one hell of a slam, immediately finishing that one up.
There we go. We're going to see that legendary Soul Jade come in, and Kakashi flips the script onto Yiron. Yiron 1 HP in a dream, trying to find it. Can't find it. Will find the pillar, though. They're able to find their ult for a second time. Yiron holds on for dear life, and it looks like things are coming up. EWG, a single shot onto Yiron is going to kill him. He's got no armor. He's got no HP, but there it is. EWG walks away the victors in your realm of Yang.
Welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League as we take a look at the current standings on the leaderboard. Unfortunately, oh my goodness, my boy Kai Bao from Wolves continuing to fall further and further in the standings. Not happy to see that coming to fruition, but it is what it is. TK's XXY, unfortunately, a 0-point game as well. Not going to see any movement here on the overall leaderboard. Jail's Ego, though, having a much better day 2 than their day 1, as they've already been able to outpace their day 1 after just 3 games. The question is, will they be able to continue that sort of pacing going into the next 3 games? Of course, we're going to see KLA's Fang here climb much, much higher off the back of this last game. Again, that's 16.8. That's more than half of their total points for the day here, as they're able to lock themselves into quite a strong position, number 8. KLA's Fang basically guaranteeing at this point that they're going to be heading into the bi-weekly final. The question is how high can they climb up the leaderboard before we head into that final? We still have 3 games to go today, and Fang seems to be running in rare form. Unfortunately, WBG Spider continues to fall lower and lower on the leaderboard. There's actually a world in which WBG Spider does not go into the bi-weekly final if he continues to play the way that he's been playing today, whereas AOW's Mike has no such reservations, as he's had quite the explosive day, currently all the way sitting at the top of the leaderboard. 21 points under his belt here for day 2 after only just 3 games, looking to have another 40-point day and well on the way to making it happen. And GS's T225, not as strong a day as he had day number 1, with only 11.9 points under his belt. And unfortunately, J-Team's Xjin kind of resting on his laurels a little bit, as day 1, a 45.6 point day, but thus far after 3 games, only 7 points that he's put up onto the leaderboard. And, you know, we kind of talk about this typically, even in, you know, consistency game where you're just looking to put a couple points on the board, you're realistically trying to be in that 5 to 6 point range. So 7 points across 3 games is not a good performance whatsoever for J-Team's Action.
Exactly. One of the things that go into this, especially at the halfway point, is your mental and your resolve. Something that Tryhard told me, he got to fight all of the best players at Worlds. I got to watch a lot of it and coach him through it. The hardest players he actually fought were 225 and Spider. He gives a ton of respect to them, and he didn't get to fight against Mike as much, but those are the 3 players that actually challenged Tryhard, and he was actually even, if not better. Right before his final game, he actually fought against Spider and beat him in 3-ban before that final lobby. It ended up not going the air, but Spider tried to get a little mental edge on Tryhard, and Tryhard 100% made that backfire. But something about 225 that a lot of people don't know is that you see this crazy performance from him from day 1, but when you see him go into these really, really tough lobbies, he's one of my favorite players to watch, because he just bets it all. He just always sends out the blues. He's the most oogly player inside of the Nbpl, but his mental is a little bit weak. When something goes wrong, you can see it visibly. And I watch a ton of the pros POVs. You hear verbal frustration from 225. And even though I consider him one of the best fighters, he still has a little bit of growth to catch up to Mike and Spider as being cold as ice and just absolutely terminating the lobby no matter what in every situation, not just when everything's going right. And something that I say that defines the great players, it's not when you should win that matters. It's what defines you as a player is all the situations that it looks like you're down and out, that you shouldn't win, and you find a way to win. That's what these guys are showing on this biggest stage. And even though some of these players, some of them are completely out of range, it's probably going to be 37 the qual, but some of these players who are at like 18 or 19, this is where Railgun showed and proved himself that it doesn't matter if he's down by 10, 15, 20 points. He can have these explosive lobbies if he just gets momentum going on for him. And this is something that newer players need in order to have pop-off games, is momentum. You don't need mental resolve when everything's going right. When every decision you make feels like you can't make a wrong decision, you can snowball out of control and bring back your game. There is no reason to ever quit. As long as you got a chip, as long as you got a seat at the table, you keep on betting. You use those resources. You don't leave anything left on the table. Even if you get 1 kill, getting 1 kill is better than 0 kills. Scared money don't make money. If you got the Jades, if you got the loot, you need to go and leverage that and get some value out of it. That's something that Demo did really, really good in his debut in Nbpl. He showed a lot of veteran play. I mean, he was at Worlds. He is one of the best Southeast Asia players. Demo showing really, really what all that hard work pays off. Not being a native Chinese player and able to still play on the Chinese server with 100 ping, he's able to develop his mechanics, his strategy, and his mindset and bring it on the biggest stage and perform. Now going into this next game, what do you think the players are going to adjust in this next game, Runkeeper?
I'm expecting to see some more Tarka coming into this game. I think we're going to see some more aggression. I think we're going to see some more hot drops. This is typically the point in the day where a lot of these players, like you said, if you're on the lower half of this, you know you need to have an explosive game. And that means you need to be fighting from the very start to the very end. You need to be looking to pick up as many eliminations as you can. I'm going to immediately be wrong. And instead of more Tarka, we're going to get a lot more Faria. It looks like we're going to go into our Faria Shay heavy lobby here. We're going to see a couple of Z-Pings coming through as well, a couple of Motares, and I do believe 1 Yodo Hime. But again, I expect to see a lot more hot drop coming through. I expect to see some very aggressive early fights coming through from these players as well, who are looking to pick up those eliminations, like you said. And you know, this is something we talked about in trios, me and Jake, last week during our trios excursion, is many of these players know how to play the game when they're ahead. You talked about that momentum, right? When everything's going right for you as a player, it's very easy to capitalize on that sort of headspace, that sort of momentum, because the things that you've been doing are working. And it's sort of that mentality of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Whereas most of the players in the league don't know how to successfully play from behind. They don't understand how to make adjustments when the things that they've practiced, the things that they came into the day expecting to do and expecting to help them succeed, are no longer working. That sort of adjusting on the fly, adjusting when a fight doesn't go your way, and figuring out how to come out on top. The ability to play from behind is something that is heavily underrated in this league, and the players that are able to do that are the ones that exceed very well here in the league. One of those players being players like J-Team's Action. He's not having a great day today, but we saw during his first day of this bi-weekly, he constantly found himself being third-partied and on the receiving end of situations where he just typically wouldn't come out on top. He was sans abilities, etc., but was able to make the adjustments to come out on top, and that's why he's sitting so high on the leaderboard, as he is. Very weird interaction coming out here between AOW's Mike and XCG's Wang Lang. He gets the parry, actually falls off, but the riposte locks his animation in, so it pulls him back topside. Wang Liang here going to back off away from this fight very quickly. Some interesting interactions coming out here in this fight. Wang Lang able to find the charged right click here onto AOW's Mike. Going to use the F immediately back up. Mike going to catch the parry yet again. Oh my goodness, this is what we talk about on the nunchucks. It's so much damage on that follow-up. It's a single hit. You don't have to have that second hit where it can be interrupted. AOW's Mike catches the massive parry there onto Wang Liang, instantly follows it up with a tap dodge into that right click to be able to land that tech chase, picks up the elimination. Now turning our attention to WBG Spider, going head-to-head with KLA's Fang, is able to find quite a few hits here on to Fang instantly, and this is kind of ironic, because this is just down below the ballista, where last game we saw Fang come off the top of the ballista and completely delete Spider with the dagger. Spider now turning that interaction onto Fang in almost the exact same place on the map, and starts blitzing through Fang's armor. Fang able to find an armor swap into the white armor, wants to come pressure onto Spider here. Spider, though, with the purple armor, in quite the advantage in this situation as well with the purple dagger. That said, Fang He sees that purple dagger. He's going to be hungry to pick that up and take that away from WVG Spider. I don't think he's going to run away from this interaction anytime soon, other than to look for a reset. Spider continuing the chase here. Fang actually able to get topside, though. Use the dagger dashes to create some space. We're going to see Spider coming with the jump parry, and oh my god, the riposte into the follow-up or jump into the right click, doing so much damage onto Fang because of that purple dagger. Fang going to be forced to burn the ultimate here. Not going to be able to find these slashes onto Spider. Will find one. Goes topside just to create a break from the line of sight so he can try to get one pot off, but Spider not letting it happen. The F3 coming out. Spider will find a way to overcome the F3, is able to come in, lock them down, and pick up the elimination.
Nah, I've been saying it all along. Yodo is a troll pick in these lobbies. You just get no value from it. With the nerf to her F3, you just don't get that much time to heal, and everyone knows to grapple kick you out of it. You see that F3 where normally you would get 2 heals, zipping just shield up and kick you out, and sometimes you can just kick you out without the shield. Now you're seeing 225 on Ego, no armor. This is the moment of truth. One of the things I love about watching Mike is he always bets it red in these situations. There is a mind game that happens when you feel like your opponent, you can't hit them. Even though they don't go red, you're seeing Ego, he gets a big parry, even though he burns 225's cooldown, go left's out. It doesn't matter. 225 has it in the back of his head. If I try to focus attack this guy, he's going to parry me. This gets in your head when you're fighting your opponent, and Ego shows him he will be going red over and over. He bets it all on red, and he takes 225 down. And like I was saying, 225, the gambler himself, always sends 2 blues. Ego with a great matchup there, just throwing double parry back to back, picking up that easy kill. And Mike opening up again with the parry, with the kick to the forehead, showing everyone why nunchucks was meta for so long. That parry is just so much damage. Normally you need a sap to get damage, but not with nunchucks. You just sit there. You can't with LMB. You throw parries out. Bonks don't matter. We're just getting oogly. We're sending blues now. You're on the ropes. Mike bets it all on red, making Faria look easy. You're just coasting through this lobby with this mech, this second life, making it to Endgame, winning in Yang. There's a saying right now in Yang, Runekeeper, you either tie or you win with Faria. It's complete grief inside the arena. What do you think about how the arena is set up right now? I feel like it shapes how the meta is evolving as far as dueling characters, and everyone doesn't like seeing that last hit situation where you just wait out your opponent and both of you die. What do you think they should change to make that interaction a little bit more fun?
You know, it really kind of comes down to the meta, right? We go through these shifts in the meta. Like, we had the Tarka meta in season 2 during Worlds, right? And we saw so many of these stall characters fall out of favor inside the Realm of Yang. I don't think it's that the Realm of Yang in particular needs to change. It's just during the stall meta, you're going to find characters that are capable of stalling out those Realms of Yang. And that's the sacrifice that they kind of make going inside the Realm of Yang, right? But you actually see a lot of players adapting towards this sort of play style, right? You see Mataris who are just opting to not even go for Realm of Yang because they're these early to late game heroes, and they know that their win rate's going to be less inside the Realm of Yang because they are a stall hero. Typically, when they go inside the Realm of Yang, unless they're just getting hyper aggressive and kind of risking it all. So what they do instead is they go look for these players who are coming out of the Realm of Yang who have depletion, because you can kind of track it, right? You see where these Realm of Yangs are spawning on the map. You see that and you go, okay, where's the nearest respawn point realistically that these other players, if they die in Realm of Yang, are going to go to? And then you can kind of go camp those respawn points. Not only can you pick them dry of resources while they're fighting inside the Realm of Yang, you can then just kind of camp around outside of them, and when they spawn, you know the sort of pathing that these players are going to take. You play against them all the time, and you're able, as those less kind of duelist characters, those more just early game aggressive characters, to wait for those players to come to you and pick up the elimination outside the Realm of Yang. And we've seen that shift coming through where players are actually not favoring our second set of Realms of Yang, right? We see all these players fight aggressively to try to get in the first set of Realm of Yang, and then many of the players just opting to avoid the second Realm of Yang altogether because of it. So I think as we see the meta shift more away from the sort of defensive meta, and I think that's going to happen, right? We're playing on an older patch here, of course. Some of these newer patches have really kind of brought some more of these aggression type characters back into the meta, so we're gonna see less of those stall tactics in the Realm of Yang as the meta shifts away from it. And we're just getting a straight mech fight here between JDG's Chu Zhang and GS's T225. T225 trying to go airborne, trying to keep it going here. Unfortunately, wasn't able to find anything out of it. And Chu Zhang able to find a little bit of a reset, and this just aggressively presses on to T225. And man, that's interesting just to see two tooling mechs inside the Realm of Yang coming through here. But Chu Zhang able to come out on top and get that Vermilion Bird's Might.
Just as we were talking about the stall meta, going into those mechs, Chu Zhang able to just, he plays ranked all the time, he gets in there, he's probably griefed a ton, able to edge out 225 by winning out the mech battle and just absolutely blasting him, sending him back to the lobby. Now he has to deal with Yang depletion. Now Exen able to use the anti-ult zone to his advantage, but Kai Bao with the presence of mind to zone it out and get away. But it's delaying the inevitable. Xin has his cooldowns. He's lurking in the shadows, looking to take down this kill. Now we're having two of the strongest players in the league. Spider making Wang Lang remember that you are only good in endgame, taking him down in the mid game, denying Wang Lang's endgame before he can snowball and go become an absolute unit. Now Exen looking to hold his lead, showing everyone in the league that he is now someone to be feared within finals. Kai Bao trying to clutch it up, trying to do it for Runekeeper, trying to take Wolves to the championship. He still can do it. Anyone can do it in this lobby. These guys are all super skilled. Now Chu Zhang pressuring Kai Bao, looking the party, third party, fourth party. Chu Zhang double buff. This is not looking good for Kai Bao, being stalked by two buff players with 2 lives. Now he's in one of the infinite kite spots that you can just run in circles forever. This is one of my favorite places to run away. If you have a bounty on yourself, if you get to this spot, you will never ever die as long as you kite effectively. Now T225 in the mech, surrounded by Jin, surrounded by Spider. Spider looking to put 225 in his web. This is where 225 struggles in the clutch. When he has momentum, he does super well, but when he's under pressure, you're seeing what it looks like when the GOAT is after you. The constant pressure of Spear not letting 225 breathe at all. Now Jin tagging in, looking to see what the vibes are looking at, just looking for a cheeky kill, but Spider hearing the footsteps from behind, knowing that he doesn't want to overcommit to this fight, knowing that 225 is a wild beast that cannot be contained. He will throw blues. He will fight back. He will go all in. He is not scared at these moments. Now 225 turning Jin into the target, but Jin fighting back, getting a big parry, slowing down Spider's assault. Spider reconsidering his options. Now 225 not afraid to go all in. He only has 1 minute and 30. He needs this kill. Yang's sickness is ticking. He needs to find some type of leverage. He knows this Feria can go into his mech. He doesn't have a mech himself. He knows Spider is lurking in the shadows, looking to make him his prey. Now Spider chasing 225 with only 1 minute left. 225 needs to make something happen, but eats a chunky headshot from the champ. The champ takes him down with a huge bow shot, making 225 look like a snack. Now Jin really testing his limits, wanting to see if Spider is willing to go, but wisely runs away from the GOAT himself.
Oh man, T225, you hate to see it, man. He really is. He's like a mini Spider, right? He's feast or famine. Spider finally starting to realize, by the way, that he doesn't have to have these all or nothing games. He can play consistency games and then find his pop-off game. Unfortunately, as I say that, we see Wolves Kai Bao eliminated from the lobby here. I'm going to pour one out for Team Wolves over here. But yeah, you know, T225 suffering from that same thing that Spider struggled with for so long, that feast or famine. He's either having a really good game and able to carry that momentum throughout the day, or he has bad games. WBG Spider, on the other hand, who suffered from that for so long, I feel like learned so much from our last bi-weekly final, because during that bi-weekly final, instead of being feast or famine, he was able to find some level of consistency in games. And because of that, when he finally had his big pop-off game that he typically has, it meant for so much that he was able to walk away our bi-weekly champion. And that's huge for WBG Spider. It shows the level of growth that he's had as not just a player, but as a person as well, right? Mental is one of those things that's very hard for these players to overcome, especially for younger players like WBG Spider. It's where younger players typically tend to struggle, and why you see them be this sort of feast or famine playstyle. Speaking of which, we're going to see if he feasts or famines here, as he does take the risk of going into our second realm of Yang and finds himself head-to-head with JDG's Chu Zhang, and Chu Zhang putting in the schmooze on WBG Spider. Actually hasn't committed the F, hasn't committed the pillar. We're going to see the pillar, or no, sorry, the F come through finally from Chu Zhang, but Chu Zhang wants to keep it going. The pillar comes down. He doesn't get the knockback he's looking for, and this could be the turning point. Is WBG Spider going to be able to get a lot of mileage out of this reset? Chu Zhang, if he tries to go for the reset, Spider's got the cannon to just kind of blister him down here. He's trying to find that reset, and Spider just wants to continue to pump the damage out. Spider hears him go for the cannon mode, and crucially doesn't just stand behind the pillar, because these cannons can still hit knockback on the pillar. Though we will see Chu Zhang find 3 huge shots as Spider finally comes from airborne, is able to catch that airborne shot, follow it up with the repeat stuns onto Spider, and Chu Zhang able to find the victory here. Spider plays this right, believe it or not, because as soon as you hear that cannon come out, you do not want to try to hide behind the pillar, because that cannon with the explosion radius can just knock you free from the pillar, and you end up getting multiple shots. Spider goes airborne because it's so hard to land those shots directly on an airborne target as Faria, but Chu Zhang apparently has got to practice. He must have been an aim trainer this week, because he just catches Spider right out of the sky, follows up all of the shots, immediately realizes the opportunity, D-Mex pressures onto Spider and picks up the elimination. We're going to see the fight go back to back here as Spider and Chu Zhang fighting outside the realm of Yang this time, and Spider with that Yang depletion. Chu Zhang has got that Mystic Might. He's got 25% damage reduction. He's got his ult back up. This could be an easy elimination for Chu Zhang if he plays it right. Doesn't want to play top side here though, knows there's no ult zone down below, and this is the right call. This is going to keep Spider from being able to use that ult. Unfortunately, as he heads towards it, the no ult zone is going to go down, so now Chu Zhang forced to take this fight out in the open and wants to just keep waiting the timer out here. He knows Spider has Yang depletion, and Spider sees another player and wastes no time saying, you're just going to run away from me and try to get the timer out? The heck with that, Chu Zhang. I'm going to immediately turn on to another player, stop chasing you, stop wasting my resources and my time, and try to keep it moving. JL's ego doesn't want any part of this, is trying to create some escape as well, but it's funny because now it's Chu Zhang who's coming back and griefing Ego, and that might buy Spider the opportunity they need to pick up that Soul Bloom and get back in the game. Chu Zhang continuing to keep the grief onto JL's Ego, looking for that lockdown with those grappling hooks. Spider wiping the armor clean off of Ego. Ego going to be forced to drop the pillar and go into the ultimate here and back away from this fight, and this is pretty optimal for Chu Zhang, because Chu Zhang doesn't want Spider to be able to pick up an elimination and can just back away from this fight and let the Faria Shea here on Ego just stall out Spider's time. He doesn't even have to kill Spider realistically. He just has to drag this fight out long enough to keep Spider from picking up the elimination. Ego continues to try to get away from this. He's found the full reset, gonna turn around with the cannon, knows the mech's gonna D-Mech soon, so she's gonna go ahead and back out. OUG's Panda Man shows up and goes on to Ego here. Spider has no choice but to continue the chase here, and this is a risky proposition for Spider with how many players are showing up. He has to keep the pressure on. He only has a minute and 30 seconds. He's trying to lock onto a target. He wants Ego. He feels like Ego is the target for him here, but we're going to see Panda Man and, of course, Chu Zhang continue to grief Spider out. They do not have to win this fight. They just have to keep Spider stalled for long enough. Chu Zhang going to take a hit from Spider, but doesn't care as Spider continues to try to lock onto Ego, and Ego just keeps baiting the fight out longer and longer. Spider goes in, expects Chu Zhang to throw the blue, but Ego to throw the blue, but he does not, and Spider just throws a parry out. Spider down to 52 seconds before Yang depletion goes away. Tries to get the read onto Ego by going around the outside, but Chu Zhang going to come in and yet again keep the grief up on Spider here. He knows he doesn't have to win the fight. 40 seconds for Spider, but Spider able to catch an uppercut combo, might be able to find what he's looking for. Unfortunately, Chu Zhang has the mech and can just continue to stall this fight out. We're gonna see for the first time ever a Z-Ping going to lose to their own stall meta, not able to find what they're looking for. 20 seconds left on the board, and Spider is no closer to an elimination than he was when he came out the realm of Yang with 4 minutes to spare. Spider realizes what's going on, tries to go for the zone, doesn't want to give the elimination to Chu Zhang, but Chu Zhang now able just to keep the pressure up. Spider taking so much damage, runs for the zone. Chu Zhang will pick up the elimination from the Yang depletion, and WBG Spider gets griefed to death by JDG's Chu Zhang.
Oh my goodness, Chu Zhang with the absolute domination on Spider. Spider literally dying to his Ego, chasing Ego around, but going in that second Yang with a huge advantage was super egotistical by Spider, knowing that this was a heavy Feria lobby and that Chu Zhang seems, of all the players I've watched throughout this Nbpl the past few weeks, Chu Zhang has the best Feria matchup. He handles the turret perfectly. He doesn't overcommit, and he gets out of it. Now Chu Zhang showing why ranked demons are ranked demons, hitting Ego with the infinite nunchuck grapple combo. You hate to see it. Every character has touch of deaths, but Chu Zhang showing an absolute surgical clinic that this guy is playing super optimal. No room for mistakes. Knowing that Spider had his buff, Spider ends up chasing Chu Zhang, and Chu Zhang, with the presence of mind, knowing it's Spider and it's one of his most difficult competitions, just ices him off and spaces him out, and Spider ends up having to choose a different target. Chu Zhang absolutely stalls up and decimates Spider's strategy there with almost zero risk of dying. Now Panda Man on the rare, he's like a fish out of water on a mech. You just never see Panda Man on these defensive characters. He's just known for his heavy offensive play. Oh man, and Panda Man in a bush. You hate to see it. Now Exton looking around on his Matari. This is one of the mistakes I would say some of these players are making. Playing Matari into these heavy defensive characters, you're not getting that assassination bonus leading into these endgames. Your transitional horsepower to solidify these kills, all these characters have essentially second lives. Zipping's heal, her V1 ended up getting buffed last patch, so it heals for 1 billion, and Feria's V3 mech being a instant I win neutral button and a second life. I don't see Exton really getting a ton of value off this pick, even though he's gotten some good kills off spawn, but in this end game, it's gonna end pretty soon.
Well, for J-Team's action here, you also got to keep in mind, he's got 3 eliminations under his belt. We talked about that average being 3 to 5. He just needs to play survival at this point, right?
Yeah, of course. It's just surviving when Feria and Zippings are all around. There's 5 people in the lobby. It's probably going to heal off because no one has enough horsepower to get a really kill. Maybe you poke one of these Ferias down, but these Ferias, since it's a zipping lobby, were able to scale inside the realm of Yang. Now Jin, with his buff, his 20% reduction, ends up taking a big bow shot, but he's going to be able to go into his mech He's plays so greedy though and doesn't go in his mech and ends up taking a huge L from all these range attacks. Just not going into the mech. I can't believe he doesn't go in. That was just such a big misplay. He tries to use his mech to dodge the shots and use it as a pillar to line of sight. But the lob at this level, these guys do not miss. The crouch stance, everyone at this level is starting to hit these shots. You're seeing a level of perfection that we did not see in the previous seasons of NARAKA. It's really a beautiful sight to see, Runekeeper.
Oh, yeah. I mean, absolutely. This is something during my brief stint as a coach that I really mentioned to a lot of these players was the need to go do some aim trainer. Yes, NARAKA BLADEPOINT is a melee BR, but when you're talking about competitive pro level play, being able to very quickly hot swap to a ranged weapon and land those shots is so important. You're going to be able to clean up so many eliminations and remove threats from lobby at the snap of your finger because of how quick those projectiles can come out, given what weapon you're rocking. We actually saw this last week a lot. XCG, almost every time we turned to them, one of their players had a musket with, I believe it was armor pierce and slow shot. They were cleaning players up left and right, and they never had to make their team a target because they were cleaning up players without having to use their monk transformation at range because the musket was just picking up the eliminations at range. And they literally just kind of go into the final circle, always have ults available to themselves, and because those range shots are able to clean up the kills, they don't have to worry about forcing those ults to get the eliminations that they're looking for. We're going to see Shen Yuan here using that 2-Na Soul Jade. He's at full health here, but clearly wants to have that buff heading into the next set of this map because we are getting ready to have Zone 6 collapse onto Zone 7, and this is where things are going to get a little bit tighter for all of these players. 4 players left alive here. J-Team's Action, OUG's Panaman, Badass Shen Yuan, and of course JDG's Chu Zhang. Chu Zhang, man, the fight into WBG Spider, like we said, we talked about it, and then almost as if to prove our point, you know, the fact that these players have been opting not to take the second realm of Yang because of how risky it is in the transition phase from the end of mid game into the start of late game. And we see WBG Spider, even though he has 5 eliminations under his belt, the last thing he should be doing is taking the risk of taking that realm of Yang because he already has the eliminations. He just needs to take them to late game. Unfortunately, he decides to. It does not pay off in his favor, and it's Chu Zhang who like literally capitalizes on it so hard. He's able to just burn out WBG Spider and keep him from being able to pick up an elimination by griefing him for the full duration of that Yang depletion. We're going to see here OG's Panaman going to become the target of the lobby as multiple range shots ring out onto Panaman. Look at this. Panaman, every single time he stops to take an attack onto this other player topside, he just gets bowed down in the back. Unfortunately, another bow shot from Chu Zhang. Chu Zhang gonna go to 5 eliminations right now and just clean up Panaman. That was so unfortunate. He tried to get the armor down to protect him from those range shots, could not find it in time as Chu Zhang keeps the pressure strong. And this is what we were talking about. Chu Zhang excels at keeping the pressure up on players, never letting them have a moment to breathe, no matter what it is that they're doing. And look at this, because he's used those ranged weapons, he's not the target. J-Team's Action is fighting Shen Yuan. Chu Zhang able to just sit here, take a full reset, relax. Action looks like he might be out of armor pots. He was in a situation he could have easily healed the armor up that he had there, but unfortunately he doesn't seem to have those armor pots to make that happen. Oh, he's gonna go in onto the body, gonna find some armor powders though, and gonna look to finally find a little bit of a reset here for himself. And this is Jake calls it the Buccaneer phase, right? As we're heading from mid game into late game, we see all of these players really start to heavily poke each other down. And if you haven't played in a tournament at this level, especially if you haven't touched Immortal War, it might seem confusing to you because most players typically feel like they almost have this infinite reservoir of resources or pots to themselves. But in Immortal War, loot is very, very scarce for these players, right? And especially as you head into late game, most of the places these circles are going to collapse on the map have already been looted. There's not going to be this sort of option, or I guess I should say a box conveniently nearby where you can buy resources for these players going into these late games. The only place they're going to find them are on bodies, and we're going to see J-Team's Action just chilling airborne. He's just trying to buy out the time, but Chu Zhang going to armor up topside, keeps himself in the zone, comes down and decides he just needs to put some pressure on, get a hit onto anybody, going to pick it up onto Action. There's nothing Shen Yuan can do into this. Oh my goodness, Chu Zhang gonna go to 7 eliminations in the first place finish. This is gonna be a huge game for JDG's Chu Zhang.
He plays this game absolutely perfectly, Moonkeeper. From taking out the GOAT himself, Spider, to playing this endgame perfectly. You were saying that this Buccaneer mode, what all these other players were doing, they were starving. Chu Zhang was playing a siege game. I call these defensive lobbies that are daytime with fireflies siege lobbies, that it's all about burning your opponent's resources and being the last one to drown. And Feria, she's just the battleship in Endgame. She just survives over all the damage. She has something to line of sight with. She can make you lobbied and all in you. You just don't want to poke the bear. And Chu Zhang plays such a perfect game, able to use his bow to perfection, able to get giant hits that actually matter. Too many players do a lot of heavy lifting for other players, but Chu Zhang uses every resource around him. Every single ability you saw showcase that Chu Zhang used. The future is super bright for these new competitors like Chu Zhang. Like everyone talks about Mike, talks about Spider, talks about T225, but Chu Zhang has been on my radar, and out of all the players that I watch POVs of, I always have Chu Zhang's POV onto the side, and as the weeks go on, he gets better and better. And that game, if you want to know how to play Feria, just go back and rewatch Chu Zhang's decision making in every step of the way. When he's defensive, it's smart. When he's offensive, it's smart. When he's not doing everything, it's smart, but he's always active. He's always has his destiny in his hands. He's always looking to take advantage of every little bit that he can. Ego ends up being his pawn to take down Spider. Normally, Spider probably beats Chu Zhang, but Spider gets a little bit overconfident to his own demise and goes into Yang. That's what I was saying, is like, you can't go into Yang when you see a bunch of Ferias in your lobby. It's either tie or lose. Like, you can't beat her. She's going to stall you out, and he perfectly pokes him to get a 3-charge turret, hits him with the 3-piece, gives him the family meal, gets out of mech, and kicks him straight back to the Yang depletion, and then follows up fully humiliating Spider in complete defeat, takes all of his clothes off, takes all of his loot off, and runs into the shadow in pure defeat. Like, Spider has to be reeling and like thinking about how Chu Zhang completely outplayed him in this situation.
Oh yeah, and I mean, look, the thing is Spider tried to make all the right decisions, right? Like I said, as soon as he hears the armor come up, he goes airborne, right? It's very hard for Ferias to land those shots, but again, Chu Zhang's got to have been training on those range shots, because he's able to catch him out of the air, just follow him up, give him the 3-piece. And I misspoke, it's 6 eliminations, not 7, but still a 13.6 game for Chu Zhang. WBG Spider has 5 eliminations, takes a 3rd place finish off the back of a 7.5. J-Team's Action, not a bad performance here. J-Team's Action at the top of the leaderboard, he can kind of glide his way through these next 2 games, because he picks up an 8 game score here. Realistically, even if Action has 2 0-point games, he's still going to be top 5 top at the end of this. And that's exactly where you want to be going into these bi-weekly finals. We kind of talked about this a little bit in trios, but a lot of these teams kind of saving themselves, if you will, for the performance in the bigger stages. OUG being one of the teams that seems to be pioneering this. They'll play not passively during the week, but they play just for consistency. They're always looking to sneak into that first and, you know, that 2nd, 3rd, or 4th place finish, get just enough points so that they guarantee they qualify for the bi-weekly final, and then they go and play their mind out in the bi-weekly final. It's like they're saving it all up. They're keeping that energy. They don't want to overextend and exhaust themselves Taking a look here, by the way, at how powerful the parries off the nunchucks are. This is something you and me have talked about a lot today, just the ability to clean up that riposte doing so much damage and being so safe for the nunchucks. And then, of course, you have such a good follow-up. This is insane. That sort of grapple into infinity with the nunchucks we talked about here, where it's very hard to escape this, right? You have to almost know how to stand up into that blue frame to get away from it, but on low latency, low ping like we have here in the Nbpl, it's very hard to time that out as fast as those nunchucks hits come through. And of course, we're seeing Chu Zhang here do exactly what Feriache's do in the final circle, just able to completely live through the damage tick coming through after transforming up into the mech. And we are going to see our MVP, of course, be Chu Zhang here for JDG with 19,000 damage and 6 eliminations.
Absolutely dominating this lobby with almost 20k damage. Chu Zhang was active the entire time, dictating the pace of the lobby. A lot of the times when you get the kill lead in the lobby and you get to scale up more than anyone else, having these really strong Jades, having a good weapon, if you instead of hiding and taking the opportunity to dictate the pace of the lobby, choosing who gets lobbied, using the buff perfectly, not overcommitting, you're seeing an expert masterclass from Chu Zhang. And he made Spider look lost. Like Spider was completely broken by Chu Zhang's play this lobby. It just whoever's Chu Zhang's coaches definitely prepared him perfectly for this daytime day. In these defensive lobbies, it's all about outlasting your opponent. Now, the cool thing about Feria, instead of zipping, you get this really interesting fighting. And unlike zipping, where you have this shield and you're able to just run away over and over, and you just see like holding blue, camping with nunchucks in the past, Feria at least has like a Goomba stomp. You can just like drop something on their head, hit them, and then you get these rock'em sock'em robots able to jump up and down, especially with like the new skins with Feria, with the cyberpunk and the super kawaii outfit. Like, it is really amazing that NARAKA to this day keeps adding new characters that are actually really interesting. And I'd say out of all the metas I've played, and I've been playing since NARAKA beginning every single tournament, this is probably the most balanced meta that we've seen in NARAKA. There are certain characters that have a little bit of edge, but it's not so one-sided where it's like only one strategy winning. You're seeing multiple strategies on the biggest stage work. So if you're looking to get in competitive, now is the time. There is no better meta than this one. Any character can kind of work in this meta.
Yeah, I have to absolutely agree. This is something I talked about when Feria kind of came out. I feel like on release, she was the most balanced hero that we've seen added to the game, right? Typically, we've either seen heroes come in that are extremely overpowered or extremely underpowered and need to be buffed a lot upon release. I mean, Akos being one of those heroes that came in kind of underpowered, almost immediately we see a patch come through and kind of rectify the power scaling on Akos. But Feriache, when she's added to the game, finds herself in a very good place. We do see a little bit of meta where they're able to kind of abuse the pillar on the V3 when the V3 finally gets added to the game. But of course, that wasn't there during release. But she really does bring so many interesting interactions to the game. She shook up the Transformer meta. We kind of see that Pacific Rim meta that we like to call it, where it's Monk and Feria, and the fact that the Monk can kind of hop into the giant mech after he detransforms, adding this whole new layer to how these Transformer comps interact with one another and how they interact with other teams as well. Temi being added to that comp as well. And then just again in solos, she comes in and she's a hero that we all knew off the rip. Okay, she's going to be good in trios, and then she finds her place in solos. She's very good in solos, but she's not so domineering that she takes entire control of the meta, and we love to see that, man. Taking a look here at Chu Zhang. Chu Zhang looks really happy right now. Typically we cut to Chu Zhang and he's kind of got this I don't want to call it a dead look, but he's got a stoic look on his face. But if you look, he's got the little smile in the corner of his mouth. He knows what he just did to WBG Spider, and I'd be willing to bet he pops off again next game. If I did that to one of the front runners of the league, the player that everybody, you know, talks about, and he does Spider absolutely dirty. Not only does he win the Realm of Yang fight, but then the ability to, for 4 minutes, keep Spider from being able to lock down a single player whatsoever, and then forces him to die to Yang depletion. Man, that's got to feel so good for a player like Chu Zhang.
Yeah, you would definitely choose Zhang. See that he is feeling himself, and when you have Spider, like, top players are extremely salty about running it back. They remember every single fight they get in. It's almost like chess players where they remember a certain sequence. Like, I've talked to Tryhard before, and if you ever kill him, he remembers it. If there's a VOD somewhere, he remembers every single decision that you make. And all these young players, especially at the highest level, these guys remember exactly what you did to them, and they're ready to run it back and get theirs again. I'm excited to see, like, this is one of my favorite lobbies to see, having Fong, 225, Mike, Spider, the big heavyweights go at it, and still, like, the crowd favorites like Panda Man, Wang Lang in there. The only person that's missing from this lobby that would make this lobby even more hype is Demo. We need a little bit of Demo in here. And I'm betting, RuneKeeper, I have an ongoing bet. Where do you think Demo lies? I have him in the top 5. What do you think?
He's very close to being shoved out of the top 5 right now.
I don't know. In finals, where do you think his placement's going to be in finals? When all is said and done?
Are we talking the bi-weekly final, or are we talking
bi-weekly?
In the bi-weekly final, I mean, Demo's shown a lot of improvement coming in as a player. I think he still has some work to do. He's kind of got his consistency on lock now, right? I think this first week is going to be a struggle for him in the bi-weekly finals. I'm kind of placing him in top 8, which is not a bad place to be your first time coming in, because yes, he's played against a lot of these players in the CN servers, right? But he's done it at high ping. He's got a lot of adjusting to do coming to the finals. If he can't find the big pop-off game that he's looking for on top of his consistency games, he's going to kind of struggle to keep up with some of these other players who can always play consistently and then find those big pop-off moments. But Demo as a player is very, very capable. I think he'll be able to do it. I just don't know if he's going to be able to do it in this first week because of it being such a big adjustment period for him. That said, I'm still extremely proud of Demo as a player coming in. After watching his struggle in the World Championship, because I know he did not have the performance that he wanted to have in Worlds, to see him come back his first week in the Nbpl, now that he's here, he's playing for Team KZ, and it performed so well and so consistent. Consistency is the thing that so many of these players struggle to find. That's a huge foundation for Demo. I think if he can build off of that foundation, he's easily going to find himself being one of the top players in the league.
Kind words you got for Demo. I believe in him. I think it is different playing for top 3. What we're seeing in this weekly, for those of you who don't know, there is still incentive for all of these players to continue making points because you take a percentage of that into finals. But the top 14 end up qualifying, and like RuneKeeper was saying before, some of these players might be keeping some cheeky strategies, some counterplay, and we're seeing a little bit of experimentation. Jin on the rare Viper pick. You almost never see Viper Ning inside competitive play. She struggles with survivability, and unfortunately, she ends up getting taken down by Fong with that deadly dagger. But I hope to see more of this Viper pick. What do you think he's trying to accomplish with this Viper, RuneKeeper?
So I'm not sure which version of abilities he's running here. If I was personally going to run Viper into solos, believe it or not, I would actually run the V3. The silence coming in from the V3, if you're able to lock an opponent down and start winning the fight and hit them with the silence before somebody like Feria can get to their mech, or the zipping is able to get their bubble out, you actually just lock them in this position where, oh hey, I'm losing neutral and I don't have any tools to take neutral back, and you very quickly kind of hit and run some of those players and make something happen. Unfortunately for Alliance's Jhin here, he spawns directly next into Fang, doesn't find armor, and Fang not only finds armor but also finds a blue dagger, and that's exactly the position Fang wants to be in early game. And I think any other player would have struggled just as hard to make anything happen into Fang given the same circumstances. But I think the Viper, it's an interesting pick that I've wanted to see experimented with in solos simply because of the silence. And the thing is you need to be a player that has a very strong command of neutral to make it work. But if you can make it work, you can absolutely lock players down, and you play it in this early to mid game sort of cycle, right? You're looking to be somebody who wins fights early to mid game outside the realm of Yang, puts those points on the board, and then just survives to late game. The big problem being that when you're experimenting like this and you're the only Viper in the lobby, keeping track of you if you get low is so easy to do. You know, when you're in a lobby full of Z-Pings or a lobby full of Mataris and you're a Matari or Z-Ping and you break line of sight, sometimes it's hard to keep track of you just because you turn around and there's 3 other Z-Pings there. And for these guys, they're seeing the same cosmetics across the board. WBG Spider here actually landing a massive parry into Dragon's Rush. Nez's Might, super clean. He's able to pick up the elimination onto AAW's Mike. He's got to be happy about that. Trying to turn it around onto Kai Bao. Sorry, back to what I was saying though. I think Viper has potential to find themselves into the meta, but it's going to be on very specific players who just have a strong command of that neutral Raven.
True. Especially, like, this is one of the things I was talking about as far as neutral, that when these defensive players, like on daytime Hall, are very spread out, one of the tricks that I've been seeing a lot of the really, really strong neutral players is that you just need a little bit of horsepower to take down Zippings. And now you're seeing Spider coming out with the Tarka on traditionally a situation that you don't really see these bursting characters, even to the point where he's using Fireball, and it's V2 Fire. He's throwing multiple pumpkins at this Kai Bao, and because there are all these Zippings running around, you have to run into a Tarka inside Yang, where Tarka is super dominant. He only falls victim to isolated plays. Now, Spider not having the traditional F1 on Tarka, but Kai Bao showing Spider what his neutral is about. But Spider able to land a combo extension with the Fireball, absolutely decimating Kai Bao with the clutch. Fireball being super hard to play. It's just Spider, but making it look super easy. I'm excited to see what Spider does inside Yang, and hopefully he makes it to the endgame with that Fireball. Now, Ego also taking onto this strategy. Tarka on this defensive round, finding Jhin. Now, does Tarka really beat Viper? No, he actually doesn't. This is one of the reasons that Fireball is actually really good. F1 ends up getting countered by Viper's silence. You press F1 and you end up just getting a free tech. Viper just gets a free tech chase because you're not able to defend yourself. Now, XXY with a pick, in my opinion, that is very troll. Yodo, super countered by Tarka, super countered by Zipping. When you're the only character inside the game, it is very easy to get picked from the pack. And with all these players knowing exactly who the big threat is, they're going to see this Yodo and they're going to know it's XXY. So if she uses her ult, she's not going to be able to disappear into the crowd. She's going to have to play this super, super safe in order to survive this lobby of piranhas and sharks. The second she starts bleeding, these players are going to get her out of here, especially the Tarkas. With Spider's Fireball on deck and F1 able to counter Yodo's F3, this is a really tough pick to make work. But XXY is going to attempt to do it. Fighting a Tarka, ends up getting punched for it, but able to break the combo. Since she has the advantage of armor, it looks like she's willing to poke and see what this is about, but she ends up choosing the wiser option, ending the stall, looking to get to an end game, waiting for everyone to get into Yang. And one of the big advantages of Yodo is actually she's able to play for boxes, using her F3 to guard it as she loots up the boxes in the end of the scale. But it looks like XXY is very happy of where he's at. Now, Mike, someone not happy where he's at, wants to always get in. He's looking to get into Yang. He doesn't care that there are Tarkas. Mike's entrance into Yang is one of the highest in the league, only compared to 225. Both of them always go in the Yang, and they have around a 50% win rate. They're just always willing to flip it. That's what makes them so exciting to watch. Now, Spider, the GOAT, as well as Fong, having the highest win rates in Yang, almost at 80%. These guys are extremely calculated when it comes to going in the Yang. Spider with the counter pick of Tarka, not having the gamer finger to get in with the E, but finds Mike. This is the matchup I love to see. Spider versus Mike, the two best fighters inside the league. Mike running into zone, hoping that Spider is not willing to follow, but Spider does not care. He's willing to go all in. He's willing to take out the zipping. He does have Fireball, but Mike able to get the armor swap. One of the best armor swappers in the league, remembering every single armor, but Spider using this Fireball perfectly, chipping down Mike's health. Mike's heal, trying to pick him up, ends up picking up a bigger heal, but he's under a ton of pressure, using his instant scale rush to make a little bit of space. But Spider, one of the best aims in the league as well, using his bow, not letting Mike go. This tower in the zone. Mike can only kite for so long before he has to go back to the zone. Able to throw an R&B, but ends up getting bonked in the head, and Spider picks up a critical kill on his rival, letting everyone know that just because he got outplayed last lobby does not mean he will be outplayed this lobby. This is what champions are made out of. Now, Chuzang, one of the new players in the league, trying to cement himself as one of the premier players in the league. He's looking for that raise. He's looking to show all these top players that they're not immortal. Chuzang playing. This is one of actually the best places for Matari to play because of all of the threat of the Ballista. She's able to actually dodge a lot of this threat. Now Jin on Viper. I'm curious to see if he can make this pit work. Now the problem with Viper, when she gets lobbied, how does she survive? It looks like she actually has the buff, so she's able to all in one of these players. Now, Matari being one of the biggest counters. Wang Lang not having a great day. Ends up getting taken down by the double charge. Jin now showing everyone that Viper might be viable in the meta. Ends up silencing Kai Bao. But Kai Bao with the brutal weapon swap combo ends up taking Jin down. But it doesn't matter. He has another Riz. Now a third party coming in. Shen Yuan not having the same amount of impact this day, but he's still staying active. He's still looking for kills, finding this weak target, Kai Bao, though just decimating his last target with the staff and pole sword combo, ends up forcing the fairy away, not wanting the smoke, and happy to alpha his loot and scale up, looking to play some endgame.
This is one of my favorite things, and why I was a Viper main for a while. Viper forces you because she doesn't have these extraneous tools in her kit to just escape these sort of situations where you find yourself on the back foot. She forces you to have the best base mechanics in the game. You don't get this free sort of gold focus out of everything. You don't have an ult that buys you an extra life or freedom away from a fight. So mechanically, you just have to make sure you're always on top in the fight, and we see Jin doing that where they're able to pick up an elimination. Unfortunately, kills a Fang. As I'm talking about this, gets a massive musket shot onto WBG Spider and picks up the elimination, and that's going to be it for Spider, who gets sent back to the lobby. That said, Spider, these last two games, even though he gets bodied by Chu Zhang in the last game, much better in terms of kill points for WBG Spider. That momentum starting to shift a little bit, and this is what he did during the bi-weekly final, right? He actually struggled in his first 3 games, and then every subsequent game after the third game, he started putting more and more kill points on the board, and even though he wasn't dominating those lobbies and getting to the end and getting those first place finishes, those consistency games brought him into that first place where he was just finally able to lock it all down. And I mean, WBG Spider learned so much from that, and clearly running that same strategy back here today, as he just needs to qualify and get into the bi-weekly final so that he can pop off the way he's used to doing. Wang Liang over here looking to pick up on this bounty, but OUG's Panda actually going to scare him off just a little bit. As we go back to the Realm of Yang here, we're actually going to see how Viper ends up winning this fight in T225's Zeeping here. The ult comes through. Looks like they're actually running. I do believe this is V1 of the ult. Very interesting decision here. Gets the full lockdown onto Zeeping. Zeeping does have ult though, so yeah, it's going to burst as soon as Jin tries to go all out here. But the parry comes back in, and this is what I just talked about with it playing Viper. If you're playing Viper, you have to have the cleanest core mechanics in the game. You don't have abilities that just buy you out for free, and Jin showing just how clean their core mechanics are as they have picked up 4 eliminations on Viper here today, Raven.
Jin actually getting really big parry on 225 now. I love 225 to death, but he be throwing too many blues out, just betting it all on double blues, just not respecting. And I feel like Jin having a really good matchup there. Now, people say it in all fights, matchups make like really exciting fights. And when you have a player who's willing to throw blues and a player willing to throw reds, you're going to see fireworks every single time. And now you're seeing Kai Bao getting a double charge R&B and then getting a great tech chase into the overpowered pole sword staff combo. Both of the new weapons, both super strong, and both actually comboing each other. And now we're seeing a little bit of value out of this Yodo ult. Not able to get the last 3-piece in the end. Does the Yodo risk going in? Ends up doing a bunch of bow shots. Kai Bao juke and jive and trying to survive versus this Yodo. Ends up popping ult with no ult to save this Yodo. She's gonna have to survive Kai Bao's burst. Kai Bao looking for this last little bit, using his burn damage to his advantage. Nunchuck's a really, really good stall weapon, able to go into gold focus and stall out everything except a punch. Now Tarka having the punch, the people's elbow, poking XXY to death. XXY looking for a little bit of room, ends up trying to get trapped by the F, and F3 cannot come out any sooner, and XXY is able to get a couple white heals off to stall this out. He's gonna have to clutch this up. This is what defines you as a player. He gets the uppercut combo, putting Kai Bao against the wall. Kai Bao bets it all on red, ends up getting red like a book. Now XXY with a little bit of room to breathe. What is he gonna do with it? He needs to pressure here. He has Kai Bao against the ropes. He's gonna get another big read and gets the uppercut and takes him down. This is what defines you as a player. It's not the moments that you should win, it's the moments that you shouldn't win. And XXY shows why he should have a seat at finals.
You know, we talked about the nerfs coming in for Tarka, right? And one of the big nerfs that clearly Kai Bao here doesn't take into account while he's in this fight with XXY is the fact that every time you go for that people's elbow when you're in the Tarka ultimate, it does burn up rage. And you see he actually kind of overplays his hand a little bit. If you wait for the perfect timing in the F3 from Yodo, you only have to elbow them once to keep them from getting the pot off, but Wolves Kai Bao ends up elbowing them twice, gets a little bit greedy, and then as soon as they come out of the F3, elbows again. He ends up burning so much of the rage in his ultimate just to counter the F3 when he only needed to realistically throw the one elbow to keep XXY from getting any amount of healing coming through, and because of that, he's not able to follow up and chase. He only gets one extra elbow out of it before his ultimate goes down, and if he had been able to hold that ultimate, like you said, he could have used the elbow to actually counteract the gold charge coming in from the nunchucks. But it's Alliance's Jin who comes in and reads XXY like a book, is going to get rid of that Yang depletion, and goes to 5 eliminations on a Viper as we turn back to our second Realm of Yang, and we're going to see what goes wrong for Alliance's Jin here as they do lose this Realm of Yang to Badass Shenwan. Shenwan just using the pillars to their advantage to get away from that Viper V1 here. The parry coming through, Shenwan actually getting the legendary katana out of Alliance's hand here and quickly flips that fight, gets to keep the katana as well because he parried it. Can't pick it from a corpse that's not there, but you can pick it up off the ground, so Shenwan. That said, Alliance Jin able to come back in, find the elimination onto XXY, and is back in this game against all odds on Viper Ning with 5 eliminations in solos.
It's really amazing what Jin was doing. In that fight, he's actually going full off meta. Normally, most players don't like the J jabbing. It turns staff into something similar to like nunchucks with velocity, except it has a ton of ending lag. And in fighting games, you want to have really, really fast moves. But what he does perfectly. Jin actually max range jabbing, like from like downtown, pokes the Yodo right in the face, pushing him into Yang. And I'm sure like after that, when these players are so good at pattern recognition, seeing the same looks over and over. And when you see someone utilize a J that's not commonly used, it has to shake you a little bit, especially seeing the Viper. Like all these players are things that Viper is a troll pick. This guy's going to be a free kill. But with 5 kills, Jin is showing that this is actually not a troll pick, and he might be setting a new meta on Holoroth daytime. Now this pick, normally you're going to be running into a ton of defensive characters. You're going to run into a ton of zippings, a ton of fairs who are just trying to play endgame. So the matchup Viper versus Yodo, Viper versus Zipping, Viper versus Faria, it doesn't look that bad on paper. Only Zipping looks a little bit atrocious. But if you're able to find these isolated fights that Jin is doing, able to get into these endgames, able to find positions in Yang, he's finding a ton of value. Now we're icing off into that transition in the end game where all these players are kind of just probing, using that target lock. One of the tricks of the trade is actually using the target lock to check people's health point. A lot of times players will actually grapple onto a player, but you can actually check their health by just target locking, using that tilde key to check everyone's hit points to see what kind of armor you're dealing with. Are you blue armor? Because if you're a blueberry, we're about to eat some blueberries in these end games. Now, with only 6 players left, it's not as spicy, but 225 on the Balisa, sending mortars from the heavens. Shen Yuan now getting focused on the edge of this 3-band zone. He's gonna have to go into his mech, but he can still take damage from the Balisa. Fong seeing the weakness. This is a huge misplay by Shen Yuan. Can he survive? We've seen Jin come back from this terrible situations. Can Shen Yuan come back from this situation? Giant Balisa sending rockets from above, getting focus fired by bows from all ranges, and T225 getting the easiest kill of his life. Panda Man giving up his position. 225 sees where those arrows comes from, blowing him up out of that bush. Now Panda Man hiding behind the rock. 225 finding some easy kills, looking to secure and alpha his kill. What kind of loot we're working with, what kind of Jage this Faria has. Now Fong, just like Wang Lang, known for their scaling, known for playing their endgame well. This is one of the tricks of the trade, getting these boxes. Unlike normal mode, in Mortal War, these endgame boxes are stacked with loot. Look how many gold jades there are. Look how much gold armor there is on there. On these defensive games, the name of the game is having enough heals to survive the lobby. Now 225, after his first kill, we were saying before that he struggles with his mental when things are looking grim. Is he able to bounce back? When he has all the aggression, he is in the driver's seat. Unfortunately, this time Panda Man is in the driver's seat, but doesn't want to commit. Ends up retreating back to his bush and rock, willing to play this endgame. 225 has his tuna, looking to just play heal off. Chu Zhang playing this super wisely. Man, what character do you think wins in this heal off with Faria, Matari, and Zipping? Runekeeper, if you would have to bet, who are you taking? Who are you putting your money on in this round?
It's gonna be really interesting. I'm still watching Alliance's Jin. I think honestly, the Viper coming in could be very, very crucial to this final zone if they're able to keep all eyes off themselves and then make it to that very last final circle where Zone 7 is collapsing, and they can stun these Z-Pings out into the zone, crucially making sure that they get that healing cut coming in onto them so that when they pop their ultimates, it's not going to do as much, and Jin can maintain that sort of middle position, especially holding on to the F so that they can sort of F them back out into the zone when they start to get pressured onto. I think Jin might be able to make something happen. I'm a big fan of just playing the early game like Jin has done and instead running the V3 over the V1 onto Viper just for the ability to fight while you're silencing players down. They've clearly opted for the V1, and if I were to take V1, I would be looking to make a play like that in the late game where I'm just able to get, you know, that sort of tactical nuke we talk about in trios on Viper, but you're having to do it in solos, and it's that critical moment, right? It's the same thing like if you're playing a Feria, where you're looking to get that huge pillar off in the final moments where the zone's collapsing and knock multiple players into the zone. We're going to see Viper trying to do the same thing. And crucially, for these other players, the Matari will have an answer in their ultimate, but everybody else is going to be forced to try to step into the zone to try to find an invisibility bush or find a way to break line of sight. And either way, we're gonna see our lovely Viper here get a little bit of mileage out of that ultimate and potentially pick up a couple of eliminations. It just is gonna come down to very crucial timing, and it definitely comes down to, as the Viper player, not being caught out before then. Jin looking to go for that tactical nuke we talked about. Unfortunately, we see many Vipers suffer from this all the time, where they're trying to get the read on the positionals from players down below, and unfortunately they just burn the resource and don't get anything out of it. We saw that a lot in trios last week, and this is not the play I would have made if I was Alliance's Jin. We were just talking about you don't want to make yourself a target in this lobby, and what does Alliance's Jin do? They make themselves a target by trying to go for that tactical nuke, and almost immediately are punished for it. They're looking for some space to try to make something happen, but T225 follows up, man. Jin, I wish I could be there to pat him on the back and just be like, bro, this is exactly what I just told you shouldn't do. Unfortunately, that's... Man, again, you can't make yourself the target. That's kind of been the conversation all day today. And Jin tries to go for the tactical nuke and unfortunately makes himself a big target and finds himself eliminated from the lobby, man.
I saw the stars aligning. I was like, wow, Runekeeper's manifesting this perfectly. Chuzeng getting focus fired on Matari. He's about to hit the one counter to Viper, getting eliminated. And then he bets it all. He bets it all on the tactical nuke. He goes for it all. I respect it. Fortune favors the bold. Unfortunately, he comes out super short, hits nobody, and immediately gets focus fired by Panda Man. Panda Man wisening up, being like, wait a second, there's someone here that doesn't look like the rest of us. Who let this Viper to the party? This guy has to be taken down. Now, Panda Man showing exactly why he deserves to be here, trying to set himself up nicely leading into these finals with some extra kills, but Fong menacingly following the spooky pole sword, who decided to have the ability to triple charge a great sword with absolute the OP-ness of pole sword. You rarely see it in solos. But something to point out here, Fong is out of resources. If he takes any white hell damage, he's not going to be able to heal. He needs to play this perfectly. If he plays this perfectly, he is a favorite to win this lobby. Feria being the strongest heal-off character, he probably has blistering with this pole sword. It's the main reason that a lot of these players are playing with, just like nunchucks. When you get a parry with pole sword or great sword, you do a ton of damage. Even if your opponent has a gold F, he is still going to take a massive amount of damage. A lot of the time, over 1,000 damage. Now, leading into this, we got Chuzeng playing super optimal. It looks like he has the OPJ of this season. He has Flame Breath on a cannon, trying to make Panda Man the target of the lobby. Panda Man trying to find a spot to heal, but Chuzeng peppering him with the Flame Breath, chipping away at his health. 225 probing for weakness. Panda Man, a cornered animal trying to fight off the lobby, showing everyone he's willing to throw these blues. He's holding his space perfectly with Fong sitting on the top side. We're going to heal off, folks. Who's going to take this? We got a Feria and 3 zippings. I still think Fong is in the perfect place to secure this win. He's playing super safe, using his range perfectly. Panda Man getting eaten alive by Fong's triple charge. That pole sword doing a ton of work. 225 sending the first blue. We're going to see the second blue. He's willing to send it. Looks like he's going to back off, but Fong in the best position just against 2 other players. There's absolutely no reason for him to lose this situation. He goes into zone, denying the bloom wisely, knowing that Zippings get an extra heal off this bloom. He ends up picking up 2 white heals. He needs to top up his health going into this end game. 225 forced to use ult. Chuzeng with ult down. This should be a layup for Faria. All she has to do is stall just a little bit longer. These 2 are making massive errors, giving this up, playing for second and third. Chuzeng looking for a juicy scale rush. Pole sword off scale rush, doing a basic focus attack. So much damage. Throwing scale rushes up and down. 225 trying not to be a victim of this pole sword that claimed this previous opponent's life. Now playing for second and third. These 2 Zippings trying to grief each other, but with blistering edge, Feng setting these. Oh, actually, it's Matari and Zipping, setting Chuzeng on fire, taking him down with a massive hit. 225 force into zone. Feng setting up blue focus scale rush, making it look easy. There's no chance for T225, and Chuzeng clutches it up with that Faria pick, playing it perfectly. What a great day that Chuzeng is having today.
Oh man, what a final finish here. Kayle's Feng gonna come out on top here in our 5th game of the day. But man, I'm so sad for Alliance's Jin. Jin doing so well on this off-meta Viper pick, and then almost immediately does exactly what we've talked about all day today. You don't want to make yourself the target. You don't want to bring attention to yourself. Not only does he pop the ultimate and go for the tactical nuke, making himself a giant target, but he gets 0 mileage out of it because he misreads where the players in the lobby are going to go. And it is so unfortunate that we see Alliance's Jin go out the way we do. Panda Man more than happy to come in and clean it up though. They goes, wait a minute, there's a Viper here? Let me just go ahead and get them out of this lobby. What a final circle. What a game, Raven. Just the fact that we get to see a Viper pick come through and do so well.
Sometimes that's what it takes. When you feel like you have nothing to lose, you enter like a flow state where you're willing to just play your game, not really worry about the outcome, because you figure like, oh, I'm picking an off-meta pick, but I think it could work if I find the right looks. And Jin ends up playing really, really confident and finding like really clutch kills in moments that he shouldn't be winning. He ends up beating out a lot of the meta picks. And even though that Viper doesn't end up clutching it, even though she could possibly win that endgame, Panaman ends up picking her off. Like, I saw the vision. I saw the Matari going out. You were calling it play by play. And Chuzeng, if he gets taken out, he's not going to be able to invis. And then what answer do we have for Viper? And I was like, wait a second. Is Viper really a possibility in this meta right now? It is Hollow Rock. There's a lot of space out there. There's a lot of buttery rocks. There's not much place to hide from that Viper nuke, as you call it. But somehow Jin just makes the most atrocious play and all-ins off the top ropes. Like, I saw it. I saw the greed it was just such a greedy play, RuneKeeper. Like, I don't understand like why he would go for that. I guess he figured that eventually you get picked off, so I kind of respect it. I feel like you should, there's their old adage, like, look before you leap. If he looked before he leaped, he might have gotten a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. He walks away with an 8.5 game score, second place finish. Literally, all he does is he just doesn't ult there, right? He was in a position, nobody knew where he was. He could have just walked himself in to the very final circle, that huge fight in the end, and popped that Viper stun. And there's not much anybody else could have done here. But unfortunately, Alliance's Jin does himself dirty, and Kayle's Feng going to be the player who comes out on top with 5 eliminations in a first place finish. And that means he's going to walk away with a game score of 12. And this is what we talk about. This is like the perfect average stat line for a first place finish, is that 12-point game where you're able to get those 5 eliminations, a first place finish. You get that multiplier going to 8 points off of kills, 4 points off of ranking points. Feng probably, like, you can't be more happy than this, right? Feng had a huge game earlier. They were able to pop off 8 eliminations coming out in first place. Now coming in with a 5 elimination game, first place finish. Feng just continuing to slowly climb that ladder, right? his first day during the bi-weekly, not a great showing. Fang all of a sudden coming back. He's found his stride and he continues to put big points on the board. Taking a look here, this is where we see Mike just get absolutely parried by WBG Spider into the Dragon's Rush. Mike then turning on to Kai Bao here, man. The Fireball Tarka common in clutch. Alliance's Jin here, man. Again, really, Jin able to find these crazy eliminations that you wouldn't think Viper would be able to come out on top for. And here we're going to go to the Realm of Yang, where Jin finds a massive parry onto T225 and just is able to continue to clutch it up. Then finds himself losing the second Realm of Yang into Shen Yuan. But after he loses this, he immediately is able to go out and find that elimination onto XXY, get himself back in the game. Now these are huge. These ballista shots coming in, and quite literally, if you're caught out in the open like that, that's just a free elimination for some of these players. Fang here, that blistering edge, putting in so much work, knocking T225 way into the zone. Scale rush coming through. I mean, realistically, as soon as you get knocked back by that massive blistering edge as T225, there's not a whole lot you can do. You're forced to just run down the barrel of Fang to try to get back in the zone, and Fang's not gonna let you get back, honestly. As we're gonna take a look here, Fang with his 8th MVP of the spring split season, 17,000 damage and 5 eliminations.
You love to see Fang coming back to his dominant form. Ends up playing all of that situation perfectly. You see 225 in that clutch moment. I mean, I think you're right, Runekeeper, that there's no way he's able to live in that situation. Like, Fang plays it perfectly, spaces it out perfectly. He's charging a scale rush. I'd like to see 225 just like in those really tough spots to just go for it, to go for the parry. At least try to live in that situation and find a way to win that situation. And maybe he has a sap and he turns it around right there, and Fang ends up trolling his game, because he did put his ult down in the center. Like, he assumed that he had it in the bag, and what better way to show Fang that, hey, if you overextend on me, like, don't count me down and out. And that's something that T225 really needs to show in this coming up games if he wants to be the next champion. At Worlds, he ended up getting second, doing super well, just absolutely decimating the nervousness of the lobby, that heavy blue focus play style. Most of the players never want to commit, never want to risk anything, but 225 is just the gambling boy man himself. My man is willing to send blues. He's a free bird flying through the blue skies. You love to see it, man.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But we're gonna we're gonna throw to a short video, because we're gonna come back and lock in for our 6th and final game. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League as we take a look at the current standings. Not a whole lot changing here, Raven.
Oh, it breaks my heart every time I see EWG. Everyone, she just doesn't get another chance at this. You'd like to see her in this lobby, hoping to get something going. But we do see XXY fighting for this spot, fighting to try to make it to the finals. This is a clutch moment. Like, if he can get that 12 points, I think he's in striking range. Same thing with Ego. Yeah, it looks like the getting in the finals is going to be around 39 points. Shaw not able to really doesn't have his destiny in his own hands. He already has 2 games played, or 2 days played, and same with Railgun. So both of these players could possibly get pushed out if rank 15 and 16 have a great day, but Wang Lang coasting to a victory, not having the best day with 5.2 points, but absolutely dominating day 2. So he's secure, making it to finals. Panda Man, always one of the crowd favorites, being the Tarka main that we all love and enjoy to watch, able to hold his middle ground. Now Jin climbing the boards with that Viper pick. Man, I'm excited to see whether or not other people follow suit on a Viper pick on a defensive day, just trying to lock down those defensive capabilities. Now with Spider at 27 points, having a really strong performance of today. 27 points is nothing to scoff at. Like, anything above 25, you're easily the tier 1 of the league. Fong coming back to form, having a pop-off day. He's probably going to end the day with the 40 points. And now getting more points going into finals is really important. These players end up carrying some of these points going into it. And now Chuzeng, one of my favorite players currently in the league, showing that he deserves to be here. He's been top 5 in the finals, top 5 in the weekly, showing a really solid performance. And it looks like RuneKeeper, he's really falling into his stride. I saw a lot of really, really optimal play from him today in really, really tight moments, making the correct decisions, and against the veterans. Mike, Spider, 225, Wang Lang, Chuzeng is just playing a really, really good game of NARAKA today.
Oh yeah, absolutely. JDG's Chuzeng, ever since his first day coming into the new season, has been a player that I personally been watching. He's grown so much in such a short period of time, and shown that he's very, very capable of hanging with the top players in the league. And I mean, man, I don't think we have a better example of that than game number 4, where Spider overextends. He goes into that realm of Yang. I mean, realistically, I'm going to call WBG Spider out here. He had no business going into the second realm of Yang. He had 5 eliminations under his belt. He already had all the gear he could possibly want to go into late game. He's playing a defensive hero that realistically 90% of the time ends up tying inside the realm of Yang, and into a Feria, if he runs into one, ends up losing most of the time. I don't know what the decision making or the thought process Spider was having there, but definitely a massive player mistake coming out from him there. Before we continue that train of thought, though, don't let our audience make the mistake by not answering this question, because you definitely want to lock yourself in some of these lovely treasures while you can. And the current question is, who is leading the scoreboard right now? Is it is it A, JDG's Chuzeng, B, GS's T225, C, AOW's Mike, or D, J-Team's Xjin? This should be a fairly easy one. We literally just showed this leaderboard. I'll give you a hint. They've been at the top of the leaderboard for most of the day today, so hopefully you guys can get this one locked in. But back to WBG Spider and of course JDG's Chuzeng. Chuzeng not only makes the right decision to go into the realm of Yang because he is running that Feria, he knows he has a fairly good chance of coming out on top given what he's seen pop in the kill feed and the current heroes that he's seen running around, but he also denies WBG Spider from being able to find that soul bloom to get back in the game. He literally locks his sights onto WBG Spider as he comes out the realm of Yang, gets Spider to chase him. As soon as Spider turns around and starts chasing onto another player, you can feel the grin come across Chuzeng's face, because it's almost guaranteed to be the wrong decision, because now Chuzeng can turn his attention to just griefing Spider and keeping Spider from being able to pick up that elimination, and that's what we see happen. Spider gets so focused now on giving up this hunt on Chu Zhang, trying to lock down another player, that Chu Zhang is just completely free to do whatever he wants to keep Spider from securing anything. As soon as Spider runs off towards the zone, Chu Zhang, not knowing the timer, knows the timer. He goes, oh, Spider's running towards the zone, all I have to do is hit him because he's about to tick down to Yang depletion. He mechs up, throws the hit down onto Spider. Spider runs out into the zone, ends up dying to the Yang depletion, but Chu Zhang already has the hit out on him, is able to very easily secure the elimination and secure the body, because Spider runs away from the middle of the map, hiding the body from the rest of the lobby, making a second player mistake because he just continues to feed into Chu Zhang and make that machine even more well-oiled. That game is going to go down in the history books of the NBPL for a hot minute, and you know Spider is still reeling from it.
Oh, if I was Spider, I would be steaming. I would already be thinking about finals. Oh, that's what we're doing? That's what we're doing, Chu Zhang? If you're going to try to dethrone me, you're going to get some hot drops. I wouldn't be surprised if Spider and his team goes back into the VODs, figures out exactly how Chu Zhang is playing his early, mid, and end game, and he's going to take the fight to him. He knows that Chu Zhang only had those situations because he can't take Spider head on. Now, the Feria versus Sibling matchup, that's definitely a my bad by Spider. He should know better than that. He is a defending champion. Making these really, really egotistical plays is an uncharacteristic mistake by Spider. Usually, he's a flawless machine with zero mistakes. Even in neutral, when you think about blue, red, dodge, it seems that Spider always guesses correctly. And for him to make such a rookie mistake going into Yang on zipping on a defensive round where he has no business trying to burst the Feria just to raw mechanics, Chu Zhang hard punish him for this. But as a competitor, I know Spider is going to be casting that web, and he has his sights locked in on Chu Zhang. Now, leading into Game 6, on a daytime Morris, usually the players here kind of what you feel as a competitor, you're kind of burnt out, you're kind of ready to just like get it in, try some interesting things. I don't think Fong is staying on this Monk Moonkeeper. I see this Monk right here. If he stays on Monk, my man is feeling himself completely.
100% Fong stays on this Monk. We've seen him do it in the past. Look, TT25 thinking about doing the same thing right now. And look at this. JJH teased me. He teased me with the Temi. Temi, for a while, the counter pick to Tarka G was something I really wanted to see come in the NBPL. Then we see Tarka G nerfed. The need for Temi to come in and counterpick Tarka sort of died off, but it looked like JJH was going to lock it in. They did not, unfortunately. It does look like KLA Fang is going to stay on the Monk. We've seen Fang do this before. Look, Fang's guaranteed to go to the bi-weekly final, and he's top 5 now. The point difference between top 5, not that big of a deal realistically from the points that get carried over into the bi-weekly finals. 100% we see Fang do this. And I can't wait to see the pick come out. He's not gonna play the same hero twice. He said, the heck with it, I'm playing a different hero every single game today. And this is just more BM coming out from Fang, right?
He's gonna be my favorite player. If he does Monk Parry Bell, I'm gonna go crazy. I hope he lands a Parry Bell on someone. Like, people sleep on Parry Bell. Like, it actually is super, super annoying because it's a frame 1 parry. It starts up when you cannot see it. And if you accidentally light into it, you get uppercutted for it. It's the most ridiculous ability. But where Monk kind of falls short is in one of these defensive lobbies. You got fairies and zippings running around. I hope Fang like survives the end game because I'd love to see him get in there and get oogly in that end game. I want to see a double grab Moonkeeper.
It'd be very interesting to see. You know, we haven't seen in a long time, healing Monk.
True.
You have the big. have the big weak points when you're in the healing monk, which is why we typically don't see it. But into solos, if you make it to final circle on this monk pick and you're running healing monk, realistically, if you can land grabs, that could buy you the victory that you're looking for. You could potentially out heal the Z-Pings. We're going to see if it comes down to that, though, as we turn immediately to JDG Chuzheng. Oh my goodness, just doing XXY completely dirty with the staff, but XXY coming in with the parry on the nunchucks. Such a huge damage turnaround onto Chuzheng, but we're going to see Rain actually come in to grief XXY, and XXY is going to find themselves eliminated, and JDG Chuzheng is going to live to see another day. About Shen Yuan coming in, looking to pressure Rain now heavily. Rain will find a little bit of that F2 action, but not enough as Shen Yuan continues the hunt here. The purple dual blades, or sorry, blue dual blades doing a ton of damage. That purple armor buying him so much safety as Shen Yuan picks up an elimination, but JDG shows back up for the third party. He's able to get the reset, wants to come in, is threatening into the space, calls Shen Yuan on the bluff. Gonna see the parry come in from Chuzheng onto JL's Ego. Ego immediately flipped out of the fight, and then Shen Yuan, who continues to go low, is going to keep the chase up as Ego wants to pressure this fight. The bow shots coming in as Chuzheng now wants to grief the kill away. The mech does drop down, and it looks like Chuzheng and Ego going to be forced out of this fight, but Chuzheng keeps the pressure coming, goes inside to completely avoid the shots here, but Shen Yuan able to find the explosion onto Chuzheng. Chuzheng now forced to finally back out of this as Shen Yuan looks to find the full reset they were hoping for with this mech transformation.
Shen Yuan, with no ult. Jin on a meta pick, unfortunate. I was really hoping to see another Viper pick from Jin, and with white armor, I'm seeing a lot of ambition poking this Faria. Even though you're unzipping, he's willing to take this fight, and he throws a red out, looking for Shen Yuan to throw that focus attack out, but now Ego on Tarka coming in, sensing weakness, using that F to deny all the damage, but Jin ends up getting picked off by Chuzheng instead. Chuzheng having a great day, always there, looking to capitalize on the lobby's mistakes. Now he's out of there. Ego gets the alpha of the body, looking to pick up a couple heals and scale up. Now, with this Tarka pick, you don't really have the benefit of all these Fireflies. Rain on Justina. This looks like a comfort pick, and when you're on your comfortable pick, magical things happen. Unfortunately, you're against Chuzheng, the player that has been playing perfectly, having a perfect day on Faria, looking for that overhold. But Ego spotting this Justina. Hey, we see an off-meta pick. That's what we target. This has to be a weaker player. This has to be an easy kill. Ego chasing down this Justina, trying to make some space. But 225 now joining in the action. Three top players all going at it, trying to get and secure the kill, but Chuzheng ends up backstabbing, taking this kill on Rain. The gamble doesn't pay off. Now Shen Yuan coming in with the purple armor, spots Ego. Unfortunately, Ego doesn't get to use his ult offensively. He has to use his ult to run. He puts on his Nikes. He's trying to create space, but it is Celestia. He's bumping into all the buildings. Finally gets a heal off. It looks like they're going to give up the chase on this Tarko. He gets to live another day. Chuzheng, though.
I would say this is huge for Ego being able to survive this. But like you say, I know exactly where you were going to go with this, by the way. JDG's Chuzheng, top form today. Just absolutely an insane player. And the patience from Chuzheng, have you noticed every elimination he picked up this game, he backs away from a fight, lets other players put the work in for him, and then slides in to pick up the elimination. The decision making coming through from Chuzheng, absolutely insane, Raven.
Working smarter, not harder. I like this. You like to see it. Now, Fong on the monk. I'm rooting for him to win. Sin, get out of here. We need to see this monk in Endgame. Don't do it to him. This is a crowd pleaser. Fong with the BM on the monk pick, telling everyone he doesn't need his last game. He doesn't need points leading into finals. He's still going to be top of this mountain. He gets the armor reset. Now, Dagger versus Longsword. This is his comfort pick. This is his baby, his dagger, his one true love. Ends up using the rooftop to be a sneaky monk. Now Mike, the original Oogler. Now Mike hasn't had a great second half for the day. We haven't seen him in as many highlights as we normally see him. Mike usually coming in with the fire. Now in this time coming in with the water, looking to drown some opponents. And now we're going back to Ego in Celestia, running away from the optimal gainer. Chuzeng having a perfect day, having great target selection, knowing that this Tarka has no ult. Back to XXY. He needs to have a good game. He's kind of on the cusp, but this is looking for brownie points to show that in good form that he can do better maybe next week. Xin and Mike, though, lurking on the outside. This is one of the strengths of Zipping. She's actually able in these early zones to sit in zone for a really long time because of her extra heals, because of her ult. She's really not in the danger of getting hard held at zone. Now, Mike and Xin going fully at it and getting third party by XXY with the cannon, looking to deny, getting the soul blue. There's an overextension by Xin trying to survive this situation. He has his ult ticking away, but now XXY overcommitting, and we have Fong, the monk. He has a second life. Everyone's fighting in the zone. We don't care. It's the last round. We're going out with a bang. Xin trying to make the zone. He's made a mistake. He doesn't want to be here anymore, but unfortunately, Fong is here to capitalize on this mistake, and XXY ends up getting to live another day.
Yeah, XXY gonna break away here. Unfortunately, can't actually push down this hill as multiple players waiting in the wings. And man, what a bloodbath we've already had here in our 6th game. JL's Ego here gonna pick up some dandelions. Looking at all these players going into the realm of Yang, he just decides to take the time to go ahead and take the repair. He doesn't want to pressure into it, given how many players are there. He knows he can find himself in a bad situation if he tries to pressure onto it. WBG Spider going to be going head to head with GS's T225. Both of them going to go airborne, using that little grappling trick on the wall there to get themselves as high up as humanly possible. And it's Feria versus Feria here. T225 already burnt the pillar and burnt their F. Spider still holding on to the both. Spider going to drop their pillar, now just trying to play T225, keeping them away from their own pillar. If they can control the neutral, they win this, but Spider, unfortunately, not able to keep T225 from getting to the pillar. Will find a heal before they go up into their own mech. T225 able to find the first big shot out onto Spider, but Spider, with the heal advantage, can just sit here and take the trades. T225 gonna armor up seconds before WBG Spider, meaning he takes control of the trades with those cannon shots. Gonna stagger Spider twice. Spider, not trying to make the same mistake that he made into JDG's Chuzeng last time, knows that these shots are coming out, but is just going to move horizontally so that he doesn't end up falling victim to those huge cannon shots coming through. T225 losing control of what little control they did have in the fight as Spider looks to come back, but T225 with the nunchuck's going to find a little bit of quality, but Spider with the pistol able to quickly flip the fight on its head, and WBG Spider comes out on top in your realm of Yang.
Man, that's unfortunate for 225. This was a really big fight for him to take down the GOAT himself, Spider, but Spider showing exactly why he is the GOAT with the clutch pistol shots. He doesn't take the risk. He knows 225 is a crazy gambler. He doesn't want to be close anymore after eating 2 blues to the chin, and ends up backing off and just clutching up with 2 very clean pistol shots. One of the things that's really impressive about Spider that a lot of people don't give him credit for is I come from a long lineage of FPS and Counter-Strike, being a professional Counter-Strike player back in my day, and seeing the level of aim that Spider is able to actually have in this game. It really shows that what good aim can do for you. It is, I think, the difference between Mike and Spider being the top 2 players is the actual aim. Mike, phenomenal neutral. 225, phenomenal neutral, as you're seeing it here. Just throwing blues. Chuzeng recognizing that the blues are being set, bets it all on red. Now Chuzeng, but at 1 HP, but 225 with the constant pressure, able to take him down. As I was saying before, though, the phenomenal aim of 225 and Spider, they're definitely in a league of their own as far as like finding these clean shots. And in NARAKA, you have infinite movement opportunities. It is really, really hard to shoot people where you essentially have to guess where someone is going to move, because weapons, if you swing, it blocks a shot. If you dodge, it iframes the shot. If you double jump, you have 2 different jumps to get away. Your movement is highly unpredictable. Now, Shen Yuan absolutely lobbied by all 3 of these players. Absolutely burning this mech in less than 5 seconds, getting demech'd. I don't know if he's going to be able to live this situation. He does end up getting a parry, but the cannon from XXY ends up yoinking the kill in this barrage of players. And now Fong with the monk ult. You love to see it, Runekeeper. Like, are we going to see any of these double grabs? We can't really tell what ult he has because he does have the amazing Transformer skin, this beefy monk showing his alphaness, this chat of the lobby, showing everyone that the points don't matter, that the love for NARAKA matters, even with his dagger. Doesn't care what anyone else thinks. Sending to the skies, looking to get this heal off. Now Fong, I hope he lives in this situation. He does have this house and tree to work with. He has XXY chasing him. XXY, not the most experienced player with chasing. Is he going to lock down one of the veterans of this game, even though Fong is on a monk? I'm really curious to see if Fong is running parry bell Keeper. I want to see it happen.
Like, if I'm Fong here, honestly, he makes the right decision with the ultimate, right? He just uses it as a reset and then is able to break line of sight immediately after he demonks. I agree with the decision. Now he's got XXY on the run. Fong, by the way, I love this. He's just on to Z-Pings in the zone. Typically, you would never want to fight Z-Ping in the zone, much less on to the Tian High, but he's got the Assassin's Lunge, and Fong just does not care whatsoever. Gonna skill diff the whole lobby while playing Tian High. Ego here on the receiving end of some massive ballista shots coming in from Wang Liang. And Panda Man more than happy to capitalize on those ballista shots coming through. Locks Ego down. This is where you don't want to be if you're a Tarka. You've already popped your ultimate. Find yourself on that uppercut from the katana. You know the infinite's coming. Unfortunately, Panda Man doesn't even need to go for it as the first damage coming in from the uppercut. More than enough to secure him the elimination. He just canceled the ult. Hold on to some of that charge, man. What a place for Panda Man to find himself there. And Fong with 2 eliminations on Tian High. He's top 6. He's top 6 on Monk right now. Look, this is where I geek out. A lot of people don't know this because you know, you pop over in my streams and stuff, and typically you're gonna see me playing Viper. You're gonna see me playing Takeda and Tarka. I used to be a dirty Tian High main back in the day. During all of the closed alphas and betas, I was one of the top Tian High players during release. And as soon as they started nerfing him, I just fell out of love with him, but he's still a character that always has this massive love in my heart. So to see one here in solos just absolutely going crazy, no way he goes for the Realm of Yang. He doesn't get it. I wanted to see it so bad. Fong, absolute mad lad. Dude, he's a player after my heart. He really is. Oh my god, the Assassin Lunge coming in just does Spider. Dirty Spider. Gonna let him get away with it. Ops for the reset. Fong, oh my god, please, more Tian High in solos.
I was hoping that Fong had a better gamer figure, but we have Panda Man. You were saying your first love, Monk. Tarka was my first love. I've been watching Panda Man forever. He's been in my crosshairs as one of the premier Tarka players. Now, even though I don't really like playing Tarka anymore, the Infinite being a little bit boring to me, it still has a soft place in my heart to see the Fire Dog going at it, cleaning up T225. And man, I want to see T225 rise to the occasion. You love to see that Cinderella story where a player is able to overcome his demons and take his rightful spot at the top. But unfortunately, there can only be so many players at the top. And right now we have Spider at the top playing a really, really strong game. With this Moonbane coming in, man, you know what actually happened to me? Have you ever seen in pro play someone die to one of these random Moonbanes?
Yes, absolutely. We see it all the time, especially in solos. People will just completely ego these Moonbanes, and they go, oh, hey, I'm a pro player, you know, I know how to surf the Moonbanes, and then they find themselves getting hit by one Moonbane they weren't expecting, like off camera from behind, and then it juggles them consecutively into like the second and third one, and then all of a sudden they find themselves completely eliminated. And we've cut to Spider's face before when it's happened to him, and the look on his face is just pure disappointment. You're like, what have I done to myself? It's so great when you see it happen. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the very beginning of Season 2 when we had Morris Isle finally coming into the meta and the players coming into it, and so many players dying to traps because they did not know the map, because they were forced to play on Morris Isle for so long. Even though Holoroth was out, they weren't competing on Holoroth, so they weren't practicing the map. So when we had that very quick shift over, so many players just had no idea what to do about the traps, what was a trap or wasn't. I loved watching that. It's such a great moment for us viewers.
It makes me feel a lot better, because for the first time I died to a random Moonbane, and if Spider died to a Moonbane, that definitely softens the blow to the ego. Just sometimes you just get really unlucky. But T225 trying to change his luck, but we have, is that Thong on Monk looking to hunt down Spider on the Monk? I just can't believe this man is on Tianhai looking to grief all these strong players. There's just like a lose-lose situation when you run into his dagger Monk. You know that you should kill him, but it's not that easy to kill him because he technically has a second life. You need to have multiple players help you take him down, and Fong is not making it easy. He's weaving in and out. He's playing that dagger perfectly, looking for the assassination play. I would have to feel a little bit trolled and peeved if I'm Spider and 225 with this Tianhai flex, with the assassin's lunge, looking to get in. But now 225 on Spider. His rival looking to take that big spot away from Spider as the premier Nbpl fighter. 225 with longsword. Rarely do I see him run longsword in Nbpl. I'm curious to see if he throws his similar gambit of double throwing 0.9 focus attacks over and over, just trying to get that focus attack in as soon as possible. This is actually really rare, Runekeeper, where we're seeing Spider actually slow down. He's actually done with this shenanigan, like Fong, seeing a Monk poke him in the back over and over, chasing 225 in a circle. It looks like after a long day of Nbpl, even Spider's a little tired of the shenanigans. He's just like, you know what? Realistically, no one's going to die here. I'm done with this. You guys are just burning my resources. You're seeing T225 with 3 white heals, 2 blue heals. He's looking to still get it in. Spider finally sees him come out, looking to trap 225. He knows that 225 loves throwing those blues. It wouldn't surprise me if Spider gets a big parry on him, but 225, he doesn't care if he gets parried. Even if you hit him once, twice, 3 times, he's still gonna get oogly and throw more focus attacks. Now Fong jumps back into it, almost coming out of the shadows with his assassin's lunge, forcing Spider to go into his mech. Spider getting absolutely trolled by the lobby. Now a cannon player looking to get that flame breath. Spider able to disengage, getting some heals off in this mech, looking to get a breather, but the lobby will not let him go. Spider not looking to go out without a fight. He's going to go out on his shield. He's willing to throw those 1 HP parries. But T225 end up dying to Yang depletion, not able to pick up a kill here. But Panda Man coming up, that crowd favorite. Tarka, and we have Fong with the Tree Monk looking to get that double grab under no pressure, showing us what he's all about. He's about that joy. He's looking to get a grab on Spider. Spider looking to just tab dodge over and over. Fong, he's gonna keep trying again. Spider with a disrespectful tuna in his face saying, you can't get me here. Now Spider looking to take down Fong, but Fong has dagger stab, ends up putting Spider in a tough position. Spider running away. This is something that is overlooked at Spider's game, his ability to get out of this sticky situation, but he's not able to. Fong with the dagger on Tianhai ends up taking Spider, and now they're getting a huge parry on Panda Man. Panda's confused. We got Assassin's Lunge. Tianhai going crazy in the lobby. Fong with the F1 now. Panda Man with the Tarka ult, putting a ton of pressure on Fong. He doesn't have all, he needs 15%. He has these rocks to kite on. Panda Man, sick of these shenanigans. He's looking to put Fong in the dirt for his trolling monk. But Fong, it doesn't matter what character is on. As long as he has the dagger, he's a threat to be messed with. He still has his belt up. He's able to keep kiting this enraged Tarka, looking to get this Tianhai out of this lobby. It's a 1v1 for the lobby. You never would expect Fong to get this far into this endgame. He's the crowd pleaser. He has his ult up. He's unfortunately in a toothpick and doesn't get his monk ult out, and Panda Man able to close out the day with a great kill. Panda Man with that death stare, unamused. Tianhai easy, but even Panda Man can't break a smile. What is this man thinking? He can't believe it. They got there.
Oh my goodness, Fang coming in with the Tianhai. I wanted the Tianhai MVP so bad. He was 1 kill away from it, but Panda Man gonna be walking away. Our MVP for game number 6 on Tarka here. Man, this is a Soul Jade I feel is heavily slept on by so many players. The Assassin's Lunge on the dagger. Not only does it do so much damage if you're able to connect on it, but the extra range that it gives the dagger on the follow-up, you're able to just instantly use that dagger dash into that Assassin's Lunge, just come up on these players from distances they don't expect with the dagger. It's one of those things that I love so much about NARAKA BLADEPOINT, because you get so used to fighting these weapons in certain ways, right? You learn the distances, you know where you're safe, where you're not safe. All of a sudden, a player picks up a Soul Jade you're not used to seeing. We talked about it earlier with jabbing, right? Where you're able to just create this sort of new space and you go, oh, I'm safe at this distance. All of a sudden, that full range jabbing or that full range Assassin's Lunge connects onto you. Your whole plan's out the window. You're playing on the back foot now, and your mental is in a terrible position because you're just like, I knew how to fight this and now I don't, because I was not expecting that extra range, or I was not expecting that shift up that comes through some of the Soul Jades. And it's one of those things you only get from NARAKA BLADEPOINT. You're not going to get this from other battle royale type games or other, you know, FPS games. Yeah, you can pick up an attachment for your gun, but realistically at the end of the day, it doesn't change how that weapon, you know, operates too terribly much. Into you playing into it anyway. But in NARAKA, you have these rhythms memorized, you have these ranges memorized, you have the optimal, what's the optimal answer to the charge left click from the dagger memorized, because when you're in those situations, that muscle memory is what is going to serve you well. It's how you're able to capitalize and come out on top of fights that you otherwise should not. But as soon as a Soul Jade comes in and changes that momentum, changes up the spacing that weapon creates, it feels like you're fighting an entirely different weapon. And if you don't have it memorized because you've not fought it a lot, all of a sudden you find yourself going, oh, what am I supposed to do into this? And then you find yourself getting eliminated by it. And I love to see Fang just take that to the absolute extreme, comes in on Tianhai, finds the Assassin's Lunge that he's looking for, and just capitalize on it time and time again. Goes to second place with 3 eliminations on Monk. He's easily going to be second place overall in the lobby. Man, what a game we got treated to for game number 6, Raven.
I absolutely love today. Fong, and it was beautifully said about NARAKA and just what NARAKA has over FPS games and just fighting games in general. Like, I've competed in every single genre of esports, and the one thing I really love about NARAKA and fighting games in general is you really get to know your opponents. Every single player here has fought against each other over and over and over, and it's not like an FPS game where you can just sit back, land a kill very safely. The most famous NARAKA players, they're known for getting in there, for mind gaming their opponent, and there's a satisfaction of boyi, as Chinese players like to call it, where you just have the read on your opponent. And Fong sending a message to the lobby going into finals that he is back to form, that he doesn't need any of the meta characters, that all he needs is a dagger, and he is just a giant threat. And I know everyone in the lobby after seeing that Qianhai, like there's a moment where you just see something troll where there's a slight pause and Fong took advantage of it where everyone's just like, wait a second, is this a monk? Is this a Qianhai? Can we get this guy out of here? And it's like, no, he's killing me. He has assassin's lunge. What is this? Like Dagger just has no weak jades and Fong just sends a trolling message to everyone in the lobby just like, watch out this finals. This monk might be coming out. And if you let me get my favorite, my one true love, my Dagger, you let me get any of these jades, I am a force to be reckoned with. You better watch out. And everyone has to be going to the back to the playbooks. They're like, did that guy just really play Qianhai? Did I just watch Tarka and Monk go to the final 2 on a daytime Morris? Like, what are we doing, guys? Like, what are we doing? The mind game that Fong sent to this lobby is just amazing. And you love to see Panda Man showing everyone that he is still a force to be reckoned with that Tarka and that scowl, Roomkeeper. I would say out of all the scout like looks and the poker faces, I would hate to have Panda Man at the poker table. That is just like an absolute death stare.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Panda Man's got to be happy about this, by the way. Panda Man, unfortunately, last year, I mean, his second MVP of the season, congratulations to him. Unfortunately, last year, he failed to make it into Worlds by a single point. It literally came down to the last game of qualifiers and the last kill in the lobby. We got to watch him, and man, you know, they cut to Panda Man at the end of that game. Absolutely a broken man. Thankfully, the lovely people in broadcast let me send him a letter because I just wanted to let Panda Man know, like, he's always such a pleasure to watch. And us casters, you know, we fell in love with him just as much as the audience did. He is, at the end of the day, above everything else, Panda Man is a showman. He comes out and puts a show on every single game that he's in, and we love to see here today. You know, he was already qualified for the bi-weekly final this week, but to cap the week out on an MVP for himself, he's got to be feeling really good right now. And you know, this is something I think he needs as a player. He's got to remember that even though he didn't make it into Worlds, he is probably one of the most enjoyable players to watch, and he proves time and time again that he's one of the most skillful players. We watched him during season 2 of the Nbpl trade with WBG Spider when Spider was arguably at the top of his game. It seemed like every game we would come in, it would be Kai Bao and Spider going back and forth. Kai Bao would pick up an elimination on Spider. Spider would go and respawn, come back, pick up an elimination onto Kai Bao. Kai Bao would come back, start fighting Spider again, and then it would come down to a 50-50 who won. And even in the final moments of that last season of Nbpl where Spider comes out champion, it literally comes down to the last kill between a fight with Panda Man and Spider. So I think realistically, you know, Panda Man, just a great player. Happy to see it happen here. But we're going to throw things over to Jaeger for an interview before we come back and look at the final scoreboard for this bi-weekly solos.
Hey guys, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with Mike and let him say hello to our audience. Hello， 麦麦，先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 AOW 的麦克。
欢迎 Mike 来到我们的赛后采访。So first, I would like to know how's your feeling because it seems like today we can finish the match like 7 minutes earlier. 那我首先想问一下麦麦，今天早下班了7分钟，感觉怎么样？
感觉很开心，很轻松。
准备接下来去干什么？
吃个饭，填饱一下肚子。
跟朋友们一起去吃个饭。Okay, I'm very happy today because we finished the match early today, and I'm going to eat the dinner with our solo player together. Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. 好的，接下来就要到了我们一个问答抽奖的环节啊，相信麦麦已经非常的熟悉了。那一会儿我给大家先讲一下游戏的规则，你就准备好给大家倒计时抽奖，准备好了没有 ？Okay, so we can see a question on the screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and the lucky guy will be whispered. Okay, so let's see today's question. Today's question is, who is qualified to the bi-weekly final?那我相信麦麦今天打下来啊，其实对周决大家都有一个期待。你现在场上就是这4个选项的选手，知道哪一位即将进入周决吗？感觉他今天的发挥怎么样呢？
知道，然后感觉他是前2天打的，然后我觉得他发挥的话，算是就是后起之上的，
也是进步了非常多啊。是的 ，Okay, so I recognize who just qualified to the biweekly final, and I think that player at the beginning of the biweekly final, it seems like it's very stable and improved a lot in this double week. And I think our player is prepared, and it's time for us to counting. 那我觉得麦麦应该已经准备好要送出福利了。那我们准备倒计时。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, the lucky guy will be whispered, and it's time for us to find out the correct answer. 那麦麦，接下来就要有请你揭秘一下，到底哪个是正确答案呢
A. 鸡鸡杀。
Yes, so the correct answer is A. GG Sha. Okay, so today we saw a lot of fever in the solo game, and I would like to know how Mike comment on this hero, and do you have any recommend to us like the skill and ultimate to bring in the solo game and trolls game? 因为今天的比赛其实特别的精彩，特别看到很多神庙之间的对决。这边我们就想请麦克来给我们点评一下，你觉得这个英雄目前的强度怎么样？并且在单3当中，应该你推荐一下大家带哪个技能和大招会比较好呢？
我觉得神庙的强度的话，因为它有非常高的容错率嘛，它的强度是一直位于 T0.5 左右，然后就是它可能很适合一些就是打法比较稳健的选手去拿分，然后在单排跟3排中，就是它的技能的话，就是我觉得的话，就是单排的话带 F1 跟 V3 嘛，然后就是拉满容错率，自己本身也有进攻手段，然后3排的话可以带 F3 和 V3，就是这个 F3 的原因就可以把它当成霓虹叶的 F 来当一个点杀的作用。
所以是在3排当中把神庙的这个 F 技能V3 的技能等于是宁红叶的一个 F 技能来使用，对吧？
是把神庙的 F3 当宁红叶的 F2 来使用。
F2 来使用。Okay, so I think Furia is a very strong hero not only in the Trolls game and also in the solo game, and I think it's like the T0.5 hero, and it's very fit to this stable player to get more score in match. And for the skills and ultimate, I think in the solo game, I can recommend everyone to use the F1 V3, and in the Trolls game, I think F3 and V3 is more fit to the Trolls game, because for its V3, it has silence, and it can just like using the Viper's V2.OK， 好的，谢谢麦麦今天给我们带来一个分享。我相信今天有了麦麦的这个分享之后啊，也会有更多的我们的观众朋友们愿意去尝试一下神庙这个英雄。也再次感谢来到我们的赛后采访，谢谢你。Thank you, Mike, for today's interview, and we will get back to our casters.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Thank you, Jaeger, so much for the wonderful interview. Man, what a blessed day we've had here, Raven. So many incredible moments and games. I love NARAKA BLADEPOINT so much as a game, and it's like every time I come back to cast NARAKA, every single week, I think to myself, there's moments that are just never going to be outdone. And then we come into a day like today and we just see these incredible moments take place, get absolutely blown out the water. Fang playing Tian High in this last game, getting 2nd place, picking up 3 eliminations, just completely skill diffing people with that assassin's lunge, playing those mind games. Game 4, where we see JDG's Chu Zhang not only capitalize on Spider making a mistake in Realm of Yang, but then literally hunting him down and making sure that he dies to Yang depletion in the most humiliating way possible. I mean, just some incredible moments today from start to finish. Every single game went absolutely wild. That's what I love so much about NARAKA, is every time I think it can't get more exciting, these pro players come in and prove me wrong, Raven.
Yeah, I absolutely, Runekeeper. I'm so happy that Mike's back in the game. I was a little sad that a lot of the OGs either retired or went back to stream Dao Hui. But with Chu Zhang showing what the league has to offer, and there's up and coming talent, and Demo, I think there's still a really, really bright future for NBPL. I'm excited to see what these finals brings. We're seeing a lot of new ideas, new concepts, so we're not in that stale meta. I think NARAKA has done a great job spicing up the rules, not letting people fall into their one tricks. We're seeing a lot of different weapons. Normally, in every other meta we've seen in NARAKA, it's usually been like one weapon. What you saw here, like even though Dagger's very strong, you're seeing a lot more longswords. That was kind of the new thing that I saw today that I didn't see elsewhere. That max range focus attack being super good in endgame, plus all that mobility. I'm super happy where the game is going right now. Even though the bottom 15 players don't get to go to finals, a valiant effort from all these players. They're all really, really strong players. Now, most of these players aren't veterans. It takes a lot to do this at a very high level, to have the consistency that you talk about all the time. It's not about those big swings that matter. Unfortunately, your team, Kaibao, I was rooting for Kaibao and Wolves to kind of turn it around. They just got to go back to the drawing boards. A respectable around 20 points, just around like halfway there. And I'm sure after a little bit of work, Wolves can definitely bring it back and make it to finals in this next bi-weekly. XXY right on the cusp. That has to be heartbreaking. And I know Shaw was sweating it, watching this game very closely, able to clutch it up at 14th. And Railgun having a great week again. That Cinderella story. He's one of the up and coming talents, new to the league, but still being able to show himself at these finals. Reki, Demo, neck to neck. Demo was at rank number 1, but going into this final day, we all kind of expected him to drop off. But 27 points and 20 points are 2 super solid score points, and I'm excited, and I'm betting that he's going to be in the top 5. Now, at the top of the mountain though, Fong, even though he's not at the top, he's at the top in my heart, playing that Tian Hai dagger, not caring at all. And Mike, just the crowd favorite. I've been watching Mike from day one. I've known about him before he was even in the league. There was the up and coming prodigy who was too young to play at the first Worlds, but everyone knew he was the best player in the game. I don't know if it ever will be repeated that a new player will come to NBPL and absolutely dominate. Mike not being here last season, showing everyone that he will always be one of the best solo players in NARAKA, still at the top 2 going into the last day, only barely behind T225. Now, I'm hoping that T225 finally breaks his curse, finally overcomes his demons. Like, I love to see players overcome and inspire all the other players, knowing that just because everyone counts you out, just because some people may think you have a weak mental, you can overcome and adjust and evolve and grow. Now, Spider, even though he didn't have the best day today, he will always be one of the most consistent and best fighters in the game. Now, I think a lot of rare chink in his armor, seeing Chu Zhang get the best of him. Spider usually gets the best of everyone, and people only get lucky versus him. But Chu Zhang showing that luck was not a factor in any of these equations, not killing Spider not once, not twice, but 3 times, and forcing Spider in a submission that he would rather just die, and ends up still getting last hit by Chu Zhang. That has to be lingering in Spider's mind. When you're at the top, you have to wonder, do you still have it? Can you still keep going? It's one thing to get there, but can you hold it?
This is the thing with WBG Spider, and I talk about it all the time, and I know Spider fans hate me for bringing this up, but Spider is a feast or famine player. As soon as he has a bad game, where he struggles is not in his mechanics, it's not typically in his decision making, it's his mental. He falls apart. For a player like JDG's Chu Zhang to just skill diff him not once but 3 times in the same game, that is the sort of thing that spirals WBG Spider out onto these sort of losing streaks where he starts to have bad games, where he starts to make bad decisions. And I think Chu Zhang knew that, because the worst thing for Spider, when I typically see Spider start to fall apart, is when he dies off rip. Chu Zhang targets out the places he knows where Spider likes to spawn, is able to catch Spider out early, eliminates him early, forces Spider back to the soul altar. Spider then starts to have that spiral of mental that I think Chu Zhang knew he was going to have after he picks up that elimination. He goes into the realm of Yang, is able to find Spider there, knows that Spider, you know, we're having that mental spiral, we died off rip, makes the poor man's decision to go into that realm of Yang, and Chu Zhang is waiting there to capitalize on it. Once he realizes it was Spider that he eliminates for the second time, Chu Zhang has no intention of backing off of that, wants to ram his mental into the dirt, does exactly that. And here's the thing, is I think there were opportunities for JDG's Chu Zhang to just eliminate Spider when he had the Yang depletion outright in the fight, right? But Chu Zhang decides that's not what I want to do. What I want to do is continue to pressure his mental, knows that the mental is where Spider's weakness is, continues to just hound Spider down, does not allow him to find the position to find that soul bloom to get rid of that Yang depletion. And then, as if to add insult to injury, as soon as Spider goes to run off in the zone, curl up and die like we see some of these players doing, instead of fighting and going out on his shield, what do we see Chu Zhang do? He mechs up, he takes a long range shot, tips him in the toe and says, yeah, you can go curl up and die in the zone, but I'm gonna pick up that third elimination on you. And we see Spider just completely defeated. Like you said, there's like a little trail of soul jades where Spider's just like, man, really, I'm just throw it all away, I'm walking out of the zone, this game's a complete and utter wash. And I think Chu Zhang did all of that on purpose. 100%. He knows that's where Spider's weakness lies, is in the mental, and he knows if he can get under Spider's skin that it's going to help his chances, his odds going into the bi-weekly final. Because the big question is now is not if Spider is, you know, going to the bi-weekly final, because he clearly is can he reset from the mental pounding that JDG's Chu Zhang gave him in game number 4, or will he suffer like we've seen WBG Spider suffer before, going into the bi-weekly off a set of bad games and just continue to perform poorly?
Though the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger.